All right. Good evening, all you fellow villains out there. Thank you so much for waiting for us. A little bit of a technical difficulties on our end, but finally, it's time to bring you guys the first ever stream for the first ever RLE of this season of the Oceanic Regional License Exam. I'm Levi Lalonde with Alliteration Gaming, and I've got Mr. Jesse Cervini of Rochester CCG. Jesse, man, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. I am excited. We finally get to cast a big event. It's the itch is the itch is there, and I can't wait. It's gonna be a fun night for here
Yeah.
in the states.
Yeah, it's
Really
been,
discovered.
especially if you weren't one of the HLC finalists, it's been a pretty starved competitive season for you. A lot of you guys are really eager to get back in the action, and the casters are too. Everyone's feeling that itch, as Jesse said. And guys, given our technical difficulties, we are going to be hopping right into game 2 of our first match of the stream right away. These guys are moving into it. We're looking at Midnight versus Tiger. Now, Tiger.
Okay, so we've got this is an interesting. We got the command pigeon set up. We're throwing everything at. We're just trying to launch. I think we're just kind of doing the. We have no other play except launch attacks. We're at that spot. Yeah, like there's that situation. Oh, ooh, no! Like we are launching those summon dark shadows, and we're just like, all right, can we get there? Can we do the stomp line? Mhm. Yeah, Tiger is he's a tempo character. That's the objective with this character is you're trying to value every card. Like every attack is either I can't trip myself. If my attack deals damage, I draw another card. And also gets to play around with like the little +1 speed bonuses or modifies to get the extra damage onto attacks. Like it can get really Tiger's definitely a character you think on paper he's very simple, but then when you start adding like any type of speed effects or modifiers, it gets crazy really quick. Mm. Obviously, they're like the tempo for Tiger is like I said, like he's using classmate introductions, which one of those cards it's very strange to see a lot of times. But when you see it with Tiger, it's like, all right, did you block my first attack? all right, then let's go +1 speed with classmate and then respond for 1 damage. So you're essentially your classmate introductions are +1/+1 now. And it's Levi, I'm gonna let you know from the stream line that your audio is not existing currently. So I am actually kind of solo auto in this, I guess, at the moment. we're yeah, well, we're gonna get that. We're gonna work on that audio issue, everyone. Just letting you know, we've got. Let's see here. So we have Chris is launching with Midnight. He's sending in the Jolt. So he's trying to just pressure. He's just trying to do anything. Like that's the situation now with Midnight is get the pressure on the opponent, get something going. Because even with because Tiger is a clock that can just speed up at his leisure. Like we're not seeing from so far from Tiger, we've always seen it as like a reciprocal extent. So like, are we on a kick package with jolts? If he gets a payoff attack, like say reciprocal burst, we could see something like this Tiger could just end this game out of nowhere. Let's see if it gets the block in. All right, so it gets the full block, so it's just gonna get the 1 damage in, but you're still connecting with that jolt, which is important. Let's see what we're launching. All right, so we're gonna finally get some build out that he needs because Chris is all right building. Yep, got the requesting on the board, which obviously is another thing he needs in place. So let's see what happens. He got the jolt.
All right, so Midnight finally looking to get some stabilization onto the board here. Very, very, very necessary. And it looks like I am back, boys, and it's time to do some commentary. Says it's a bit more of like a good stuff order deck, right? We're kind of just playing the good ones. We've got the extends, right? So we're probably playing some amount of kicks, but at the same time, that card also just says draw a card, right? And then if it pokes him, we get to draw one more card, and then oh my goodness, we are seeing one of the most fantastic pieces on the order symbol right now, and that is Shigaraki 3's ultra rare, one of 2 of them, in fact, from League of Villains, Decaying Palm Slam, this massive 6 difficulty move that is just going to put insane amounts of pressure on your rival's entire board and possibly clear your card pool and just be a freaking 7 damage move. Like, there's so much going on with this card.
Like, looking at the board state, you got Tiger. Tiger has a momentum, and could just like lock his 3 ready foundation, be like, yeah, you can't use those to pass checks. Like it's gonna force Chris to use his requesting to ready up the one with nature to just have something to be able to commit for pass along with Midnight to pass the check.
Yeah, and then like even if we use the requesting, we're going to get 1 foundation, right? Which to be fair, we're Midnight, right? So between our character and 1 foundation, that means 2 instances of minus speed. But at the same time, is that really going to be enough to protect us from this massive 7 damage move?
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. I mean, like Midnight's going to have to make some plays.
All right, so that's actually the Decaying Palm Slam check right there. We're committing Midnight to pass on the 6, so it's not going to be going anywhere after it resolves. I think that's probably the correct play there. Unless Tiger goes really, really heavy on the keywords, we're probably not getting to block 2 things with our double Midnight usage. Committing one of them to instead say that your Decaying Palm Slam is not also Crow and Frog Takedown. I think that's the correct play there from Midnight.
Agreed. Like you try to. This is still 7 damage is a lot. Like it's the only good value is he checked the 3 to play it, so he went down 3 foundations. He got the introductions got committed by the jolt, and he got the full block. All right, that's good. That's something that probably the Midnight needed at this moment.
Yeah, most definitely. That card is very, very cool, but when Midnight has the ability to say all of my cards are actually Specialist of Sound, it's probably okay that I'm not really that I'm not really getting to actually commit these things to pass my checks. They have better uses in
Mhm.
this pro hero. But Tiger says I'm not done swinging, man. The reciprocal extend is going to be coming out and hopefully trying to secure us some more momentum and some more card draw so that we can tempo our way into possibly another big like reciprocal burst turn or something like that. We've seen the flamethrowers checked as well. There's a lot of really scary moves going on in this Tiger deck.
Definitely. This deck is just try. Like I said, it's using all of it's just trying to value here. Like it's gonna try. It's setting up for, we're seeing the burst flamethrower. I mean, flamethrower can just kill you. I mean, that's another just big, powerful attack that has a built-in speed bonus to it. That it could just nuke the midnight. It's like, yeah, I discarded a one of my attacks with a flamethrower +5 speed. All right, you're -3 speed. Like I still have +2.
Yeah, I'm still a
Still
5
positive.
speed move, right?
Yep.
Your specialist of sounds can only do so much here.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, though, our stage is starting to tell us to slow down here, and if we get this block off, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful block right there. This is definitely the overcommittal and then punishment that Midnight really needs. Tiger is super going the distance here with this high engine kick, checking beautifully to make the play worthwhile. Coming in with 2-2. This is probably going to be a massive chunk of damage going into Midnight's face. However, with Tiger so committed out, that does put us in a really good position to backswing as Midnight. I mean, we're Chaos Midnight. These big damage moves, we accidentally throw these. Our Dark Shadow Ruins for 10 damage completely on accident out of nowhere.
Yeah. Like it's gonna come down to, does the Tiger have anything else to build off of this, or is it gonna be pass with a ice gliding and Tiger's ability to get through this?
Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, Tiger's defensive ability on face can save us, but like, what makes the chaos attack so scary is it's not really one stat they focus on. Those things go crazy speed and crazy damage, especially when you're Midnight and your home run comets start at 6 speed.
Yeah. Okay.
That's just nuts.
Ooh. That was not the time to check that burst.
Yeah, I mean, you have to commit here, right? Because like the worst case scenario is you commit an ice glide to take an ice gliding. Why wouldn't you take it there? Maybe being wary of 1.3 million damage.
That's a number that you have no way to destroy anything here. So
yeah, that's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, like let's see what if the Midnight can pull something together here.
Yeah, it's
that's
huge. Honestly, I actually think that the correct play there for Tiger was committing character anyway, based on the fact that we know Somnambulism is in Midnight's deck. And just say, I'm going to take my second ice gliding, and I'm just going to go ahead and just take the ability right now. I'm going to take the agency out of your Somnambulism because it's definitely in there. We've seen it checked a couple times. Most Midnights are on the whole sideboarding it only and then bringing it out against the matchups it's really good in. Tiger is absolutely a character that you bring Somnambulism in for.
I mean, so let's see, the line here is the size is the starting line, and we're trying to engine trouble.
I love this. Oh, I love this so much. Goodbye, One with Nature. There it goes. We have a chance. So you're saying there's a chance, Jesse Cervini. There's a chance right now.
There's a chance.
Yeah, Tiger is at 25 life. We've just discarded, I think, the last card out of their hand. So at this point, it's just swinging for the fences and counting, right?
Yeah, we're just discarding all the filler and see what we can count to.
We did just discard a bunch of foundations. I mean, if we can find like a home run comet or a 1.3, it's probably enough to get the job done. We're looking at 5 committed foundations. This is going to hit and bring Tiger down to just 19. Yeah, 1.3 doesn't quite get there. We need a little bit more going on than that. I think Midnight might have to be putting her dukes up after this move. Oh, thank goodness we didn't try to go the distance there. Yo, the successful results coming in. I love this card. I've seen Broberg, obviously, the Midnight champion, the Midnight God himself of the HLC. I've seen him preach a lot about successful results.
Successful results, like in Midnight, just because you're trading out momentum for another use of her ability. That's what you're getting out of it. And
yes,
it could just, that's all. You can live on that. You're just like, all right, I'm just going to trade these 2 momentum for 2 more activations. If you try to go on a long string, good luck.
Yeah, when your character says your whole stage is specialist of sounds, a foundation that readies itself is a specialist of sound that readies itself. That's pretty darn good, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a definite successful is like the definition of a handy card, but it does get some midnight juices, some real value out of it.
So he's starting. So right now, this is where the jolts really start to pressure. Is
Oh yeah,
when you can get a little bit of speed. You know, like yeah, I know Joel has its EX, which is solid, but when you're just like free pressing the speed onto it, and you're like, okay, I don't block this. I'll take 6, or I block this and have to overextend for that block to take 1. They're still getting the draw, and if you're getting the draw, that's just like, oh, this can add up.
yeah. It's gonna be extremely relevant, right? One of the things we talk about juicing value out of a card, right? Tiger with Electric Jolt is just the match made in heaven. Here's my guaranteed damage. Here's my cantrip. I'm gonna draw my cards. Also, we didn't use call in for backup, and that scares me. That frightens me. We did not snap use call in for backup, and that really frightens me.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen here. We're just, I think we're just in the we have to block. Like we've already committed to the blocking this. It feels like that's where we're at here. It's.
Yeah, Midnight's got like huge, massive, absolutely massive. Midnight's got really big really big illusions going on here when it comes to the defense, because like basically what happens here is we got 2 cards in hand, right? But we're packing a chivalrous competitor and a struggling with studies on board, which says we actually get like 4 potential blocks, and we only have 3 ready foundations. But if those all represent like -2 or -3 speed, we more so have like 7, 8, 9 ready foundations. The ability to analyze Midnight's board state right now based on how her character and her cards interact with it is what can make or break Tiger's position in this game right now. The ability to look at that board and think, oh man, she's wide open to any of my moves. In actuality, maybe not quite as much.
All right, so all right, so minus 2 to that check, so we're tapping down a bit for it. Oh, here we go. Now we're gonna see math.
Yeah, we're gonna see mega math here. We've left, I think, a fusion and an ice gliding up, right? So we can put 3 speed onto it. We have 2 momentum, I believe, right? So yeah, it is time to math here, right? So we get to say it starts out at 3. We can put 6 on it.
Yep.
Oh, but we could also swap it at some point and ruin all this math. We could also swap it at some point and change everything.
And also there's the situation of if he doesn't have the low block, we might be activating that Chivas to draw a card.
It is extremely possible. And we're going to have Midnight at some point come in for this -3. Beautiful. But actually, this -3 is going to be -2 because we can respond with Reciprocal Burst for +1 speed because our rival committed a foundation.
That's true.
Oh, did we do it, though? I think we didn't do it.
I don't think so. I think we're...
No, I think we did. I think we evened it out, basically, right? Because we had +2 speed on it, -3 +1, so the dice is just not there anymore. Now the ice setting is going to come in for another +1 here. Tiger gets to respond when something modifies the speed twice. So that's where our 2 damages come from, I believe. And then now we can, let's see, we can EX it to 7 speed, right? And then use our other momentum to give it enough damage to be lethal.
It looks like that's the line we're doing here.
And if we go to block, it would be on a 7, 8, 9. We've only got 2 ready things. I think this might be a very, very fatal Reciprocal Burst right now. I think all of the math has come in to close this game out.
I'm looking here. It's like I don't know if there's a line that can stop this. Like, oh
nope. Yeah, because we get to give it's currently 7 damage. We get to give it 4 damage, which just brings it to some lethal properties. 11 to the 10 health of Midnight. Man, that proper check was the big moment here because we really, really needed that damage from our foundations remaining up. What an absolutely crazy tight line. Yep. There it goes. Yep. Midnight says I don't possess the plus ultra. It's simply not in my hand.
Yep, just closes it and just closes that. And Tiger just closes everything out here.
Yeah, man, what a crazy intense line there. On paper, I wonder, do you think that's like theoretically a good or bad matchup for Midnight? Because I feel like Tiger can counteract what she's doing really well, but at the same time, you got to think about the almighty equalizer that is somnambulism.
Yeah, like so Somnambulism posts in games like on the average, a Midnight's gonna have that in the sideboard. And Somnambulism is one of those cards that like it can get the board, you can use it. It's a great lead. You're gonna get the character tapped and committed. It stops the swap, speed and damage swap. But then can you follow it up?
Yeah,
That's the always the thing with Somnambulism. They kind of like really is kind of shaky to me. Like because you're boarding in a two check
yeah,
to hope to control the character. But if you don't draw at least one good follow up attack to it, you're just like, all right, I played an attack, I did some stuff, and nothing. And it didn't pan out. Like Chris discarded four cards to midnight and just and drew four dead cards and had to build out from it. And it's like,
yeah.
man, that's a tough line. You have to be like, I think I have the line if the deck produces. And in that
Yeah.
situation, it didn't.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of things coming together, right? Because not only did we, draw the dead cards, right? I mean, you saw the ice storm that we blocked with, right? We did have an attack after that. The issue is we had like no foundations left because we checked poorly on the somnambulism, and our build was so poor at that point because of checking the somnambulisms, right? So, I mean, as everyone in the game will tell you, the two check giveth and the two check taketh. I think that it
Sure
truly
does.
could have been anyone's game. We just ended up seeing a lot of intense back and forth, and the stats, as they usually do, did wind up in Tiger's favor. Man, what a cool matchup, right?
Yeah.
Two cats, as you might say, that are just at an absolute war with stats back and forth. That one was a blast to watch. I'm really glad that we could at least squeeze in one of the games for all of you lovely viewers at home.
Agreed. Like we got to catch at least something for that match because we saw that match come up on the list and we're like, that's a good one
I was so
because
ready.
yeah, I know, so ready for it. It's just like, all right, can we get there? Can we get this match on? Can we get something on this match? And we got to at least cover one game, which was good.
Yep. And
'Cause
speaking of covering games, guys, we are nearing the top of the hour here. So we do got to get a move on so we can get a nice round two lined up for you guys on time. This time, I promise we will be back with an awesome round, and you guys are going to see at the very least two fantastic games going forward. So please don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. Thanks.
All right, everyone, welcome back for round two coverage of the Oceania RLE. I am joined this round by Sam Tate, or Ace Maneuvers. How are we doing today, Sam?
I am feeling awesome today, Jesse. I was so excited. I was in the chat watching that last round between Tiger and Midnight, two decks. They're going to duel over speed. But now we've got two decks that are doing something completely different, I would say.
Yeah, we have this round. We have Recovery Girl versus Dabi 2. Now, these decks are like on the spectrum different from each other. But I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Dabi is known for being maybe the fastest deck, one of the most focused on offense decks with that blazing speed, those rapid fire actions coming at you. And then Recovery Girl, of course, is a deck that people have been known to not even want to play in timed rounds. So this will be super, super interesting. This could either be incredibly fast or an overtime, moment of magic in the making.
That's true. I mean, there is that line of existence can happen here where Recovery Girl could just, do Recovery Girl things. Like we could see I'm going to gain life for days and you have to play through me. Or, even the I'm going to block for days. I'm going to control you for days. And then I'm just going to start playing all my attacks are throws and wish you good luck.
Yeah, and we can see here that Dabi is on the fire symbol. And one of the keys to victory typically for one of these matchups against a heavy wall deck, I would say, is usually that irrefutable force of nature. However, we're seeing, what is that, the life symbol, looking at it with that release. We've got encouraging training partners. So this is going to be Life Recovery Girl. Both players building 4 foundations, but of course, Recovery Girl, every time she takes damage, she has that response to build a foundation from her staging area. able to, make up for that 5 hand size. But 30 health is not a tough number for Dabi to deal.
That is true. The one thing going on with this matchup is Recovery Girl has that like that first the form. Like if they take any type of damage, and if you don't follow up from it, if you get like a turn where like, oh, I dealt 10 to you, and Recovery Girl's like, all right, I'm gonna gain 2, and I'll build out, protect myself. And if you brick the next turn, they just go like, I'm gonna gain 2 again. Now you've lost half of that forward momentum towards trying to win that match. That's the one thing Recovery Girl can do, especially on life with there's just so many good options for just building life out. Like there's what we got, passing the torch in that yard right now. We have the Deku Foundation that when you build it, you gain 2. I can't remember the name of that card for the life of me at the moment.
Rigorous Training. Rigorous Training is maybe the MVP of every Recovery Girl deck I've ever seen, giving that retroactive, damage negation is super, super important. And an interesting start off for Dabi here. We're going to see an Ice Storm, but we get the calling for backup to also draw a card. So maybe just a sweet little poke turn, not necessarily a character that you want to poke, but you got to deal some damage at some point. What better time than turn 2?
Exactly. Like we're just trying to set up anything possible here.
Ooh. Yeah, and for Dabi, getting that removed from game pile started up early can be really beneficial for cards like Firestarter, right? It's going to be really interesting to see, I think, how far this hand goes, because Recovery Girl doesn't want to give up too much ground early on, but you do like to be taking some damage, and you see it right there. There's that Rigorous Training. So effectively taking 5 overall.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely the start here we're going to see. It's like, yep, we're just getting that poke in. We're getting a momentum where like we want to try to build it to do a good new finish. Oh, there's the Ignite. That's another card with Dabi, a new card that came with Dabi's kit of the Destroy for plus, like committed to pass 1 check, Destroy for +1 to another check. It pushes your string out so much deeper. Like this foundation line on the board right now, in the stage right now for Dabi is everything you want. You want Press Conference, just another card of like, I get a little bit deeper into playing more attacks or more foundations or just wanting to get a setup here.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing like how hyper-focused that Dabi deck is, right? Dig deep, play as many cards as possible, but we didn't quite have the hand ready to go on turn 2. Get a couple more foundations. Irrefutable is going to be paramount to this matchup, because obviously Recovery Girl wants to build in powerful effects from that stage, and Irrefutable can seal them. But Back Alley Haymaker coming out for Recovery Girl. Checking, I want to point out the Ruthless Mockery. This is a very, very interesting card that I think is going to help out Recovery Girl in the future a lot. It's a card where when you block with it, you get to respond, give -2 damage to everything for the rest of the turn. Super, super powerful interaction. And now we see the build out for the rest of the turn. Just a little poke back and forth to get us started.
Yeah. Ruthless Mockery is one of those cards that can just, like, it just ends turns sometimes. You're just like, well, all my attacks are -2, and it just kills your math. That's what it really does. Like, I've seen that card played as a block, and you're just like, all right, my math does not get you to lethal. I have to back off from, I thought I had this game locked, to nothing. To like, all right, we're going to back off to another turn.
Yeah, and it's doubly punishing when your rival's going to get to build foundations, get something out of every attack that you play. But Dabi back on the offense, mulling over these decisions, seeing can we get there. With latent skill down, it's very easy to, I would say, bait yourself into taking risks, into starting an attack turn, because, hey, how many times have you drawn 2 attacks off of a latent skill?
Way too many times.
Way too many times is the correct answer. It is actually insane how many times I have just filtered out foundations I don't want for hopefully better block zones, and I just rip lethal. And so, this is not a good start, though.
It's not a good start, but the thing is, we're launching the giant ice wall here. And the one thing that is common with all the attacks we've seen so far is everything's ranged. So this Ice Wall and Denny attack plus the pitching of the momentum for Ice Wall's ability, that's a stun 4. That can start start clearing the way here for something big at the end of the chain.
Yeah, and I gotta say, as the game goes on, those stun effects are probably going to be less and less effective, right? Because not only are we going to have something like Precious Lesson to replace that foundation, but we've got Release, which can make use of these committed foundations, and Recovery Girl is going to rebuild foundation. So no matter what, it's almost impossible to completely stun Recovery Girl out for an entire attack line, unless every single thing has stun on it.
And the other thing you have to remember is he has the release, and he could do I think we're seeing it right here, the willy-nilly, I'm going to pop trade for release, take the damage, rebuild this game 2 back. And the release is just there. You do have to block. It's like, I'm just going to activate this release because it saves over doing Recovery Girl's ability of destroying 2 foundations to give to on say his turn. All right, this attack. My attack has throw, but I blew up 2 foundations to rebuild 1. And now you're trading 1 out to 1 back in. And that's a very Recovery Girl play.
Yeah, what's really interesting right now is we've basically only seen speed hate, like blocking aids in Recovery Girl's stage, when normally what you want to have is you want to have that damage reduction. One of the things I'm really excited to see if we get from this matchup is the asset Young Heroes. From the set 4 League of Villains, that asset has been massive when I play Muscular, when I play other 5-hand-sized characters on those symbols, to reduce the amount of damage I'm taking with cards I don't want to block with anyways. And so that could be absolutely huge when it comes to dealing with cards like Powerful and things like that. But I think we're going to get we got the Enhance from Giant Ice Wall. So our next attack is going to get stunned too, but we're going to have to fight through a breaker block to do so.
Naval Laser is it's kind of come down out of people's list, on a lot of its symbols, but it's still a Breaker 2 block, and Breaker 2 could just end turns still.
Yeah, I think offensively it might be the weaker of the Breaker 2s that we've seen in this matchup, right? Compared to Ice Storm, that's been an absolute workhorse as a kill condition, as a deadlock threat, as just a random attack that you can't block because you only have attacks in your hand on turn 2. Checking a 1 on Twisting Azure Inferno. This card was majorly hyped up on its release, but it doesn't look so great when you're going to have to commit 4 foundations for it.
Oh, that's a tough hit. That card is really gone from it was definitely riding high through the national season. It's rolled through the HLC, seen some play, and it's more decks, more things that it can build with. That's what we're seeing out of this. This is just free. Dabi too. It's just all right, my ability's turned on. Let's go. No, you don't have to jump through a hoop of playing an action to get it going. You don't have to play Dabi 1 and get the first and activate your ability on the first attack. You're just here we go.
Yeah, and we're going to see the seal coming down onto Lost in Thought, which does have the water symbol, so we only have to commit 1 foundation for that. Now, I feel like we're going to have to be using our press conferences and our Ignite if we want to get anything more out of this turn, but I got to say, dealing 22 damage on effectively 1 foundation is a pretty tall order.
Yeah, this is I have to chunk you this turn to have any chance to possibly get you on a later turn.
Yeah,
but and then also there's the possibility that recovery. We've always seen a back alley and a laser. We don't know what else this Recovery Girl that could be doing. It could just finish the game somehow.
Ooh, now this is a big reason that I consider Dabi to be a massive threat in this format, and I think the major reason to play the fire symbol, capture evildoers, comes down as one of the attacks you can, or one of the actions I should say, you can enhance with during Twisting Azure Inferno, regardless of if it has any effect, right? At the worst, during this attack, it's +2 damage from hand, which is, a pretty good rate from foundations we've seen. But on top of that, the momentum control. Momentum is at a premium in this format, and Dabi can have that on demand whenever he needs it, as long as he's got an action to cycle away.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's one that's, capture evildoers can just answer so much here. Ooh, that's a hefty attack there. We got the
you know what those two attacks have in common, though?
They draw cards.
They're both breaker blocks.
That's true.
This is another breaker 1 coming down, so we're going to cancel out the +1 to the check, and we didn't use that press conference. So now, even if we check a 5, we'll probably have to commit press conference. I got to say, I called it out earlier, Jesse. I think we were going to have to need that to push on forward, right? And now we're really probably going to regret that if we wanted to attack at least one more time. Ooh. Another attack check. So probably good that we didn't try to attack again, even if we had used press conference.
So now we got a second press conference up. We got a fire starter on the board, which fire starter may come into play. We might, like with Recovery Girl, can have a thing where balancing your in and out of deadlock we can get to that level where Recovery Girl, like fire starter's deadlock can start getting in there where you're like, all right, that's +1/+1, and that can start pressuring a little bit where Recovery Girl has to be careful of like not overbuilding and not activating her response enough to go back into deadlock quickly.
Yeah, it looks like I was mistaken earlier too. It looks like we didn't activate the bonus done from momentum from Ice Wall. It's just the sleeves are blending in so much with the University's Academy mat. I think we have 2 momentum, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I do see 2.
Yeah, so it looks like we actually do still have that momentum from earlier, which could be a huge deal.
Look at that casual build 5. Just a casual build 5 foundation. So it's like, yep.
No cards in hand and no passing the torch in stage. But if we take damage one time, we can probably build some card draw from our discard pile.
There is a torch in the discard currently. That is definitely a thing. And we are at 1, 2, 3. We're at 11 right now.
Interestingly enough, though, Irrefutable can deal with it. It can remove itself to seal a passing the torch. So this could still be pretty risky. It's a pretty I would say it's an aggressively defensive play, right? It's an aggressive defensive play where you're really gambling on trying to get out ahead on resources now and thinking that you can survive at least one more turn. And so far Dabi hasn't done too bad, considering the checks at least, at chipping away at that life total. But 24 now. We have to deal 24.
And the other remember the other thing about Dabi is this is probably the deck count of this Dabi, that like he's already removed 10 cards. He's cycled essentially at this moment. You gotta remember that like that's a clock that could come into play quickly. Where like you might be able to do 1 or 2 solid attack turns, and then you're like, I have no deck left, and you just ran out.
Look good.
Yeah,
this looks really bad. It looks like Matt is asking, what deadlock does Recovery Girl have on stage? And I got to spoil it for you. Terrifying Injuries deadlock is pretty strong. It just removes a foundation from the game. It is a 1 difficulty foundation that can deadlock flip itself, I believe, to just remove a rival foundation from the game completely. And then he also pointed to the Trey Sheet Cape, which is incredibly powerful deadlock to allow you to recycle ranged attacks from your card pool back to your hand, which Recovery Girl likes to play some pretty big ranged attacks like Cannon Blast. So it'll be interesting to see if that comes out next turn.
Oh, definitely. This is starting to look like you're doing the math of like, do we just go to game 2? That is a situation like if you're playing an aggro deck like Dabi, if the wall is up and you don't see a path out of it immediately, sometimes you just call it, let's go to game 2, and that happens in these situations. And that's something that you have to evaluate. You got to evaluate what your hand is, what you've done, what can you do.
Yeah, we're already more than 15 minutes into this match, right? And that's not the worst sign, but once you get over a third of the round, you got to imagine that you're going to need a third of the round to win another game. And I really don't think you can tease going into deadlock here against Recovery Girl. And that's really that's really like the hardest part, right? Is once you get up to 9 or 10 foundations, the game grinds to a halt. The game can no longer continue until we do all the math. We think of every deadlock. We have to, dot our I's and cross our T's because deadlock exists. So we can't just foolishly play one too many foundations. Similar to like fourth kind, right? Where you have to constantly keep track of that count and make sure you don't misplay into it. So it'll be super interesting to see if we build any foundations after this, because I think Dabi's at 9 already. Even if we destroy and ignite, we can't really add too much new to our board.
Yeah, that's the thing. It looks like Childress is trying to keep the lost in thought locked down, but he just like Tyner just goes, all right, I'm gonna terrifying injury and just like -3 speed this, and I have 4 health in you, so I'll draw a card. And he gets himself out of deadlock quickly.
Yeah, it's a very nice play. It's a very cool card. And, after our rivals asking about our deadlock, right, we're probably pretty sure they're not going to just jump right into it. And maybe we can even bait them into deadlock by using our 2 out of 3 of our deadlock threats that are currently on board. Either way, though, this is starting to look like it's getting out of Dabi's reach, right? When you're talking about those explosive Dabi turns, I mean, we haven't even seen. We got the momentum from Capture Evildoers. That's why we had the refund on momentum. That's what it was earlier. So
okay,
we have seen the Capture Evildoers come out and steal a momentum earlier, but we haven't seen any explosive cremation plays. We haven't seen anything like really get high into the damage numbers. Nothing getting pumped on speed. So far, it looks like we're just a string deck, right? We're looking to string together a bunch of slightly better statted attacks, and Recovery Girl has shut that down every time.
Yeah, that's the thing about like Recovery Girl. Sometimes just needs to like put the wall up, and it can be really hard to get up and over that wall in those situations. And that's what we're kind of seeing here. It's like, all right, the wall's going up. I'm going to try to start pushing you around, and like just the objective is just to stop them from like taking the least amount of damage to then respond with Recovery Girl to build your best foundation back in.
And let's not forget that Recovery Girl has offensive potential, right?
Oh,
Recovery Girl turns anything into a throw. And we now have a card like Carbo loading on board, which can just commit itself for 3 damage. It can commit any foundation for bonus damage. And that is absolutely nasty when you can put together just 2 moves that are throws at like +6 damage, over the course of a turn. That's comparable to Dabi at that point.
Yeah. Let's see what the line here is. Like they're kind of going back and forth here, making some choice. It's kind of like we're putting the lineup of like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, Ruthless Mockery is going to come out and block on a 4. We're going to commit our Sealed Foundation, of course. Or sorry, I guess it's on a 5. Oh, the 1 speed. It's still 1 speed. I thought that was an ice wall at first. It's still 1 speed. So Ruthless Mockery is going to reduce the damage by 2 before the calculation, right? So this will be a 7 damage Ice Storm that gets blocked for half. We take 4. We get to build in that Passing the Torch to refill our hand. But if Dabi wants to, we can seal it with Irrefutable. But Recovery Girl will just, blow it up for -1 damage and rebuild it anyways, right?
Yep. We're in that situation where like he has a lot of like, oh, you want to seal something? All right, I'm just gonna use my self-sacrifice or my release, and I'll get it back after your next attack. And it's just all about now. We're just in mitigation mode where it's like that. This, like I said, like Childress is probably having to now think, all right, all my attacks are -2. What are we actually throwing these attacks damage at? And there's the first cycle.
Yeah, this is the first.
Like, he doesn't have a lot of cards to discard. Like I guarantee he's gonna cycle here, and he's gonna have under 15 cards, I think, in his deck.
Yeah, this is the first actual cycle, but we got to imagine that there's already at least 10 cards removed from games. Starting off with 3 attacks, 4 or 5 attacks, half attacks on the cycle can't feel great unless we already have a bunch of attacks in our hand. And we were trying to string out and check good, but we've already started to build. I think at this point, you have every excuse in the world, every right to just scoop and go to game 2 as Dabi.
Yep.
This is, I mean, so Dabi, what throw hate does Dabi have on the fire symbol, Jesse? Is there anything that could even protect you from just two giant throws that come down? And if so, would it have to be in our staging area already?
Well, Fire did gain a card from the Plus Ultra 4. It gained Red Guard.
Ooh.
Which that's really the only throw hate I can think of that Fire is going to be like, hey, I have this to get
There's
me
no
out.
way he's running. There's no way he's got heroic clash right in the main board. There's just that
No,
would be wild.
Yeah. Like I don't expect we didn't see any red guards in any of the Dabi ability or from the cycle. This seems to be heavy range. If he has throw hate, it's gonna come out of the board, if anything.
Yeah, and that is exactly the card I was looking for, right? That's what I was fishing for from you. Is I think Red Guard is one of the more important but less talked about cards added to the card pool with these new Plus Ultra Pack cards. You know, it's a breaker block for these symbols. It's a low difficulty attack that Dabi can put oodles of damage on. It's technically overstated. It's a 3 difficulty that if you flip one foundation is a 4/4. Like, it could absolutely be the thing that Dabi needs in a matchup like this. It helps your long string offense and it helps protect you against throws. But if we don't have those main boarded, it's not a ranged attack. We're probably done for this game.
Yeah, here comes the command pit, the pigeons coming in. He pumped it with Carbo. He's made it a throw. And we just rebuilt the Wild Wild Pussycats that we activated at the first floor. It's like
Wild Pussycats has been a favorite of quite a few people I know, specifically with Command Pigeon Flock and any character that can destroy it for cost, because it is kind of like a free +1 hand size. It helps fill up your discard pile. That's the craziest part about it to me. Is there's so many of these life decks now that really want their discard pile to be full of options, and that's, you know, incredibly true for a deck like Recovery Hero.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we're gonna put 3 here and grab another Carbo, and like now we can find a way to just like you just destroy that Pussycats. All right, yep, we're just gonna put more of the wall up.
Yeah, we had already made it into a throw, so that cremation does completely block it, but we still take half damage. So down to 10, building fearlessly into Deadlock. I mean, we've already seen a couple Ice Storms used as pokes, and even with Ice Storm's Deadlock, having a card like Release out there and having damage reduction really kind of nerfs that game plan, I feel.
Yeah, you can't, and now he even has Bewildered in the stage, which is a card that probably I've only ever seen in Recovery Girl list. But if you try to string attacks, you're just gonna get nowhere with Bewildered.
You know, Recovery Girl is the only deck I have put Bewildered in. Now that you mention it, it's the only one.
I played Recovery Girl for a good batch of set 3 season, and I always played one Bewildered. Didn't matter if I was good or life, and you always found it when you needed it. You're just like, oh, I got it. Let's put it into play. And now your strings are like, all right, I block one attack, I take a little bit of damage for the next one, and now I just pop a flip for -3 damage, destroy it, rebuild it. Like you're just on the worst clock at that point.
Yeah, I mean, really, you're running out of cards to pump with. You're running out of cards to make checks with. At what point do you just start slamming every card in your hand, checking as fast as you can, basically passing in hands, right? Because we're going to run out of half of our timer in a losing effort. That's just not the game plan. That's not what you can be doing at these, high-level competitions. This is our first RLE. So obviously, Matt's going to have more chances in the future. And it certainly doesn't spell doom for your tournament in round 2. But you got to be aware of that clock. You can't let Recovery Girl get all this free time while you're sitting on 3 cards left in deck. This is the time to make snappy decisions, to basically play out your whole hand and see if you can get there.
Yeah. I actually think this is not like playing the Ignite Arrow here could be risky because how many attacks are left in deck? Like he could activate. He could like he could just like if you want to really speed this game, like Mark could just block this, and he could like end up milling 4 cards, and now he has like 4 less cards in deck to get somewhere with. Oh
yeah, and so here's another control check being made. It's good that we got the attack.
He has 1 card left in deck right now. There's just one, like that's a singular card in deck, and I think we're gonna start popping Ignites here to possibly survive cycle.
Yeah, just get more cards back for the cycle.
Yep.
Well, that and we've got Recovery Girl has been playing a lot of breaker blocks, so it might just be the move, even though destroying a ready foundation for +1 to a check can't possibly feel good. It might be the play you have to make if you want to be able to make control checks in the first place.
Yep. Like, but also like if that last card in like this here's what's gonna happen is he's gonna discard even if that's an attack, it's gonna discard it and he cycles. And then if it's not an attack, he's gotta once he cycles, he has to keep milling. So it's like this you could just mill out on this Ignite arrow if things go really south.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're not even going to use that enhance. I wouldn't be surprised either way, because I mean you still play Ignited Arrow to try and like replace itself, and that's technically better odds, especially if you do have an attack as your last card in deck. But I wouldn't be surprised if we're just going to try and send this as a vanilla 4 damage move to get something going. Are we using Dabi enhance? We are.
We are sure using the Dabi enhance.
And it was an attack. And it was an attack that cancels things like speed resets and damage reduction and card draw that puts more cards back in our discard pile. So Freezer Burn could have absolutely been the card that we wanted the most.
He has 1 card. That's it. He has 1 card left.
He actually just Dabi'd himself to death.
Yeah. Yep, that's the thing with Dabi is when you're playing like.
I'm sorry to cut you off. It jumped to my mind. Theoretically, is that even a cost that you could legally pay? Like clearly he cycled out, he scooped up. It's not like a controversial thing now, but like technically, is that even a thing you could initiate doing?
Well, you have to. So I think that's where you're trying to like you don't know like you go like okay you remove the 1 card. That triggers the cycle. The cycle occurs, and you just keep continuing trying to play because, and then you realize that cost once cost is played, and there's no cards left in deck, it just goes boom.
Right, because it's all happening during a pause. It's just very funny, right? Because it's technically the cost was never even successfully paid before the game ended.
Yep.
But it is the kind of thing where stuff can happen in between. From beginning to end. I remember in the very beginning there was a lot of confusion. One of the most common rules questions is how do you resolve the Tokoyami discard the top cards of your deck? And it is you mill what's left of your deck, cycle, then finish milling. And there had to be like a little bit of extra rules manicuring to make sure that was like copacetic and fully understood. But it is kind of funny to me that he decided to mill the card off the top, do the shuffle, and then go, look, man, I can't even pay this cost. You got it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's always a situation. It's like, because the thing is with these effects that go, the effects that go reveal, and then the effects that go discard. Like, we got to play those games to explain, like, well, I'm only revealing cards that exist off the top of my deck. The deck isn't technically at zero cards to cycle yet, compared to the ones where, like, all right, I have to discard for cost, went to no cards in deck. Now we cycle at that moment.
Yeah, so like the bad news is you only get to reveal the cards that are left in deck, but the good news is they don't go away. So resolving certain effects could be much better that way. I do want to point out though, if we were going to go through all that hassle to do all those ignites and then remove the card and then shuffle our deck, how much time did we waste?
Yeah.
How much time are we going to need if this ends up in a tie, right? And we were going for the win or something like that, or Recovery Girl gets to narrowly escape with like a 1-0 victory, you're going to be kicking yourself all day because you did silly little things like use ignites and pass priority when we could have saved like a solid 2 minutes at least.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's a situation that can come up way more than people think. Of the when you play when you're playing like aggressive decks like this, knowing when you just should scoop is a part of the process. And I think we're gonna see it with Dabi too, especially. People are gonna either play these really heavy decks that are like in the high 60s or the mid 60s for a card for deck size, just so they feel safe about activating that enhance. And then there's people like this match where like you're running that 50 to 55 card range, and you're just like, all right, I'm shooting from the hip, and we're gonna come in on 2 and 3 and hope it's good. And that's sometimes the line.
It's not something I've seen too often in the My Hero card game or the Universes card game, either one, because truly compared to many board state based games, you're not dead until you're dead. It's usually not over until it's over. But when you're going to lose to a condition like milling out, like milling yourself out, obviously you have a little bit more control over something like that. And that is something that you can recognize ahead of time and say, look, I don't need to spend all this time. I don't need to risk it. You know, you're not hoping that Recovery Girl bricks.
Yeah. So we just see, this is actually a really strong, like, if for the turn 1 setup for Dabi, so we have latent skill, we have
double calling for backup is huge.
Yeah, double calling for backup, press conference, and fire starter. Like, there's a line. And then look at this. I'm gonna build. You could build 5. I'm gonna build 5.
Yeah, I would be pretty surprised if we managed to turn to Recovery Girl at this point because of the double Bewildered and the double Precious Lesson. That was a really good build for Dabi, but it was also an incredibly stable build for Recovery Girl as well. So this one's going to be pretty dicey. I got to say, I think this is a really good matchup for Recovery Girl, everything I've seen.
Yeah.
Especially if Matt's going to continue to check 3s on basically every attack. That's, that's also kind of been the story. It would be derelict of our duties to not point out that Matt has had a rough time checking in this matchup as well.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely something that keeps happening here. And we're gonna start drawing some cards. Like we're gonna do the right line here. Let's build the pressure. Like I kind of expect. Okay, we're just gonna pop the release and build 2 foundations. Okay.
Pop itself. It's gonna come back.
Yep. Yeah. Pop itself, rebuild it, and I go from 5 foundations to 7 in the end of this line. Like
I dig it because at the risk of like a stun attack coming out, you would have to stun Bewildered or the Precious Lessons to get that sort of an activation going. So it's not a play you're going to see very often, but I really dig it here, especially with only 1 card in hand currently. You're probably only going to block once this turn. And so getting that extra foundation ramp in case you draw like the absolute nuts next turn, while still having Bewildered for damage reduction just makes a lot of sense.
That's true. I mean, it's also like there's just that line of like I said, the first 2 attacks, those can come on in, and then the next one where it's like, all right, we'll turn on the Bewildereds, -6, -6 speed or -6 damage, and now you're like, okay, what do I do now?
So it looks like we're just going to take 7 on the chin here and then rebuild that release. So effectively just getting free foundations off of Precious Lesson while still maintaining that really nice blocking ability. I think it's a little interesting to not build the Command Pigeon Flock or something more substantial if it does exist. We did check a lot of attacks on our first turn, but Friend of Animals can be built by Command Pigeon Flock, I should say.
5/6. All right, so there's a Frigid Heat Wave.
Oh, another attack check though.
Yep.
You use the press conference. I'm just going to say it. You start using the press conference early, pop it off early. I mean, I was expecting a breaker block on that one. I was expecting a breaker block on the mid to cancel out any bonus we got from that Azure Inferno. And while you might want to save those resources for like a bigger turn with with more foundations to let you attack on a deeper string, you also need to be able to make it count early before Recovery Girl has more resources too. This is the prime turn for a deck like Dabi.
Yep. All right, so Dabi is... So he has currently 5 range attacks in discard. And I think now we're having the argument of, do I call him for backup to pitch an attack here? Try to draw.
I was going to say, we didn't call him for backup immediately, which makes me think that we want to have the backup plan of discarding a ranged attack to possibly draw 2 more cards. But I believe...
he did just show a Freezer Bird into the Bewildereds.
Yeah.
That's some good pressure there. Oh, hi. Good old shield. Stop some damage here.
Big face shield coming in on a raw check there. Kind of dangerous, only because if we had checked a 3 on that, we would have had to commit one of our Bewildered or something like that. But if we do decide to play that Freezer Burn, we can cancel those Bewildereds, which I think is pretty cool. But does Bewildered count how many attacks are in your card pool or how many attacks you have played this turn? Because that Faith Shield could potentially be a little bit of a non-bow. It might count total cards.
So it's 3 or more attacks in their card pool.
Yeah. So we don't actually have Bewildered activated.
Yeah. So the Bewildered are not doing anything here at the moment.
I mean, I guess theoretically they could be activated and just do nothing. Yep. But yeah, Bewildered is actually not online because of that face shield response. That's incredibly interesting to me. But luckily, Freezer Burn, not the most threatening attack.
Yeah. I feel like this is going to be, I'm going to get you for another 7 right now. And the 7's going to, I'm going to have to be happy with that. Let's see what size that happen here. I'll take 7, and I think we're going to see that walk link come in.
Yeah, and now this is
nope. That I did not expect.
Yeah, so now this is the perfect time to pivot and build your whole hand and just say, Recovery Girl, you better draw the gas.
Yeah, building out an Excited for Blood. That's like Excited for Blood and Recovery Girl is just valuable. We're coming in here.
This is the easiest 1 damage I've ever taken as Recovery Girl in my life.
Yeah.
This is actually the easiest 1 damage of all time.
Yep. That's
if we had played these in a reverse order, right? The Freezer
I think because he pressed I feel like he didn't. He played the Freezer on the expectation that the Bewildereds were going to be active, and then when he played the Shield, like he'd already invested with the press conference, and I think maybe he should have backed. I think he should have backed off. Maybe.
Well, the other thing is the Freezer Burn ready to foundation to allow us to get to this point. So like maybe it's not possible to play it in the opposite order, but you got to have a heads up play, man. Dealing 1 damage to Recovery Girl, how good can that momentum possibly be on a later turn compared to giving her that foundation? If it's a momentum that wins you the game, obviously I'm going to look like a fool. But walking into double Bewildered, just adding that extra card, like we're completely tapped out. Recovery Girl can deal 19 damage on 2 attacks. I hate to spoil it for anyone at home, but she has enough foundations to just play double Cannon Blast, which is the 7 hand size killer of set 2 format.
I mean, I haven't seen a Cannon Blast though, but like we always saw half the deck in game 1, though. You gotta think about, like we've seen Meteor Showers, we have seen Command Pigeon Flock, and we've seen back alleys. Can you think of any other attacks we've seen? Like I think that's all. I've always seen those 3 to my knowledge.
I've only seen Gravity Lift, the Command Pigeons, and the Meteor Showers, and the Back Alley. I have to imagine I'm assuming a lot here, right? Because
Yeah.
we can't really spoil the whole deck list for people. We can only go by what we've seen on stream. And so that is something I really wish we could do, just dive deep into all the possible, potential threats that could come out from these decks. But, being able to Friend of Animals to pass this check, blow it up to make this attack a throw, and then rebuild, super strong right now. And then having that on-demand momentum to start looping Meteor Showers and they're all throws could be an absolutely nasty game plan.
Yeah, that could just be the line here. It's like, okay.
Luckily, Recovery Girl has no damage pump down. No carbo loadings yet. Nothing that's going to add a ton of damage, but we do have that Excited for Blood bringing us back up to a pretty healthy life total, I would say. It looks like it's 19-16 now.
That's what we're seeing here. Yeah, Excited for Blood is just like, it's just the value here. Like, oh, and look at that. Here's 2 more health.
Yeah.
And
another card draw because I managed to deal damage to you.
Yep. So I'm at 21. I have -3 speed draw. I have double -3 speed draw card. Like, whew. Like, this is like, it doesn't take much for Recovery Girl just to get to. I only have a few face ups, but they're all gonna do work. Let's see what Dabi can have, what Dabi can pull off here. Like, Dabi still has value. Like, it has the Fire Starter, which, that's a draw card. Like, it's a free draw. We've got the Ignite. We have the press conference. Like, it's time to just put this might be the next shot of, like, all right, I put pedal to the metal or I build out. And ooh, that's a pump up, double pump up.
So it's more ways to seal foundations, but it's based on our rival wanting to block on, actually blocking attacks. It does work defensively, but it costs you flipping another foundation, which we don't have many face-ups left. And I really feel like Dabi has one more turn to pop off, or this match is over.
Yeah, there's the we're cycling on turn 3. Like, here we go. It's like, how many attacks do we lose? 1, 2, 3,
and
4, 5 attacks on that cycle.
I mean, on top of that, even if you win this game, are you gonna have time to win another game? We're down to 17 minutes left in this round, under 17 minutes. It's not looking good for your boy Dabi too, a character who came out of the gates blazing with everyone behind this character, everyone afraid of this character, but all it takes is just 30 health.
Yep. 30 health and a wall. And I'm also noticing Mark is not gaining that, is not first, is kind of like, he seems to tunnel a little bit. Like, okay, so he did remember this time to Recovery Girl for the heal. Oh. The offensive laser to reflip some board. That's a strong play here.
Interesting. Oh yeah, we've seen the Muscle Buster, which he used for Breaker Block, which that's actually one of my favorite attacks from set 4. If you have a momentum, destroying a foundation to get 2 new cards feels pretty good. And if you got more health than your rival, it's only a 5 difficulty, which is kind of insane. It's mostly a sealed card, I think, but this Recovery Girl list could make great use of it, considering anything can be a throw, and we see those 2 destroyed foundations coming in. This is going to be at least an 8 damage throw. It's going to trigger our Excited for Blood. Everything's looking like it's Recovery Girl's game once again.
Yeah. Just pressuring with, like I said, pressure with the pokes and the damage. Like, all right, we're going to go for the block here.
Ooh, got a Breaker Block of our own from Dabi.
Yep, but still taking damage. That's your clock is still active here.
Yeah, and Recovery Girl's life just continues to go up. I gotta say, I'm a huge fan of the way this Recovery Girl deck is working out. It feels like Dabi has the potential. It has the gas to get there. We're just not checking well enough on our early turns. We're not drawing well enough on our middle turns. And then by the time we get to the late turns, we have too many face downs and not really a lot we can actually do with our moment. The stage is too big to stun it out. Putting it all into damage is not going to feel great unless Recovery Girl has literally no cards in hand. And now that we've got passing the torch, it's so tough. Even with the ability to seal these rival foundations, Recovery Girl just destroys them and rebuilds them.
Yeah, this is we finally saw another attack. We saw a dual Neo lunge get checked from Recovery Girl, which, all right, instant momentum. That could add up. That turned into something. But let's see what. Oh, we got the dude Deadlock Firestarter for +1/+1. Look at that.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna blow something up with release and then flip to replace it. So I'm gonna just chill out and Deadlock for a minute, but +1/+1 not super threatening to this life total.
No, if there was a couple of fire starters out, maybe we could be like, okay, we're gonna start doing something here, with just threatening off of those. But
if we had 3 fire starters, I think I would just never activate my character's damage pump.
No,
I would just rely on that. And
yeah,
I was gonna say, ironically, watch this be the time where Matt actually just has foundations on top of his deck. He removes 3 foundations from the game, and if this gets blocked, I wouldn't be surprised if we mill at least another 3 cards before we hit an attack.
Yeah, there's that. There's the math. The probability of that is definitely there.
Yeah. After checking almost exclusively attacks throughout that entire game, both games 1 and 2, milling out game 1, now choosing to still do the bonus damage here, and then we're just going down to almost no cards in deck. I don't if it's death by 1,000 cuts.
I feel like he's counting attacks right here. I feel like he just picked up that discard, counting up attacks, checking what's in from the roof from game and discard.
I don't think he can cycle.
Yeah.
I don't think he has enough cards in discard pile to actually cycle once.
Yeah. We're just drawing cards.
I mean, it didn't look like he had a ton of cards in discard pile, but I could be wrong. Yeah. I dig the pump up for more seal pressure and stuff, but it's just too little too late. We don't have the foundations to flip, and we don't have the cards to pump our moves to make them that threatening.
True. There's probably less than 5 cards in his deck right now. I saw him do the feeler, you just said the run across the count up.
Oh no. Well, I don't even think Dabi has 25 damage left in his deck.
Yeah.
Which I guess it's what? It actually has to be 23, 22. I don't think Dabi, with that -2 damage, I don't think Dabi has 22 damage left between.
And we're milling.
Oh, another attack that mills us. You hate to see it.
1, 2, 3. He doesn't have 10 cards in discard currently.
If Matt Childress can pull this off, I will take off all my hats to him. But I'm calling it now, Jesse. I think this is a second mill out victory.
Yeah, I think the Dabi just doesn't have I don't know if he has a he has to play an Ice Storm to he has to I think just play Ice Storm for powerful to he has to play this Ice Storm to discard his 3 momentum to just have a chance of getting another attack off.
And even then, it's just gonna be blocked on a 9 or something. It's we might be able to pop out. Now, do we do the deadlock first, or do we let this terrifying injury come down?
I mean, I think you activate the deadlock here just to
I have to.
Give you something.
Deadlock first.
Yeah. Let's not do a Tim Keefe and forget that deadlock.
Hey, he swears he would have lived through the deadlock anyways, but that is a long time ago.
I know.
I was not there for that game, but I am here for this absolutely
all right. There we go.
Assault on Dabi's deck count.
Yeah.
So it looks like we got the +2 speed as our first, but now we're reminding of the -2 damage. So even if this became something that we didn't want to block speed-wise, it's still, what, at most 11, 12? I mean, we could put it to 15 damage, I suppose. I don't think that's smart, but we could do that. Ooh, gotta get a steal on block.
All right.
Yeah, this one's tough.
I think we're gonna pop the. I feel like the Ignite's getting popped, and I feel like the Momentum's getting discarded.
Yeah, I really, you got to pop the Ignite, and you might as well use the press conference now, I feel.
I think there's one card in deck.
Yeah, I think there's one card in deck, and I think there's barely more than 10 in the discard pile. Yeah. I think we might actually be able to do a cycle now, but you're not going to get to Dabi enhance anymore.
Yeah.
Also, we have not once seen the Dabi enhance to remove an action from the game to pick up an action card.
That is really true.
No action fixing.
Yep. All right, so we're at 12 damage here.
Yep, and we could theoretically Dabi enhance to make this 15, but gosh, that can't be the right call.
I don't think that is. I feel like that Dabi enhance cannot occur. What do we do? What do we got here?
A Sugar Rush? No way. There's no world.
That is greed. If there's a Sugar Rush about to occur, that is greed.
There's no world where Sugar Rush comes down here, unless we're taking ourselves out for the second game in a row in style.
Yeah.
Right? We're taking it away from our rivals' hands. I mean, so far this has just been a breeze for Recovery Hero. Dabi has done all the work on both sides of the board. You know, it's been basically just build and block. Yep. I wish my matches and tournaments were like that.
You just activated Dabi. I think the writing's on the wall here. I think that's.
Yeah, I think he's just taking himself out. I think it's a funny haha meme clip that will. Yeah, that's his whole deck. Get a little cut.
7, 8, 9, 10, and attempt to pay cost.
And the Dabi, same thing as last time. Exactly one card in deck. The cycle 10, exactly one card left in deck. Back to back, both times. Matt Childress technically won this for Mark Tyner twice.
Yep.
Dabi technically won both games, but for the rival deck. So there you have it, guys. If you were afraid of Dabi 2 in the beginning, you have found the answer to this format. Just play Recovery Girl.
Yeah.
We did it in time, right? We managed to mill someone twice with only like 1 minute into the overtime clock. So obviously, this is a deck that could easily be played in time rounds.
That is true. Definitely is a strong possibility here. That match went about. It was either going to be the Dabi nukes you on 2, and a bad discard situation happens, or the Recovery just sets up, and now it's like, all right, you're against the wall. Good luck.
Right. We did not see an explosive turn 2 in either game from Dabi, and that's really what a deck like that is going to, live and die by, right? It's all about that early momentum. It's about having one big explosive turn, and I don't think Matt had like a 5-attack string that was even a potential, much less something he couldn't get to, but not even attempt. But,
we didn't get to see like a double Twisting Azure line happen.
Not once.
We would get the Ice Wall, but the Ice Wall plus the next attack just wasn't stun against Recovery Girl is so weak. It's just like, all right, these got committed. I'll blow these up. I'll bring one back, and it's hard to get on top of.
Yeah, targeted committal can be pretty good, but blank stun not so much. But we are in overtime, guys, so we're going to take a very quick break to make sure we're back on time for round 3. Let us know down in the chat below, what decks are you guys trying to watch? What do you want to see in future rounds? And maybe we can try to curate that for you. But Jesse and I are going to take a very quick break. I should be back with Levi for the next round, and we're going to bring you some more blazing MHA action here at the Oceanic Regionals. Don't go anywhere.
All right. Good evening, all of you villains out out there. I'm Levi Lalonde of Alliteration Gaming. Sam Tate is still on the mic with me from Ace Maneuvers, and it's time to head into this next round of the Oceanic Regional License Exam. And now, I was away for that last one, but a little birdie told me, Sam, that you and Jesse had a grinder to witness.
It was like watching a hamster run on a wheel until it was just too tired to continue living. Depending on who you are, right? There was a lot of interesting implications from that game, but I wouldn't say it delivered on the action that we were expecting from Dabi 2. Tell me, what kind of action can we expect from this next matchup?
Well, maybe not quite the hamster that is Matt Childress heading into this round, but we do have something very interesting going on. Things are about to get a little liquid, Mr. Sam Tate. We've got a water mirror match going on between Mineta 2, a fairly well-known entity, versus Selkie? Selkie?
Yeah, Selkie is not a deck that we've seen at top tables, at least not too often, not to my recollection. This is going to be the first Selkie game I've ever casted. So I'm really excited to see what it could bring out. Now, Selkie is, of course, keyword gated, right? It's keyword locked between kicks and slams. So you have to imagine you can kind of guess what attacks are going to be in this deck, but we did get some pretty nice slams. We got some pretty nice cards for Selkie to use with the new Echo keyword. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see an Echo keyword come out from this deck.
Yeah, I mean, Echo, being Selkie, face down cards don't count towards progressive. Mina 2 has that same type clause. Selkie has to be committed for it, but he commits himself, semantics. The point is, Echo attacks are premium stock with a character like this. And I mean, you say that, you can kind of expect what attacks might be coming. At the same time, though, what would you say off the bat your knowledge of kicks and slams on the water symbol is, right?
Yeah, it's gonna test your deck knowledge a little bit, but it's gonna be really tough, I think, for Mineta to feel good about that once per turn enhance, especially on the games going second, because Selkie just has to get one face down foundation and deal damage to get itself committed, right? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but Selkie only ignores, like you said, when committed. So if we never deal damage and we never just commit our character to pass a check, there's a chance that that those face downs really do add up.
Exactly. They're going to be playing an interesting dance here where Mineta might be scared to use his actual enhance, but at the same time, if Selkie is able to get that hit through that, that trademark Mineta 2 defense, he's going to start finding a lot of value as he gets to ignore all that progressive difficulty. It's going to be some really cool back and forth going on. I'm really eager to see what this Selkie list can put out here. We've already seen things like Acid Corrosion Breach and Ice Slide Tackle checked. Some really interesting things going on here. Acid Corrosion Breach to reset echo attacks while your character charges 2 free momentum like crazy. I'm seeing the gears connect here, Sam.
Yeah, and then on Mineta's side, we see a card you don't see too often, Sticky Ball Pitch, but similar to Ice Slide Tackle, when you block certain attacks with it, those attacks deal no damage. So even though it is a mid block, if you block a ranged attack with Sticky Ball Tackle, or Sticky Ball Toss, there's too many attacks.
Sticky ball pitch.
Yeah.
I
got confused with Toss Tackle, but Sticky Ball Pitch is always going to go to your momentum. So I feel like that should be a staple of Mineta 2 decks. And then on top of that, it gives you more blocking power, which is always a welcome addition.
It's definitely been, I think it's always that one last one on the cutting room floor for a lot of these Mineta decks. But looking at that absolute stack sitting on the mat right now, this is looking like a pretty chunky Mineta list. So it's possible that we do actually, have room to play some more of these niche attacks that don't usually make the cut.
Yeah, I noticed that a little bit earlier. I was hoping that deck was just double sleeved, but there is a chance that this is just a tower of a deck.
It's definitely looking like it. So I think we're going to see some really interesting cards possibly come out from this Mineta list. Ice Slide Tackle, another one checked right there. The one you were kind of just talking about. Between the Ice Slide Tackle and the Sticky Ball Pitch, we have a lot of ways to make sure that we can, cover our zones without actually covering our zones in a lot of interesting ways.
Yeah, the water symbol has so many neat little tricks, and it can pretty much be ready for anything in this format. You know, anything that can be interacted with, I'm pretty sure the water symbol can do. So having all these different options in your deck can be really tempting. But as your 5-hand size character, are you really going to see them all?
Yeah. So interestingly enough here, an interesting play that Selkie could have made here was as his first enhance, immediately flip one of his struggling with studies to get no ability off, but just to have a face down so that if Mineta's enhance comes in and we get to commit, it won't count towards progressive.
Yeah, that would be
That would be a really funny play.
That would definitely be something that like I'm down to try, right? That would be something I'd be looking for. Especially if I was willing to like commit my character again just to pass checks. But I feel like it's going to be pretty tough, sorry, for Selkie to really deal any damage here. We've got a Wild Cling on board. We've got tons of minus speed. And we even have a creepy realization. So even if you're ignoring those cards in the card pool, they might come back to bite you.
Right. And we did see the wall cling come in. So it looks like we don't have that perfect low block. We're going to have to start using a lot of these resources. The ice glidings are coming in as well. Now, as Mineta here, we have, right, this is a nice block here. It's a nice little breaker one going on. We do have one momentum, so we do have one Mineta enhanced, meaning one more block could be possible this turn. After that, we're going to be reliant wholly on creepy realization to protect us. So let's see if Selkie continues to go in here. You know, I can definitely see the strong desire to just try and get that hit in, try and get that commit, get that 2 momentum, really get your engine going. And then of course, start saying that your face downs don't count for going into Mineta's turn as well when he debuilds you.
I almost feel like you have to, right? Because Mineta has no cards in hand. They're going to draw a random card. So unless you're playing a mid attack, then I feel like you almost have to push because the downward frostbite buffs your next ranged or punch attack. But instead, we are going to build a foundation on a 4.
Yeah, it could just be that we don't have something that feels like it's going to be able to find value. I'm not sure what the lineup is. Maybe we don't have a punch or ranged. It's possible the deck isn't mono punches or ranged. You know, we've seen like a frog kick checked, right? You know, there's a lot of things that could be going on here.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to completely tap out against Mineta because while it is typically a slow, grindy, throw-based, chip damage kind of a deck, we've seen a lot of attacks that are not that, right? We've seen a lot of attacks that are just kind of decently statted and, 2 tongue whips kills a lot of characters.
It absolutely does. And even his throws, you have to respect a little bit, right? I mean, this is, Grape Rush, Mineta's trademark, 8 damage throw, stun 1, draw a card. Like, you still have to block this.
Yeah, this is the card that was probably carrying Mineta to the most when he first debuted. It was all about this card when I played the deck, right? It's stun, it's card draw, it's a throw, it's 8 freaking damage. Not too many attacks get up there for that, even as a 5 diff on face. So
it's
something
a
that
premium. It's a premium commodity. We're also seeing the sticky balls enhance flip to come in. Could be a little telling, right? Could be a little telling on how hard, Mineta might plan on going this turn. Could have a grip full of moves. We might be very, very fortunate that we didn't go for that attack on Selkie's turn.
Yeah, most commonly when I see that super early in a deck like this, it just means we drew a second copy. We're just going to play a second copy out of our hand, most likely.
Also completely possible.
But we're going to take this one, it looks like. We are marking down some health. We're checking our discard pile. If we just played 2 more tongue whips, that's like almost lethal just from these cards in card pool.
It certainly could be. But instead, we're going to see the Creeping Vine Eruption come in. Makes sense that we were fanning out that discard pile there, trying to check if we've got a Faith Shield sitting inside of it to pick up. The 3 here, though, is going to be a pretty rough check. It's gonna definitely ask us to commit a few of our nice resources.
Ooh, you know what I would love to see? I don't think it's going to happen, mind you, but you know what I would absolutely love to see, Levi?
What is that, Sam Tate?
Creepy realization for -2 damage to go pick up a Faith Shield.
That would be crazy.
that would be disrespectful is what it would be.
That would be really, really wild. That would be a pretty crazy play. Same time, though, how much do you even how much do you value finding face shield in this matchup, right? I mean, if it protects your zones, it protects your zones. There's the second sticky balls. Very, very heads up, Sam. But at the same time, if you do eventually let Selkie get that hit off, right, he's gonna say that thing you face shield that actually doesn't count. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it looks like we just decided to take the 5 there, and we took 8 from the Great Brush on the face. So I think we're at exactly half health from Selkie from just 2 attacks.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. I mean, it's basically what we just said, right? You know, your throws are still very, very reasonable amounts of damage. And now we've got 3 momentum. It's going to be really hard to break through.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. I mean, that's 3 free blocks as long as we're matching the zone from Mineta. But even on top of that, is that another wall clean?
It is, but it's actually quite sealed from Selkie's first form coming in. So we're gonna have a little bit less reliance on our stage to protect us. We might end up playing the block zone lottery a little bit. You know, we've seen most of the attacks that we've seen come out of Selkie: the frog kick, the frost spike, the slide tackle, the corrosion breach. It's a lot of lows. So we might end up heavily taxing Mineta on that zone. And he says, I'm afraid. He said, put that in. I'm first enhanced flip sticky balls. I am afraid.
Yeah, that's super interesting that, these do happen to all have Selkie keywords on the low zone pretty much. I'm a huge fan of Frog Kick. I'm a little surprised to see it in this deck, though.
Yeah, I think it's just simply that it's another low. It fits the tribal. It's got our keyword, and it just puts a lot of pressure, right? Frog Kick is one of those cards that's just so good because it tells you really don't want this to hit. You don't want to half block it. Give me your low block. Now my actual scary low attack can come in and kill you.
It feels pretty good with struggling with studies on defense. You know, high block, get to pick it up, ready something. But ouch, Faith Shield coming down.
Yeah, Face Shield it's gonna be a little frustrating here, but if we get to play another attack and get this hit in, now suddenly that doesn't even count towards progressive anymore, which could be very, very beneficial for us.
Yeah, well, if we can commit our character, right, it's currently counting towards progressive, and if we commit our character to pass this check, that would not surprise me one bit.
That could be a play that we go for. But it looks like we're really, really valuing that momentum. It is very, very possible. Maybe we've got a corrosion breach in hand. Maybe we've got a double trouble that we're really, really trying to get that, just to actually get that hit in and make sure that we can go ahead and acquire some of our momentum for obviously the very, very copious amounts of momentum that we have to use in this deck. But we're not gonna be able to do anything with this attack. Cheerleader's gonna come in and flash us right away.
Yeah, getting rid of potentially a deadlock stun 3 from this attack, because if my math is correct, I think we're at 11 foundations with Mineta.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we went from 12 to 11 even after using the cheerleader. So the downward frost spike, really, really good one to flash there. You don't really want to let stun 3 come in from the frost spike's deadlock enhance. However, we are going to let Selkie resolve here, committing, flipping it, and getting 2 free momentum. The texture of this turn is very, very different now, Sam.
Yeah, this is a super wild game. We've got the breaker half block from recovery time on a flash 4 damage move that now makes cards not count towards the progressive. And hey, here's the big payoff.
Yep, there's the one that we were saving all of that nice, or that we were desiring all that momentum for, and that's gonna be the double trouble coming in here. Again, we talked about how synergistic Selkie is with these echo moves. Even better to have a character that snaps momentum in while we do it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I talked about the keywords for Selkie. It pretty much only matters when you're trying to get your first attack or 2 to deal damage. After that, you're kind of free to just play whatever spends momentum the best, right? Not a very stat focused or enhance based character. So really cool to see all the different things you can do with a character that has no enhances, basically.
Yeah, this is such a cool deck. We're gonna, now that we've finally got that hit through, Selkie has committed himself. He has flopped onto his belly, right? The seal is on his belly, and now really you can see everything churning here. The double troubles are gonna come in. Selkie has fueled them all. We're gonna be echoing on very little progressive difficulty. If we can follow this up with like an acid corrosion breach or something, could be really, really big.
Yeah, acid corrosion breach would only be on a 7, and then it would add a card from the card pull back to your hand, right? I mean, that is such a really cool, I guess, mini loop. It's really just like a 2-card combo, but it can basically account for 5 attacks. Pretty sick.
It's pretty gnarly. So with the checking the 3 here is not great. The breaker 1's going to come in, and now we're going to be able to echo this bad boy. Checking it, checking the 3 is not fantastic here.
Definitely not the biggest fan of a 3 check.
Yeah. Now we're seeing it. Now we're seeing a really cool interaction come in here, right? Though, is that the echo is going to resolve first, and then breaker 1 resolves, meaning the breaker is actually going to be carried over into our next check here. Meaning we did not check a 2 on that one. We did check the normal printed 3.
Oh. Wait, say that one more time. The breaker is on the next card?
It should be, right? We resolve echo as turn player, right? We echo first, then they break.
Echo is on resolution, so you would still get the -1 to that check because breaker happens on block.
Oh, okay. Then we should be committing 1 more for this guy right here. We should be committing 1 more for this guy right here. So I think that's the impression that the players were under.
Well, yeah. So it was on a 5, and I believe we checked the 2 on that. That was my understanding.
Hmm.
Yeah, because Echo is after the attack resolves, you discard the momentum and then you play it again as your next form. And no matter when you respond, because you have to play it as your next form, that's always going to be after that breaker block.
Yes, you're right. No, yeah, you're right. So we should have 1 more thing committed right here after this double trouble. Hopefully our judge can go in and correct this game state real quick. But past that, we've got our double trouble flipping now. So again, just more and more of that nice Echo synergy. We've got 4 cards in our card pool, and 1 of them counts towards progressive difficulty.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much our card pool has been stuffed for a card like Creepy Realization, while we can still continue to play cards and pass checks. But I mean, we're kind of wide open. Mineta is not the most threatening deck offensively, but you're at a pretty small life total for someone who's going to have Creepy Realization and the potential to pump a bunch of damage onto throws.
Yeah, it does not feel fantastic. It does not feel fantastic. So let's see. Can you really afford to progress here? Only 1 progressive difficulty, but only 2 ready foundations. Does not feel great either way. Mineta's got a really, really big board. Mineta's got a really, 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 really big board here. So
yeah, I think that they included the breaker on the next one.
It looks like they did, which because of the checks, it resulted in the exact same way. But the way you described it is definitely correct, Sam. So all you viewers watching at home, make sure you take a little bit of note of that. The way it's being played right now is the inverse of what should happen.
Yeah, well, that was a very fast enhanced step.
Yeah. I mean, we definitely just got the poke in there, right? I mean, you play so many attacks, you have to desire to get some kind of a momentum, right? You got to desire to get something going. At the same time, though, Mineta, I mean, barely took a chip of damage, right? We're still at a hefty 24. Our Selkie players only got 2 cards in hand. Rescue completed is our only ready foundation. It's looking scary if Mineta can find some damage here. 13, as you said, with a creepy on board, it's just not hard to do.
Oh, and there's a throw.
Yeah, and more importantly, there's a stun 1 attack. We might not even get to block 1 thing now. Our rescue completed is immediately going away.
That is incredibly depressing. I'm not going to lie, Levi. That is very, very sad.
I mean, it's only a 2 speed, right? We could still block this. It's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Luckily we do have that face down foundation and we are committed, so it's not going to never mind. I guess we're going to. Oh, that was from Sticky Balls, right? Not from our stage. That was from our stage.
Yeah, that was the gotcha in our stage. Interesting that we didn't, yeah, as you said, bring in the face down, the one with no text.
I can see it because you'd rather ignore progressive on your kill turn, right? When you're trying to go for game. It's not anywhere near as important when you're completely tapped out trying to block a 2-speed throw. But this is much bigger than a 2-speed throw. It's
this kills uppercut. Us. Yeah, this just super kills us. Man. Yep. That was really, really unfortunate. That was, we definitely saw the very, very cool attack string from Selkie. I think we certainly saw everything that the deck wanted to do here. It's just unfortunate that we had to run it into such a tanky character like Mineta, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mineta pretty much had a special block for every occasion. It had wall cling blocks. It had face shield blocks. It had breaker blocks when it mattered the most to tap the opponent out, right? To commit all their foundations, just to pass checks even while ignoring the face downs in the card pool. Selkie just not getting a good start out of the blocks. Let's see what Selkie can do going first, though.
Yeah, I have faith. I'm ready to see more of this action here. And man, just look at that shuffle on Mineta's side. It's got to be what, 80 cards, Sam? Over under on 80, 85?
I'm choosing to believe it's a 55 card deck double sleeved. I'm going to tell myself they're playing a reasonable amount of cards, but I have seen every water players, don't get me started on water symbol players. They like to play every card on the symbol, no cap.
I mean, man, if there's a symbol that has such a beautiful card pool, it really is the water symbol. The water symbol gets to do so many things. It's easily one of the most treated symbols, right? One of the most treated symbols within the game right now. It's very, very tempting to play that big, 70 card deck.
Let's look at it, right? It's got damage reduction. It's got damage pump. It's got speed reduction. It's got speed pump. It's got card pool clogging. It's got ways to have cards to clear its own card pool. It's got anti-stun with multiple cards now. It's got anti-draw. How many symbols have anti-draw effects? It's got ways to flash your attacks. It's got zone changing. It's got 2 different flavors of Omni Block. It's got anti-combo. It's got sealing foundations. I mean, it has it's got stun. It's got the stun packages from set 1 and cards like Frozen. It does literally everything I can think of in this game.
Sam, I really appreciate that you said, don't get me started. And I said, okay. And then you started. But I'm here for it.
I didn't get started on the players. I got started on the symbol.
You said, don't get me started on the water symbol. And there was nothing I could do to not get you started on the water symbol.
It does everything, okay? It took everyone's identity. And I can almost guarantee at some point they were going to print Kirishima on the water symbol. And they may be rethinking it because of how many things the water symbol gets.
Tell me where the water symbol hurts you, Sam Tate. Tell me.
by taking Air's gimmick of clearing the card pool.
You know what? I as an air symbol stan, I can agree with that. But you're gonna have to get over your contrivances because we're seeing a whole lot of water symbol action. There's still a whole lot left of this round to witness. Hopefully, let's see how Selkie can position himself to possibly get some damage in this turn. If he can get a move through this turn, it's going to be really, really, really key.
Ooh, I like the choice to seal the tape instead of the sticky balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the block zone lottery, right? We kind of established that in game 1 when we did get damage through, it was just through getting these low attacks half blocked in.
Wait, so the only mid attack we saw, or the only non-low attack, I should say, from game 1 was that double trouble, was that echo attack, which I'm sure is supposed to come in when the rival is like exhausted on their blocks and you can use it to filter a bunch, but interesting choices here.
Yeah, that's definitely, the game plan of this deck is, get your kicker slam to hit, get your free momentum, echo them like crazy, throw in an acid corrosion breach maybe somewhere in there for like a big damage move. The 2 speed of the double trouble is really, really the only downside of it, but just getting that stun one twice, getting that filter twice on a 5 damage move, like you tax them of their cards in hand, it's just it's not threatening, but it's efficient, right? It's obnoxiously efficient.
Absolutely. And we now see the sticky balls come in. to clog the card pool. But if we do have a combo attack like another Ice Slide Tackle, it will still meet the combo requirement, which is kind of interesting.
Oh, that would be crazy.
It's not a face down card, so no matter what, it will count towards progressive.
Yeah, and it looks like I was really questioning if we had the face shield there, man, but it looks like we don't have that nice low block. We're going to get that flip, we're going to get that damage, we're going to get that commit, we're going to get that momentum. Everything that Selkie wanted to do right there. This was the pivotal turn to start thinking about how to get damage in and start getting our game plan going. It's very safe to build out from here. Ooh.
Maybe not.
It's okay. It's okay. It was only on a 3, right? Our face downs don't count.
Yeah, but it is radically different from game 1, right? Game 1, Mineta was just able to find those special blocks, deny any momentum, on any turn, really. It took so long for Selkie to get anything going at all. And now we're seeing turn 2, easy momentum.
Yeah, we've got our 2 momentum now. Now we can start leading with things like the double trouble, right? That's what's really big now. Is double trouble is like the one you want to lead with because it's your echo attack. You don't want to be playing it multiple times on progressive difficulty. So being able to lead with that is going to be really big here, or to lead with an acid corrosion breach. Immediately our plays are just a lot more open and free now that we've got that momentum. Definitely the biggest result of getting to go first, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is pretty easy momentum back, on the other side, but Selkie could also have Fate Shield, right? There's a lot of times where I'm going to get into it, but, the water symbol has the answers to the water symbol shenanigans.
That was kind of one of the biggest things about set 2's meta, right? When life and water were both so prevalent, and people thought that we were really going to enter the throw meta, and then Faith Shield came in, and then we realized, the best throw decks are the best Faith Shield decks, and we just entered this vicious cycle of life and water trying to, send in 0 gravity lifts and grasping tape tosses at each other and getting denied all the way back and forth. There it is, boys.
We have it.
Oh my goodness, the 3s though. The 3s cannot stop coming in for Selkie, man.
I gotta feel like so far, on stream, and one player has been pretty cursed as far as control checks goes.
Definitely hasn't felt fantastic. And now we're gonna see the Ice Slide Tackle come in. This is not gonna be comboing. This is also a great one to hold in hand. This is kind of just a matter of I really want to hit you, right?
Well, have we seen a high attack worth blocking from Selkie? We haven't, right? So this is going to do way better in our momentum than it ever will do in our hand.
It's certainly possible. It's certainly possible. We also have to get the hit in through, though, right? We do have to get that hit in through.
Yeah, it looks like the Ice Slide Tackle will come down to do a cool 5 damage, though. So things are going to be a little more even kiltered. We still got the life lead because we're 5 hand size, but we're going to have a momentum now. However, we didn't build very much, and Selkie gets to get rid of our best foundation every turn. Yikes.
Yeah, I think that tape is probably going to get immediately sealed. And we're getting some free Nezu once per game here. A little bit of Peaksies at Selkie's hand. I think I spotted an acid corrosion breach and an Ice Slide Tackle in there. This, if we draw double trouble, this could be a crazy turn, Sam.
True. That's what the deck seems like it's built to do. It's built to zone check you, exhaust you on worrying about trying to prevent damage. And then as soon as it gets momentum, just cash it in with amazing filter and synergy for that double trouble.
Yeah, and it looks like the seal on tape is coming in. We're going to continue to challenge the block zone lottery on Mineta here, and the downward frost spike is going to really put Mineta into a rough position, even if he's holding the singular low block, right? It's like, do you want to use it here, or do you want to save it for the next one coming in with 3 damage? But then if you half block this one, he's going to immediately get that flip and that free momentum, and then, oh my goodness, who knows what could happen with 4 momentum.
What's super interesting to me, Levi?
What's that?
How many foundations did we build last turn?
Last turn, just the one, right? Just the irrefutable?
Yeah. What block zone is that?
It sure is a low block.
Are we going to regret that? And does that also tell that this has to be 2 attacks in our hand, right? Because surely we wouldn't build our low block versus the almost exclusively low Selkie.
It's possible. It's also possible that, we just haven't picked up on that yet, right? We haven't kind of realized what this Selkie deck is doing. We have the luxury of being outside the game here with nothing else to think about, and this bird's eye global omnipotent view that we can kind of pick up what's going on with this deck. But if Mineta has not been, as fast on the uptake there, yeah, you're totally right, Sam. It could be very punishing, could lead to a lot of regrets. And you can kind of tell from the posture right now too. It almost feels like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a different ball game being in the hot seat versus getting to sit back, relax, and in between decisions, just look at the board, because you got to look at your hand, you got to look at your discard pile, et cetera, et cetera. We have the luxury of just kind of getting to look at what's in play and trying to guess base our guesses on what's just in the field, in the stage.
Yep. And so there's going to be a little bit of a give and a take here, right? We use Mineta to zero it out and draw a card. We're going to get the breaker 2 block off, but we are going to take that 2, which means Selkie's going to get to commit, flip it, and charge 2 momentum. We now have no progressive difficulty and 4 momentum. We're going to have to fight through a breaker 2 here, but I mean, you could almost think about it as the breaker 2 didn't even happen, because we have 2 progressive difficulty cards that no longer do anything to us.
Yep. It's still not looking great, right? We get the momentum, but it's always something from this Mineta deck. It's playing like every special block that you possibly can.
Ooh. So we're finally seeing the Acid Corrosion Breach come in on a 5, checking a 3. We've got to commit our 2, but man, this is going to be a tough one to deal with. Being able to shove one of our momentum into our pool, it's going to now be a 5 low for 8. We might not get to block anymore with no more Mineta. It comes in with another 3 because of the downward frost spike. So this is now an 11 damage move.
It's pretty big. I mean, we could put what, minus 4 damage onto this.
Yeah, looks like the -4 is going to be coming in. Now that that's out of the way, we get to use Acid's own enhance to go ahead and shove 1 more in and grab anything. So we could grab the downward frostbite again for even more chaining, or maybe one of those random ones that came in could be good, right? Our momentum is all random right now, so there could be a goodie in there. Ooh, take the 7 respond recovery time.
Okay. I mean, Mineta's always got something, right? We saw Recovery Girl was able to just kind of sit around and do nothing and get paid for it. This is a deck that has so many like working little pieces. I like it. It's just sad that like it's a byproduct of the water symbol being able to play 90 something cards and they're all good.
It really, really, really is. And so Selkie says we're happy with that damage on board. Let's put another card draw piece on board, hold some more nice attacks in our hand, and get ourselves ready for next turn. Also, now that Acid Corrosion Breach is in the momentum, things are going to start getting a little loco the second we find 1 more, and we can start Acid Corrosion Breach, add that one to the pool, pick it up, and start looping them back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, if only we had a way to flip Acid Corrosion Breach more than once per turn. You could probably get like a full infinite kind of going.
It can definitely get a little out of hand. It can definitely get a little out of hand.
Like if you mistakenly Faith Shield an Acid Corrosion Breach.
Oh my goodness! You could immediately realize your mistake.
Yeah, like Selkie gets to flip 1 when it deals, and then a Faith Shield accidentally flips 1, and you just like eat an additional Acid Corrosion Breach.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Grasping Tape Toss. This is basically what we saw. Not really seal the game last time, but it did its job, right? It comes in, it's a stun 1 throw. It is a workhorse of this archetype.
Yeah, I mean it's a throw, right? It's a throw in a Mineta 2 deck. What more could there possibly be to say about that? This is going to guarantee us damage, guarantee our momentum, and just make sure that we can survive through our rivals' next turns coming up.
And it means that you can't really build to deadlock to overcome the card pool clog safely. And then on top of that, it kind of warrants a block. I mean, it was a lot more prevalent, I think, in set 1 with the if you don't block this, I get to target commit 1. I think a lot of decks now have more card draw than they had back then. But still, if it's the start of a legitimate string, it's incredibly annoying that you have to block this.
It's a pain in the butt for sure, and that's one of the things that makes fighting the water symbol so hard. I'm not sure if you listed it in your rant, Sam, but it's also just a symbol with one of the best deadlocks in the game, right? Like, it's so hard to build to mass quantity versus water, because you start getting hit with things like Ice Storm and Grasping Tape Toss and first villain encounter and all of these very, very unfair elements.
Yeah, I mean, it's great at staying out of deadlock. It's great at playing against deadlock. It really does have a little bit of something for everybody, and that's not a bad thing overall. It's just I want the air symbol to have more thing. Oh, another throw.
Yeah, and it looks like we opted to fail the block on that one, taking the full hit, and now our tape is going to get very, very committed. Probably the right call, since no, I guess the speed is a little irrelevant, because we're gonna have to minus our own speed anyway on this, right? To turn the throw part online. Do you think Mineta will tape his own attack here?
I could see it going either way, right? I mean, it's effectively a 5 speed right now for 6, compared to being a 3 speed for 8 that gets blocked and deals 4. I don't know. I think I'm gonna. I think I like it being a throw, but making it so it's actually faith shieldable is also kind of sus.
Yeah, because you'd bring it down to a 2. You could block on a 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it does not seem like a worthy venture, especially when at the 4 speed right now you need a one mid and check a 5.
Ooh. Checks the faith shield instead of blocking with it, so still gonna take damage because this is a mid attack. Unfortunately, it's not a high attack.
Yeah. Mineta opts to do the tape his own move. He said, "Hey, look, you're gonna seal it anyway. I'll just tape my own attack." He said, "I know it's getting
right."
sealed.
And now we're gonna see a different option for that seal. It is nice to have multiple threats that your opponent has to answer, right? I mean, so many times people complain that there's an answer to a card, but as soon as you have 2 copies, they need 2 answers, and that gets exponential into that arms race that we are so familiar with as card gamers.
Yeah, and it looks like, did we not first form? Oh, we're building. Okay, we're building.
Yeah, the how do you describe it? It's not a handshake because that's something 2 people do, but just the fist pumps, of anger because we didn't get to keep up the pressure. We have all this momentum and nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we had to give up a bunch of our attacks through our blocks that turn. Does not feel fantastic, but at the same time, it's an interesting duality because Mineta is not a deck that you feel like threatened by all the time. But at the same time, there's just always that chance that a random tongue whip comes out, a random cheerful uppercut comes out, and your 12 health that you feel okay through your throws is suddenly just no more. Is that a low blow? Oh my goodness.
That is a low blow being played as an attack. You want to talk about the block zone lottery? You want to talk about a chump check? This is exactly that. It's an attack that says if it's not blocked, you basically have to stun to.
Yeah, it does not feel fantastic. You certainly want to try and block this. At least this one you can half block and won't have to stun 2, but then you take 2 instead of just the 3. Does not feel good either way.
It is a cute little dirtily defensive piece. I mean, this is what this Mineta deck has been all about, just lame brain, small little pokes that you really don't want to deal with, but you kind of have to because that's the pace of the match. And if it's not something that we need to poke with, it does something on defense. So from the deck building stage, I really like the deck building philosophy of this Mineta deck. Everything seems to play both sides of the board really well. But at the same time, Selkie is also just running out of health. We actually have a commanding health lead, I would say.
Yeah, but at the same time, Mineta can't really afford to get too greedy, right? As long as you're stealing momentum, it's fantastic. But you get too greedy, Selkie, from what we've seen this deck so far, I could definitely see 21 coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I like that you talk about the greed because I'm going to say this. I think building last turn is secretly the best thing that happened for our Selkie player.
I agree.
It looks worse when they had to block low with the attack anyways that they were trying to sculpt for later. But this is basically the first Mineta attack turn where we didn't commit ourselves out and we actually have resources to use.
Yep. One of the really, really funny things happening right now is Selkie really wants to check poorly on one of these blocks at some point, because the second we do, we get to commit our character, take away that face down progressive, and commit our exhausted to draw cards.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty true. We're gonna see another low block. This is gonna be against the throw, so the partial is not too big of a deal. And yep, the character gets committed first. You're only saving yourself 1 or 2 damage though, so that can't feel great.
Yeah, it does not feel fantastic, but at the same time, when you're this low on health, you have to protect everything, and Ice Storm could be very scary here. We do get to draw 2 cards.
We got the Nezu twice per game.
We did get it twice.
That is actually a high block, so it's going to be dig time.
Yeah, I mean, we get to dig 2 cards, right? We can also make it a mid with our tape. We can make it a mid with our tape as well. We're struggling with studies. We get to pick up our gotcha, right?
Ooh, this is the third attack. This is the first time.
I'm so not used to Mineta's playing 3 attacks a turn.
Right. I was gonna say this is the first time a Mineta played 3 attacks. So
yeah. And he goes straight for the full powerful dump, not realizing the struggling on board. This could be the play here that lets Selkie win this game too, right here. Dumping 2 momentum in Mineta is huge. We just took away all of our survival resources, not even realizing that 2 low block is sitting right there ready to be picked up.
Yeah, that's and you see that body posture just kind of going, oh wait, I need to give up.
I've been
we had the answer. You pointed it out. We have Irrefutable. It hasn't sealed a single thing this whole game.
God, we also had Irrefutable. Could have been our first enhance. Man, there could have been a ton of back and forth going on in that turn. But instead, we allowed our rival to pick up that really, really premium low block. And now we're going to be very reliant on double creepy realization. And by that, I mean single creepy realization because of Selkie. And 1 momentum, only 1 momentum. This is the lease on life that Selkie's been waiting for. We got to find some moves right here, right now. Where are those acid corrosion breaches?
Yeah, this is the turn where you seal a creepy and hopefully play a stun move, that stuns too.
Oh, man, that'd be premium.
Because we're mono low on the water symbol. Where's the ice walls? Show me some ice wall. I know it's not a Selkie keyword, but come on. We need to break some walls.
Yeah, opening with double trouble though is the one right here, and it looks like that was scary. We almost did not first form seal that creepy there, but the seal comes in, the double trouble comes open, and I mean it's kind of irrelevant seal wise, right? Because he's gonna stun one of the creepies as his first enhance anyway. But
he's gonna stun one, and then once we echo, it's gonna stun again. So if we want to get anything out of this creepy, we're pretty much gonna have to commit it during this attack. Whether it's to -2 damage or to block, is going to be the real question.
Yeah, I think the correct play is simply to just go for -2 and take this one on the chin.
Because it's not a Selkie keyword, right? It's got ally, it's got echo, it's got stun. It's not going to give him a bunch of momentum, and he doesn't want to flip it now anyways.
No, we're definitely going to just echo this bad boy up.
Ooh, and so opting to take the full damage. Interesting.
Yeah, unfortunate. I think we kind of didn't really realize what was going on there when this is going to come in for stun 1 again. Ooh, he says, I got enough momentum. I want to commit this right now and take away 2 progressive difficulty after this echoes, after this flips due to the echo. Yeah, that's actually like a really nice check right there, all things considered.
Yeah, it's certainly not the worst. We might see a build out after this, though. This could mean Selkie is drawing cold.
Well, if we're discarded and drawing, I have to imagine we know what those last 2 cards in our deck were, and there is an attack in there to draw. Otherwise, you just don't even discard and draw, right? You just accept the checks, the good checks coming.
And we have exhausted to dig deeper, and we haven't used.
Yep. Well, now okay, so this has got to be an attack, right? We have to know what that is.
We just saw Foundation. I believe it was a gotcha that got drawn.
I think you're right. Although I guess if we have the other one, might as well. I don't know. I mean, you could just play the other attack, take that 5 check, cycle, and then double exhausted, which gives you more opportunities.
I'm telling you, I think it might be a cold hand.
Well, we definitely got a little peek at something. I think I saw a Frost Spike in the hand.
Okay, yeah, because we blocked with one last turn, and then we didn't get to pick it up because we had to.
That was a lot of attacks. Gotcha. I think that was like 6 attacks in there.
Ooh, not looking great.
Let's see. Oh, we have a frog kick. I think we have a frog kick in our hand is what it is.
Yeah. Time to dig.
Yeah, but it's going to be on a 4. At the very least, what we did this turn is put damage on board, filter our hand, and draw a lot of cards.
Yep, and I mean, if we draw one double trouble, that's it. If we draw an ice storm, that's it.
If we draw a corrosion breach, it's over. Because we get to corrosion breach into corrosion breach. Looks like we just drew an ice gliding.
Okay, that's not what we want to see.
It is not what we want to see right now. We are looking for the lethality. This is the fabled legendary position that we get to put Mineta in right here that you normally will never catch a Mineta player in, and we need to be going for it right now. Though the singular momentum use comes in, it's now a 0 low. Ooh, we have a low block.
An easy block. That's the power of Mineta too.
Yeah, we have the low block. I mean, the half block wouldn't change much. Oh, massive.
We don't have 1 damage, though.
It's okay. We get to double filter.
We get to double filter. Okay, I'm here for it.
There's no way we can't find a move, right? Come on.
We've drawn how many cards this turn?
We've gone through 6, 7, 8 with the first 2 double troubles, 9, 10 with the exhausteds, and it'll now be 11, 12 with this next pair of double troubles.
Oh, man.
Come on, we've got to find the moves, man.
And I'm always the one to point it out. Time in the round. We have less than 10 minutes left. There's basically no way you're going to get to win 2-1 as Selkie here. So the best you're looking to do is tie it up here in round 3.
Yeah,
or, sorry, we have 15 on the stream match. I'm wrong. Stream match is 15 minutes.
15 on the stream match. Definitely enough time to not have to worry too hard about winning this turn. Playing a full third game seems a little unlikely especially against this kind of Mineta deck. All right, takes takes the 5. Now, please.
He said, "I'm just gonna fast forward through the damage on the next one. You just let me know."
Looks like they're figuring out some kind of discrepancy with the life totals.
Ooh, okay, yeah. I know the Mineta player wasn't keeping track of the rival life total very often during that turn, but during previous turns. But for their own life total, I haven't seen anything not come up. I mean, this makes a lot more sense if this was swinging for lethal, but
yeah, I know that Mineta's life counter had him at 21 at the beginning of the turn. We took 4 double troubles, so we took 20 and went to 1. But it looks like Selkie is saying that he had him at 20 at the beginning of the turn. Yeah, he says he started the turn at 20 is what Selkie's saying, but Mineta's counter had 21. However, Selkie's got the whole written history, so at some point there was a 1 life discrepancy between their 2 tracks.
Right. There's never a jolt, nothing ever got paid 1 life?
No, they definitely just had each other at different totals at the start of the turn.
Yeah,
Mineta had himself at 21, and Selkie had him at 20.
The only thing I can think of is getting a partial block. Like if someone said, "I'm going to take 3," and instead they were supposed to take 4.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what there's been a lot of attacks, a lot of half blocks throughout this game. Maybe during the recovery time.
Oh, that's true. Life did go up at one point, and maybe we counted.
Maybe they counted the recovery time differently.
I'm not entirely. I mean, as far as I know, it was 21 at the start of the turn, and I can't really see the paper pad, right? I mean, if we had video review.
Yeah. This is a stream game, so there's a world where. I don't know. Can you rewind a stream on Twitch, Sam? I'm an old man. I'm an old boomer man. I don't know how Twitch works.
I'm a big fan of getting things right if you can, but I also understand that when it comes to like if you're recording or streaming your game elsewhere, you're not allowed to use the stream as like part of a dispute, right? You're not allowed to say, "Well, I've got video evidence." At least that's how it was explained to me when that came up in one of my games. The judge said you can't use anything from like outside the game like help settle a dispute. So I'm not 100% sure when it comes to a feature match. This is basically going to come down to whether or not they call a judge and how a judge wants to resolve this. Because while I do feel like I know the rules pretty well, this is a completely different category. This is not card game rules.
Yeah, normally a lot of times, right, that you usually default to the pen and paper guy, right? But at the same time, it's very easy for people to have just written down the wrong thing between the pen and paper. Pen and paper is great because you have the history, but if the history is recorded wrong, then the history is recorded wrong, right? And suddenly not the advantage that it normally is.
And it really doesn't help that Selkie ended up having to take that turn off because now it's so incredibly far back. I can't remember which attacks have dealt damage this game. The only one I can actually remember is the original frog kick from turn 1 that I don't remember how we got to 21, but it looks like we've done 5 damage every attack, right? Is there ever a move that didn't deal 5 damage?
There was a move that got pumped up by the frost spike, right? That I think was 7 damage.
And there was one partial block. I know for a fact we had one partial block. And
there was a partial block.
I thought that partial block took us from 25 to 21. And I remember thinking that, I'm thinking of I'm thinking of the opposite side where Selkie blocked a sticky ball toss tackle even.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a half block at some point. There was one that went in full, I think, and then I think the recovery time I think might be where the discrepancy came in. Yeah. Possibly. Maybe I think what might have happened, what actually probably happened with that is I think one of them might have thought that it was a half block and one of them might have thought that it was a recovery time usage.
Oh.
But maybe the damage wasn't enough to trigger the recovery time.
That's a way bigger discrepancy than
I can definitely see how that would have come up there. I can definitely see how something like that would have come up there. That sounds like a very, very easy thing to have gotten confused on.
Yeah, I would personally, like I said, I'm a fan if we have the ability to go back and take a look. But like as far as the stream goes, I don't even think we can take a look back on the stream game until this VOD gets uploaded, right? You can't rewind a Twitch video. Yeah.
So it looks like our judges returned now and is chatting with these players. And it seems that the conclusion come to is that, I think it was the half block. I think it was the half block discrepancy with the acid corrosion breach where he should have taken 4 of the 7 instead of the 3 that he put.
Yeah.
And that means
he's got it written.
It was definitely the recovery time that messed things up. I think that has to have been it, right?
Yeah, because if you've got it all written down, right, and you can go back and say, okay, you took this attack, right? Yes, I did. You took this attack, right? Yes, I did. You half blocked this one. Yes, I did. Like the math can be done, and it's way, way easier to track. And when I play in person, I would 100% use paper. Almost, I think maybe for the first year of my hero was the first time I ever just used a life calculator. And you know why I did?
Why is that?
Because I was playing Toga and I got so tired of writing -1/+1. It's the only time I've ever not used like pad and paper or pen and paper, I should say, for a card game event.
That is very, very, very valid. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when I'm at locals and I'm chilling with the boys and stuff, I've got my cute little life counters and stuff. But when it comes to some real events, I do think that pen and paper is absolutely the way. Some people even go as far as to like pen and paper and write down like, what hit, right? Just, that level of information can be really, really, really relevant. At the same time, though, you got to make sure that you keep it, legible for both players, because at that point it kind of enters note-taking territory.
right And that's that's fair too, right? It's got to be available and legible for both players. It can't be some kind of code. And it looks like we're back on track. I assume we're going to get some kind of a judge extension. Don't know exactly how long the extension is, but you got to figure we're going to have about 10 minutes for this game to conclude. And I got to say, it doesn't really look good that we're going to get a definitive conclusion from this match, but I've been wrong before.
Yeah, I mean, that was really the reason to be so acute about about that interaction is because Selkie winning that game off the damage pretty much determines it either being a tie or a 1-0 victory for Mineta, because more than likely we won't finish this game 3. I mean, if they give them a few minutes, it's certainly possible. You know, I've certainly seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's definitely way easier to just bump a number, right? To just press your live calc on your phone and it just doesn't register, right? But I'm gonna be very interested. I think I usually like to go back and watch at least 1 or 2 games from each event on stream. This is definitely going to be one that I have to go back and figure out exactly for myself what happened here and see if we can track it down.
I'm ready for the video. We need like a big surprised thumbnail too.
This player lost because of 1 life. What?
Because of what? But man, Mineta is not interested in losing though. He's going for the distance right now. We are seeing moves after moves come through, but unfortunately we're seeing attacks show up just as much in our discard pile checks as well. He says committing Mineta and my last foundation's not worth it. I think that's correct. Selkie could accidentally do 31 if you commit out there.
Right. And yeah, again, it really it's gonna mar this match, right? But we can still move forward, look for game 3, and see if any this decision comes from this. Because as it stands right now, it's looking like a tie.
Yeah, but hey, you never know. You never know. We've seen the Selkie deck pull out some pretty crazy strings. Oh, we just tape our own attack. Did we just tape our own attack, Sam?
I mean, so we can avoid
for the Mineta. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
And if for the first 2 games we've sent only low attacks at you, maybe sending a mid attack is the correct call.
It could be. That feels like such a risky gambit, though, when you could just say flip this mid gets -2 speed, right?
True. That's true.
You know, I mean, if Mineta didn't have so many cards in hand, right? If he passed like 1 card in hand, I'm like, oh yeah, he held 1 singular low block in his hand.
We're gonna take this one. So yeah, I think you're right. I think we just flipped for no effect with the -2 speed enhance rather than changing the zone.
Ooh, we've got the double trouble here, but the 2 check is not what we wanted to see right there at all. That is going to really, really mess up our plans, but could be enough for us to still speed through this turn, not finish the game, but get some pretty serious damage on the board.
This is tough. I mean, we're trying to work with the time constraints that we have, because as Selkie, we do technically get the final turn, right? Once it goes into overtime, and you have to imagine that this is going to go into overtime. I guess maybe I don't know exactly how long the extension is, but I'm thinking we have like 6 or 7 minutes left in this match, and these aren't exactly the quickest turns. There's a lot of moving pieces.
There are a ton of buttons being pressed, and so it looks like the Mineta usage came out there to zero it out and draw a card. It's now a big old 0 mid. But at the very least, we're going to be able to force a block out of him.
Yeah, you're definitely going to force some cards out here. Now, could we Faith Shield this, and then the floating effect from Faith Shield, the triggered effect waiting to trigger, would go before the playable response from Echo. So you could Faith Shield an Echo attack to deny it being played again, but it looks like we're not going to do that.
I do believe that you are correct, because the attack, you could discard the momentum, the attack would resolve, and then Faith Shield would flip it. Because Faith Shield's that floating effect. Because you may play it as your next form is not a floating effect, right? It's just you may play it as your next form, so it's not like you get to do that before it flips.
Well, you play the ability on response, right? So it's already flipped before you can even discard the momentum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
we're saying the same thing slightly differently, but yeah, either way, yeah, you don't get to do it. You don't get to do it, because it's going to create that, that floating effect of flip after it resolves. Man, you got me talking about Face Shield rulings now, Sam Tate. This is
I still don't know. I still don't understand why a face down attack doesn't go to momentum, but here we are.
Face Shield's just a weird card. It is a weird card because it is a on block response that creates an on resolution effect, and that is just a premium nightmare.
Exactly. It blocks during or responds during the block step and then goes before every played ability on resolution. So pretty strong. It's a pretty strong card that you know, I'm a huge fan of cards like Faith Shield, and we've seen Mineta just accrue basically every single Faith Shield type effect into this deck.
That is his goal. It seems like that is his game plan here, is to cheat damage through and then not get hit. And it looks like we've got a build turn coming from Mineta. So I don't hate this as a build turn because 3 foundations is just not going to cut it for the rest of the game. But at the same time, we are now going into Selkie's turn with no momentum, which means that we're going to be a real 5-hander without our insane speed hacks. Do you like how we took that irrefutable back? We said, wait, no. What if I didn't build my low block?
I pointed it out earlier, right? It seemed like, and so that is the tiny thread, right? That's a tiny thread that has been throughout this whole game is, can you just scout the same zone that Selkie's going to play the entire time? But this is probably going to be the final turn. If this is any kind of length of a turn, this will be the final one.
Yep. Also, we are committing our character. We are flipping our character. Selkie is going all over the place right now. These guys are in turbo mode right now, trying to go through these last few minutes of the round, seeing if something can get done. I think if we can find an acid corrosion breach, there is a world where we could find some lethality this turn. I mean, Mineta's got like a blank board, right? Tape is sealed, Cheerleader's not online, and these getting the tours don't really do a ton except stop like the stuns from Double Trouble.
Yeah, this would require Mineta to be kind of asleep at the wheel defensively, I think. But at the same time, Double Trouble sure does account for 10 damage off one card.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel the same way about, Corrosion Breach, right? Both of them are like 10 damage moves in their own right out of one card, and you have to be really, really wary about that. Oh, there it is. The first one's right here. This is going to be able to... I mean, we've got 4 random momentum. If only this card let us look at our momentum.
A little bit, yeah, that would be kind of nice. But I mean, you get to look at it after you add it to your card pool.
Right. It's just, right now we have 4 random momentum. One of those in there could be the attack that wins the game.
Absolutely. And
actually, wait. We hit with a slide tackle, right? I think that's what we're picking up.
But potentially, I don't know. Gosh, it really depends on the order of the discard. But I like Downward Frostbite because it accounts for more damage overall.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Mineta has no momentum. This really is going to be like your one shot to blast him to the moon. And Corrosion Breach is huge. We almost blocked that Downward Frostbite. I think we're pretty glad that we didn't, because now we still have that low block. But we actually have no speed hate. We actually have a very blank board if you're Mineta. This is 3 copies of a stun hate card and no momentum for a Cheerleader.
Yeah, I think that we could. So I actually think Ice Gliding aggressively here is the correct play. Yes, because we know that he's got the +3 low in hand, right? And it's now an 11, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He has to check a 5 here now to block this with the +3 low.
Ooh, 11 or Corrosion Breach should be at 6 speed, correct?
Yes, either way he can't. Okay, no, yeah, he can check a 3.
Yeah, but he has to tap out.
He does have to fully commit out for that block. Meaning now we have to find 17. And we just got our biggest damage moved blocked.
But it does look like we picked up the Downward Frostbite, so uh-oh. Has time been called? That's going to be the real determining factor here, because as second player, Selkie would get the last turn, but if time has been called for the extension, then the game will be over as soon as the end phase begins.
We are in overtime for these guys right here, and Mineta is going to get one more turn, right?
Well, Mineta went first.
No, yeah, Mineta went first, right? Because Selkie won. Yeah, because
Yeah.
Selkie won. So that's just gonna be it right there. I think that should just be it for these guys.
Yeah, if time got called, that's it. It ends up as a 1-1 draw, and not without some sparks, not without a little bit of controversy, but it's gotta be that recovery time, right? There had to be some confusion. If the recovery time, I remember it sitting in the card pool, Levi. That's a block.
That is true. That
right?
is
It's
true.
in the card pool. But we've already seen multiple times throughout this tournament where breakers have been either not called or we haven't really applied them the way that we've expected them to, at least over here on commentary. So, yeah, that's definitely going to be one I go back to look at in the future, because for all intents and purposes, that looked like a block to me. I thought it sat in the card pool, which we didn't pay the remove cost for the response. So
Right.
if that's where the kerfluffle happened, I think it's an easy solution once we look at the footage.
Yeah, definitely a whole lot of kerfluffling going on there, man. What a match of insane discrepancies. Really, really interesting matchup and just a ton of things going on. I feel like my head is spinning after that one. I'm sure the players are feeling even more of that. But they've got a whole tournament left ahead of them. We are only just a few rounds into this bad boy, and there is still a long, long night of MHA CCG awaiting us and awaiting these players as well. So Sam Tate and I are going to take a quick little break here so we can come back and bring you guys an exciting next round so that you are not awaiting any more MHA CCG. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, villains. Thank you guys for that quick little break there. We've got something super cool lined up for y'all this round. Given that we just let the character breakdown out of the bag, the Ojiro cat is out of the bag. I think it's finally time to bring that Tailman on stream and see what he's got. See if he can blitz his way through possibly the king of blitz himself. Who is he going to be up against, Jesse?
He's going to be up against Denki 1 on air.
Ooh.
And this is like the blitz, like everybody thought this was the original blitz deck for I thought in set 1. Like Denki 1 just comes slamming in. He's just like, if you're digging for more attacks after you've activated, you've triggered your once per game, and you just slap your opponent around. And we're going to see if the Denki gets to go first here. That's probably going to be...
Yep. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. Fasten your seatbelts. Strap yourselves in. We're gonna be racing the race cars through this round. I think it's gonna be all blood. It's gonna be all blood in this matchup. And there's that nice build you were talking about, Jesse Cervini. There it is. Yeah, you mean the 7 build? The 7 build double requesting. Oh, we see the OG one with nature hit the board. Oh, I love to see it. I can't imagine his rival loves to see it though. Opening snack time, one with nature, student of the art is pretty much like those are the 3 killers, right? Those are the 3 signs of, you're dead, kid, going into this next turn. Don't give me a turn, or it's going to be curtains out. And we're just gonna have to see if Denki can rise up to that task. Now, if anyone can rise up to that task, it's going to be this Denki player, right? Matthew Cruickshank, if you have been following the game's competitive history at all, these 2 decks, these are pretty known entities, right? Denki maybe a little less, but people know what Ojiro 2 and Denki are trying to do. But so let's talk about the players a little bit, right? Matthew is someone who's been on this deck for ages. This guy has been one of the biggest proprietors of Denki Kaminari 1. He's taken this character to win in so many times, a couple top cuts here and there. He's really, really been pushing this guy, and I can see why he thought this was a really, really confident pick going into this, when I think the thing that he probably figured out that he was going to have to do the most was race car Ojiro harder than he can race car you, right? Yeah, I mean, we're opening with a 1.3, and then we used our latent skill. Like, that's really, really spooky. That's a very, very, very spooky start to this turn. So I'm excited to see how Ojiro can respond to Hail's aggression. We have pretty much no defensive tools on board. So really, I think it's just gonna be a matter of if Denki can do it or not. And double jab pummel is definitely going to be the lead in with a little peeksies. It's a meteor shower. Well, you definitely can't block this. You definitely can't block this. We could honestly see a once per game come in after this gets taken, to be honest. We know that 3 is on top. It becomes a 5 with double jab, and then we can start training our requestings. Just depends if we have the moves or not yet, right? Matthew might have already put the puzzle together in his head, but let's see how the reaction and the flow comes in from the Ojiro side. And this is, sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
Let's see here. So he just blocked with the seizing, correct? Zach's cut out for me for just a second here, and I believe he just blocked off this. So
yeah,
we're gonna get the draw. So the block occurred like that. He put enough pressure where like 7 damage. Maybe it's his time to block. If I got 1 block in me, this is the time.
Yeah, he said, I'm okay to give my rival a meteor shower, which is very scary because now if he jams this meteor shower and it hits and we once per game, those meteors can become a ton more attacks. This could be the thing to ignite the rest of this kill turn coming from Denki. An interesting decision, a bold decision. I'm eager to see how it plays out. I mean, you know, I talked quite a little bit about Matthew there, but I can't ignore the other side of the table here in Zach Pasley, right? Someone that we've seen in quite a few competitive events so far, took May all the way to 2nd place at the first ever Vegas Regional Essex exam. Certainly no stranger, quite the old head himself. He's been around the block. These are 2 players that you simply cannot ignore, and it makes sense as to why these guys and these decks are all the way up here at table 1.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, we're
the clutchest 5 check. The clutchest 5 check to stop that meteor.
Yeah, let's see
that,
here. So
that was the gambit.
Yeah. Now you got to make those decisions where it's like, okay, what's the line? Like, what's the line here? Because
I don't think there's a line anymore. What is the best case scenario? We play a 4 diff, check a 5, commit our requestings for 6, 7, hit once per game, and then just like, you know, play our attacks with nothing to commit from there. That could be the line, but we've been denied our requesting assist. Or no, wait. One of our basic trainings is up under that basic training, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hang on.
So we have the chains there. The chain ready up is there. But
if we check that 3, it's over.
You check a 3, you're just sending back with 3 up.
I think you have to go for it. You're just not surviving that Ojiro's board unless he draws completely blank. I think you have to just go for it. And it's the jolt? No way.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So
that was blasphemous.
So the only thing the Denki now is in survival mode. Like, that's the thing, is that the Ojiro that can usually just drop 30 damage on the board now has to aim for 20.
Yeah. That was, oh man, that is the check system of this game, one of the most unique and beautiful parts about it, but a lot of times it is often the almighty equalizer. Now, it looks like we've got a little bit something that we need to take care of internally. Our judge has let these players know to stop for just a minute or so here, and they're going to be addressing something. So let's talk about the fate of what might possibly happen to Denki this turn. Ojiro's board is terrifying. Board is terrifying. We have the one with nature. We have the snack time. We have the chivalrous competitor to draw us even more cards.
I think the only thing he can hope for is maybe that the Ojiro, like, the thing is so, like, I couldn't keep track of the zones of his discarded pile attacks. I missed 2 of them. I missed 1 of them, so I'm not sure if he's all spread on the zones on there, where he just like, all right, I drew my low. Here's my mid, like, especially if he doesn't have to play his mid, because this Denki is playing plus ultra. So I would not want to launch a mid if I've seen my opponent have a plus ultra.
Yeah, we did see him review the rapid punches at the beginning of the turn. Okay, so we've got a low. Back alley's the mid that we just blocked with. Sorry, guys. We are currently listening to our judge in the room explaining the situation. So it looks like what happened is that little bit of the green flash of Ojiro's screen earlier into Denki's turn. You guys might have seen that. It was a very, very blink and you'll miss it moment. It looks like they're looking into if that's going to cause any impact on the game state and whether or not they need to issue a game loss. It sounds like in the event that would qualify as Ojiro's screen being concealed. One of the things about webcam play is if your screen goes away for a second, if you disconnect for a second, things like that, it can be considered an irreparable game state because who knows what could have happened when that screen went away. So we'll just have to see. It looks like we have just brought the head judge into the room right now. He's going to be laying down the law on our players. So it's sounding like we've got our head judge in the room explaining the situation right now. That second of green screen right there is going to cause Ojiro to go ahead and take a game loss there.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yep, so we're going to be moving into game 2 with that call being made. Denki's going to be up a game. We're going to be moving into game 2. We're not going to see the intensity, the intensity that we expected to see from that Ojiro board. But if his Ojiro deck is the Ojiro deck that we expect to see, right, we're going to build a very, very similar board. We're going to see both of our players reach into our sideboards here. What do you think that these guys might be going into, Jesse, from their sideboards?
So what I could expect here, if we're looking at what we've been seeing from other Ojiros in the past, learning the standard is a great card. It's actually a pretty solid card against Denki because it's one that you if you're gonna eat, you always just eat the first attack and active, and then go learning the standards. And you're like, okay, you have to play a foundation, so you're adding 1+1 progressive to their pool. And then if they try it can just mess up attack strings with the Denki. I've seen that come in this situation. Going for outside of that, probably not much else I could see an Earth deck bringing in at this situation. This Ojiro deck's just a dump. Like I said, it's just trying to dumpster the damage here on 2.
Yeah, a lot of these Ojiro decks are really tight 50 card lists, just trying to see the good ones ASAP. Basically, that board that Zach built in game 1, we're trying to build that ASAP. Learning the standards has been something adopted by a lot of the Ojiros. Some of them are maining it, some of them are siding it, some of them are doing a little bit of both. It's obviously really good in things like the mirror match. It's just really, really good at slowing down that turn 2 aggro. It can be an almighty equalizer sometime. Against Denki, it could be a double-edged sword, right? Because if you're learning the standards him and then he plays an attack and hits you, you give him a free momentum, and that could be a little petrifying.
That is true.
It's a powerful defensive tool, but we'll have to see if Zach wields it properly.
Yeah, I expect the Denki to go to some more defensive lines out of the sideboard. If they're not main deck already, encouraging training partners would probably be a good thing to if they're not main already, getting those in. If he has cheerleaders in the board, cheerleaders can definitely slow down Ojiro in the right situation. Trying to think, obviously more plus ultras. If I had an extra plus ultra in, because we saw him check one, definitely an extra plus ultra for if he has to play that mid. That's my mid with +3/+3. I'm like, okay, full walk out of 5.
Yeah,
that can get you out of a situation.
It's the play that sometimes lets you stop, the +3/+3, one with natured, snack timed Ojiro pumped up attack, right? It can be what you need to get there. We could also see things like decoy duplicates. I know a lot of the air decks in this meta are shifting from cheerleaders to decoy duplicates because it's just a little bit more of a flexible defensive piece, and they operate very similarly. Not to mention, one of the things is that we're talking about earth and air. Those are 2 ready, get, set, go symbols. So we possibly could see those come into play here, whether they're maining them or siding them from the start. We might see those bouncing around, as that card is when you're going second, a little bit better.
So true. Also, another thing for air, wall cling is another line with like if you have the plus ultra and wall cling can go hand in hand really well in this matchup. Because then you're like, all right, I can block any zone now.
Yeah, that is the true almighty equalizer. It's very, very, very possible that we're going to see Denki bring in some of those defensive pieces, especially because he doesn't really have to sweat too much this game, because at the end of the day, after this comes down, even if Ojiro takes him out in this game, he gets a third chance to side back into his all-out blitz aggro variant and then get to go first. Ooh, and there it is, the ready, get, set, go. Oh my God, versus the build 6. What is happening right now?
Well,
holy cow.
We're going to see what gets put down here. Like, all right, so specialist, and there is a wall cling.
Wow. This is insanely monumental right now. You got to feel good about getting the ready, get, set, go off there, but versus Ojiro's build 6, not to mention, Jesse, I'm staring at triple it can't be fixed. Our character doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, so we got we did get one of the encouraging training partners on the board. That's good to see. To mix into this.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a gorgeous build in general, right? We have specialist, we have wall cling, training partner, release. We have the 4 horsemen of defense on the air symbol right now.
That's exactly right. The state-of-the-art target right now is 2 low attacks, so that's definitely could be a line here because of getting if you've got see, I just saw that.
Oh no!
Okay. I thought we were getting. I thought, wow, he is really showing his hand there. That was but like he's got lows, so there's a mid.
Yep, not the great check though. That could be what comes in though. Yeah, we were looking at the discard pile, so we're definitely trying to keep that learning the standards, that student of the art. So many ways to learn, right? That student, whether you're a student, whether you're the standards, we're definitely peeking that discard pile, keeping in mind what we might be able to bring in and send our rivals' way. I think the nice thing about this build, though, triple it can't be fixed is awful to deal with, but there's no one with nature and there's no snack time, right? There's no one with nature, there's no snack time. There's the only extra stat buff here is the tight-lipped, which is probably going to be flipping it can't be fixed, meaning that if this kill turn fails, then we don't have to worry about those going into our aggressive turn as Denki. We get to stun to all our heart's content.
Yeah. Like this is where with the back alley here, the back alley lead here, and oh wow, we're just flipping a tight lip to flipping one tight lip to the other. Like,
now we didn't specialist of sound this. We could have a plus ultra in hand.
Or you just eat this. Like this might be the one attack you're like, okay, I take 8. Like that's an acceptable line here. It's just like, all right, I take 8 and we go to
checks beautifully too. Yeah, this is gonna be really scary. Are we gonna see the -3 speed come in here now? Because it's also possible that we just held a high and a low, right? Maybe we didn't hold a mid, because those are kind of the ones you're least worried about hitting, right? A back alley haymaker and hard jab can hit you all day, but there are consequences if a rapid punches or a Missouri smash hits you.
Yeah. The fact of the punch is already dealt damage, so we're already drawing a card here. And if this deals, we get a free build.
Yeah, it's currently a 6 high for 8.
Yep.
We might just be trying to, goad Ojiro into attacking, as much as he can this turn. We could be just doing we could be doing it Jiro style this turn, right? Where we just kind of take everything until it's lethal because we're holding on to attacks that, let us close out the game.
Pick up the back alley is the obvious line here.
Picking up this back alley.
You might not replay the back alley though. Like you're playing it on a 6. That can.
But that's stun 2.
That's stun. It's stun 2. That is true. But we'll see what the.
That stun 2 is massive because it's going to, one way or another, reach into one of Denki's defensive pieces, right? We're going to stun our face down, and then we're going to stun either the release, the specialist, or the training partner, and that's very powerful.
Let's see what this is the. I think the block on this is going to be the big decision.
The issue with blocking this is that
Ooh.
Toru 2 buddy block. Holy cow, that's crazy. So that's on a 6, right? So you'd have to commit 3 things. I think you have to fail this. I'm gonna be honest. I think you have to fail this.
Well, I think he committed the wall cling to it. That's the
yeah, you are right, because we did have the wall cling, right? Now this is really awkward then, because actually this is kind of okay, right? You commit 4, 5, 6, you leave specialist up, back alley comes down, you specialist it, maybe you get that next block off. Either way, you're gonna get stunned, right?
Yeah.
So this actually might be the most valuable way. And then you tell Ojiro that, well, I mean, if you do get to block the back alley, it would be a 4 speed. So we'd have to like have a 1 mid, check a 5, commit our character, which is kind of asking a lot, but that might be the only line to survive this turn.
Yeah, this is 8.
I think you have to
like
go
this
for
character and that.
Ooh, that might not be the correct committal line there, because now back alley will stun our release and then get more value, whereas it wouldn't have stunned anything else. But maybe we're just saying we're okay with you playing back alley. Maybe that's the.
I mean, back alley isn't, because here's the thing: is there's no line right now where the back alley is lethal. That's so we're on the okay.
Yeah, the issue now though is blocking the back alley, because it's gonna be 4 speed. We're gonna bring it down to 1. It's gonna go back up to 4. But now that we're stunned 2, we don't get to block it, right? If we left our character up, we could have a +1 check on a 6. Check a 5, commit our character, block it. It's possible that we just don't have that block, and that, this order is irrelevant. That might be what Matthew's telling us here.
Mm-hmm. I think it really comes down to Jiro have another attack. I think that's what this comes like. Do you have a 4 diff after this that you just like, do I check well? Like, I don't think he has
the big thing is though, if we were able to block this back alley, even 1 more attack wouldn't kill us, right? That would be the big thing here. But I don't know that unless we have like another buddy block, unless this guy is just like insane in the membrane.
Mm-hmm.
That could be massive. There could also be 6s in our deck, right? Arrogant disposition. We are the air symbol. There could be 6s in our deck.
That's definitely a possibility. We did see him check 1 in game 1.
Yeah. On a 6, does not check it. Does not check it either way. So we didn't necessarily get punished by our committal line there. So we didn't find that check when you either way. Now, any attack, he just took how much? Back alley's 5, right? So we just took 8, go to 4. Anything kills us, even if we have to commit our character, which we do. But this is a rapid punches, so it's going to be like a 6 low.
3-3, there we go. Yep. And on
even that's crazy. Even without Ojiro, the thing would have been super duper lethal. Getting all of its speed pumped from itself, man, what a crazy daisy line there. Even through the ready, get, set, go, even through building all of our best defensive pieces where we weren't able to stop that. I think what we might have had to have done that turn is block more of the early on attacks, so that way picking up back alley didn't punish us so hard. Because like we didn't get to use our release at all, right? Like that was rough.
No. Yeah, just pretty much the checking that too. I mean, what can you say? Checking that too does really put him in the I'm on this line here.
Ojiro checked like did Ojiro checked 1-5 that turn, right? I think he only checked 1-5. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, we did build 6, right? We did build 6, but man, oh man, is that just a testament to the power of this deck and its ability to blitz through your rivals so hard. I think a lot of people have really touted this format as there was our green screen again. Oh,
yep.
I'm getting nervous, Jesse. I'm getting nervous.
I don't want to have this happen during the middle.
So the big thing is right now is playing 7-handers in this format is very scary. If you are not Eraserhead, it's very scary. Even if you are Eraserhead, the Jiros of the world, the Tokuyamas of the world, they're all still very, very scary decks. So to take an aggro deck that has, as a 7-hand size aggro character that Denki is, that doesn't have like the defensive tech that Tokoyami has to fall back on, it's a very, very, very bold choice. And I'm really hoping that we can see Matthew, even if he can't clinch out this round and continue his onslaught of victory, I hope he can give us a really, really good show with Kaminari.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see this. I'd like this. I don't know, like that. This is the going second line, and I am actually surprised there was not as much aggressive sideboard swapping going into game 3 here, because Air is one of those decks that does a lot of the float between am I playing ready, get, set, go, or am I playing seizing? Because we've seen that line where like you play like X amount of ready, get, set, goes, or you play seizing main. It's like, what do you feel more comfortable with? And that you're always swapping depending if you're going first or second from there. That's a possibility. The thing is the Ojiro can also do that. Like Ojiro could be like, well, I'm going to take out these actions and we're going to put some ready, get, set, goes in. I'm going to really have a board. I might if I go to
if Ojiro ready, set, goes us here, I might cry, Jesse. It could get ugly. It could get very, very ugly. Oh my goodness. Take me back to set 2 format, baby. No. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That's it. We got another one. You could have just like I played decks where that was my whole objective at one point during that meta. And I was doing that at a 7-hand size, and I rarely got to see the double. But now here's the thing: is you're a 7, you drew 7, and if you drew a bunch of attacks,
oh my god,
he drew a bunch of attacks. He drew a bunch of attacks, and he is now trying to find foundations to continue the build.
Second student of the art, the second learning the standards. It can't be fixed, so your character doesn't work. Oh man, that's rough.
Build for 3. I have 7 foundations and 3
the craziest thing too now, right, is that with 2 learning the standards, that's actually such an insanely relevant build because now we actually get to block the first one. And you can commit one of my learnings, sure. Then I'll take your second one and learning the standards and really put you in a tough spot. That is so hard. Because like if you learn the standards, Denki on the first one, he might not really care. Right, it might only even count for like 1 attack, right? No, the saving Bakugo. No, you can't do this. No, oh my goodness,
you have to target the saving Bakugo.
Now we can't get seasonally advantaged either. Just wow, and we've got one with nature. This is just such a what a board. Yep. There are just no holes. There are no holes, no cracks in Ojiro's board right now.
I'm kind of hoping for a second season here and then playing a
that would be I called it. I'm a liar. I'm a liar, Jesse Cervini. There are no cracks in this board.
All right. So this home run comment is so we're gonna hit the Bakugo and then we get a tart. We get to turn off one of the
students. Okay.
I think if his hand is if 3 of his 7 cards are, the 2 seasons in that, I could see that line.
Yeah, it just depends. Like, do we think we can find lethal this turn, right?
Yeah.
Still, though, even with just 1 student, it's going to be hard to survive next turn. It's going to be really tough. And then, like, those learning the standards aren't going anywhere.
No.
It looks like now, are we going to see the response here? Are we going to see the learning the standards response? No response is announced. He says, nah, you can continue, man. Come on. Come a little closer. I got 24 to spare. I think building now is the correct call for Denki. I think that is the correct call. You have to just be okay with the poke there. You put a second specialist on board. You removed 1 student of the art from the equation. You built a couple foundations. You got a momentum so you can immediately sound wave string next turn. It's not the worst turn you could have had. It just depends how hard Ojiro can answer you right here, right now. The 3 check, the almighty equalizer. It didn't matter last time. But let's see if the checks can catch up to Ojiro here.
All right, so the back alley, once again, back alley lead is, we've been dealing with that for we're coming up about a year of
set 2 is almost a year old. Wow, Jesse, I call you an old man a lot, but you're making me feel the wrinkles too, brother.
Yeah, I mean, we're circling into another year of the game, and I mean, Crimson Rampage came out in May of last year.
I wanna say around then, yeah.
It was like April, late April, early May. So, I mean, there we go. We're just gonna throw. I think the stat. We're now in stat mode.
We are in stat mode. We got one with nature coming in, the almighty one with nature. Student of the Art is going to put 2/2. It's now a 6 mid for 8. And he says, yeah, I'm not interested. 8 is good. Going right into 12 now. This is, if the Missouri Smash comes in, oh, it's going to be premium. Oh, man.
Hey.
Okay, but the checks are here for us. The checks are here for us and for Matthew. They are determined. They are determined to bring Denki another turn, but it might just not matter.
We're going to respond from -3 speed here. This is a little bit more blockable than that last one. The last time he played, he had the Berserk up. I think the Denki's in a better. I think I have from the position Denki's at right now. I think this is a better state than he was last game, where this exact line was happening. We're gonna do the pickup for back alley. I think it just pretty comes down to, once again, we blocked the Missouri. If we can block this Missouri, he plays the back alley. Does he have the follow up?
I mean, we're gonna stop
because he's just. Whoa. That's
so this is now effectively a 5 speed, right? Because of one with nature. Still very blockable. Still very, very blockable.
Yeah. This could definitely be the we're gonna yep. Okay, so we're gonna pop one for release to pretty much trade off we're trading off the bonus on.
Yeah, I think we can definitely block another thing now after this, right? We still have release, we still have specialist, we have wall cling. I don't know if Ojiro can throw enough attacks to find lethal this turn. And the check is nice too. The check is beautiful. There it is. Yep. Now, if we have another back alley, that could spell doom for us.
Yeah. If you did the pick up back alley, discard back alley, here's my other back alley line.
Oh my
God. He had it.
I knew it. Oh. Gotta commit 3. You have to leave one with nature up, right?
Yeah. And
now your kill line, it depends if you can jam this through or not, right? It's going to be, we are about to be in almost the exact same scenario. We can -3 speed it down to 1. We'll stun 2. And then it'll go to 4 speed. Then we can 1 with nature and it's unblockable. After that, we have to play another 4 diff on a 6 and not check a 3. Not check the 4th 3 of the turn. I'm sorry, the 4th 3 of the turn.
Yep.
That's what it's going to come down to. Yeah, we didn't minus. Oh, okay. So we didn't -3 speed. We left release up, but now that's going to put us in an even worse blocking position, right? If one with nature comes in.
True. If the one
+2 to our +2 to the check is worse than.
I think he's got. Speed. I think he has the plus ultra. I think he's going to go release in the plus ultra block. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, you're right. That is because of one with nature. That is the scenario where that is now better. Because then we can check a 3, which is a 4/5, and commit for 6/7. Yep. So we cannot fail a plus ultra block here. Oh my God, does he have the plus ultra block here? That would be we built in a 0 though, so now we can't fail another move.
Oh, we're just taking it.
No, oh my goodness.
What's
back alley again? We could fail a back alley though.
Yeah, I think he has
I saw orange.
I saw orange.
We have to play a 4 diff. We have to check a 5 to leave one with nature up. Yep. Checks another 3. Oh my goodness.
Still gotta block this.
Yeah, we don't have wall cling anymore. It is a low. It
gets +2 speed.
It is 2 speed. Release, so it's now effectively back to a 6. Oh my goodness.
Low.
We can't half block it. We got to have that sweet 1 low on an 8. We can't check a 3. We check a 7, 8. Holy cow. These lines are insane.
But now we're passing turn with it to a tap. Like he did the thing that we are kind of hoping when we're trying to get the pass back.
Yes.
He has committed everything.
Yes.
Like the learning standards are down.
It's all going.
It's Now,
The
now it's
gates
odd.
right now, right here, right now, are open for Denki to send this all the way home. He's just got to find 24. He's just got to find 24. If we find a singular sound waves, that momentum is going to go supernova into a 1.3, into anything in our discard pile. There's so much potential here for Denki to find this 24. He's looking at the discard pile. We could be looking for meteors. We could be looking for a sound waves target. Either way, searching our discard there is very, very, very telling that we've at least got something to start this fire with. We're kicking off with a meteor. Literally the best place to start for Denki right here.
All right. So we're throwing pressure. We're just launching pressure here at this point.
Yeah, Ojiro does not have a single button to press. He's got one card in hand. We know it's a Missouri Smash, I think, because we are in the sky. We are in the sky peeking.
Yep, we're just eating the meteor here.
Eating the meteor right here, right there. What do we got next? What do we got next? Show me the goods. This is like the one time where I don't even want to have Jolt. Jolt's like our move here.
Like, I want to see. Like, this is.
Oh my goodness. We just can't fail checks now. This is wait.
I'm like, let's not overthink this.
We definitely are not playable while committed.
I was actually looking at the Denki really quick to make sure about that. I'm like, I know it can't be canceled. All right, so there's 14. We got +2 to the next check.
Once per game coming in here makes sense. That's like the biggest safety net. You jam like a 5 diff here, it can't fail. Or you jam the sound waves here, and you start stacking 6s. So we're basically not getting much out of our double jab there. However, it is going to be an extra momentum, which is probably the most important part about that line.
So now we're just going to be... I think we're just trying to line up for...
the buddy block! Toru! Stack the Toru!
Stack
into another sound waves. Interesting. Interesting. I really want to know what else is in that discard pile, man.
Yeah, I did see anything like obscure.
No.
Like that's I think it's weird the flash line here is a little it like I can understand doing the first one. Like playing this to set up to find something big. Like I'd be trying to is there no 1.3 in the discard?
I think there's I would
wish there was.
Because like that's just lethal, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's exactly lethal. I mean, I guess there's a world where it is blockable, right? For 3 speed. You could have the 1 low here or the 2 low and check really well. It's not impossible. We're just gonna do some more sound wave shenanigans here. Stack our beautiful 6 check, remove this momentum here. Now, what do we got? What do we got in there? I mean, if we have a home run or a 1.3, it's just lights out. Like it's just lights out if we have either of those cards in our discard pile right now. Oh, he's stopping. I'm trying to read so hard into Matthew's mannerisms here.
Like, I think he's checking. I'm like there's also the line where like if he has like 2 6s or a 5-6 and just stacking to like don't draw, stack 2 and just I know I had 2 6 checks. Good luck.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that makes the sound waves line here a little interesting. There's a world where maybe we could have like played the meteor, played a sound waves, hit with the sound waves once per game in, and then like played whatever you got with the sound waves and then double jab to get like more use out of your check padding, right?
Yeah.
He's thinking really, really hard. There's a lot to consider here. Yeah. There's a lot to consider here. Your bombs are super duper blockable.
Yeah.
Your bombs are super duper blockable.
We're gonna pick up a plus ultra.
Pick up a plus ultra? What the heck?
Oh. He's drawing a plus ultra here.
Now that could be the line. Home run.
Maybe that's
home run or 1.3 into plus ultra. That's certainly not blockable anymore. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. Home run on a 6, checks a 6. First enhance. Let's double that speed up. On a 5, we commit 2. Yeah, there it is. Double that speed up. Stuff 1 foundation in. It becomes 8 damage.
Yeah.
And that is
That's
all she wrote.
That's the line right.
Holy cow, what a sick line. Holy cow, what a sick freaking line right there. He said, here's what I can't do. I cannot for sure throw 2 more attacks through rolling 3 checks. But what I can throw through rolling 3 checks is a plus ultra home run comet.
Ooh.
Insane.
That's
Those are the lines of someone who's played Denki for as long as Matthew has. Totally crazy.
Agreed. Like that right there was everything you expect from that an experienced player playing a Denki deck. Like you're seeing the line that exists. Like you're like doing all the like plus also you get to use the enhance on plus ultra.
Yep.
Being a set 1 character. That right there felt so good. It's like, wait a minute, he gets to enhance with that card. And like that was a very that was a very interesting line. Like I'm just like, okay, we're poking for 3 damage here because we're definitely not Jiro. We're just like, all right, we're gonna poke for 3. Where are we going with this? And he just like, nope, I know exactly where I'm going with this.
Yep. Denki surviving there by the hair on his chinny chin. A million 3 checks coming in from Ojiro's deck did definitely help pave the way there. Exemplary play from both Zach and Matthew there. That was certainly the edge of our seat match that I expected to see from something like Ojiro 2 versus Denki. Big kudos to everyone involved. That, guys, is our round here. We've got a little bit of time left in the round, so we might scour the tables and see if we can pop in on someone, but we don't want to be too intrusive on these guys. We want to let them play their rounds and, not have anything weird happen. So one way or another, though, in a fairly short time, we are going to be back with another exciting round, continuing this amazing night of MHA CCG gameplay in the Oceanic Regional License Exam. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, villains. We have another exciting round of MHA CCG action for you. I'm a little disappointed you guys didn't have me there for the Denki matchup, but we have one of my favorite characters, maybe my favorite character from Set 4 League of Villains up next. It is Shigaraki 3 on the death symbol going up against Air Jiro. Jesse, what can you tell me about this matchup?
Well, first and foremost, we are in the presence of Jose Norono, winner of both of last year's webcam regional events, and it's currently 5-0 with Shigaraki 3.
Yeah, and most importantly, your online nationals champion. Really, when it comes to online play, it seems like he can't be beat.
Yeah, this man on online play, this is his bread and butter. We're gonna see some. I think we're gonna see a really good match here. I mean, Jiro is the boogeyman of the game, and I want to see what this Shigaraki can do against him.
This is potentially the biggest villain, or the best villain, I should say, from the anime versus the biggest villain of our card game, and it's going to be very interesting to see this. Before these two players get started, I want to talk about the enhance from Shigaraki just a little bit, because what is one of the biggest strengths of Jiro is she gets to look at the top cards of her deck. What can Shigaraki do? Mess that up completely for you. Yeah, really cool to be able to check that specialist on the first card there, so we don't have to play around the 2-check. But it looks like it's going to be all clear. Lots of powerful foundations for both players coming out on a 4 build. Do you think Jiro might have a secret bonus, maybe like a synergistic bonus against Shigaraki, considering they have a Shigaraki mat? Maybe that's going to play the mental game, right? Ooh, and this is a spicy new card from Set 4 League of Villains. Also, one of my favorite attacks, Dual Needle Lunge. This card is insane when it comes to velocity. You can pay 3 life, and it's going to leave that card pool after it resolves and go straight to momentum with is something that every Shigaraki player is going to want to have. Yeah, and we thought that was pretty much an immediate enhance, right? We're down to 16 life already because momentum is just that powerful. And on top of that, what else does Dual Needle Lunge do? It makes you discard the top cards of your deck. So get out of here, Jiro, once per turn. Yeah, it's actually super interesting the kind of game you can have into Jiro here. And, it might not be enough. It might not actually matter too much because the most threatening thing about Jiro is, of course, not her once per turn. You could maybe delete that from the character completely, and people would still be down to play Jiro because those double responses, both responses for speed and damage, are super, super strong. Ooh. Yeah, and really quick, with Shigaraki, we see the response for -1 coming down on a 3 check. Not something you typically see because it can bail your rival out of a bad check, right? We could just choose to fail that, commit nothing, continue with our turn. But the fact that we're willing to commit a wealthy aspirations on this jolt, that tells me something, Jesse. Ooh, that is a huge play from set 4. So not only do we choose to commit to pass this jolt, which tells me that we are really high up to get this poke in. We're not really trying to stream out. We're just trying to bank this for later. But then we eat the showdown, which is going to commit our last 2 foundations, and we only build 2 after it. It is not looking good for Jiro. However, if we don't have a way to deal with that requesting assistance, it could be pretty easy to get something powerful like a from mainstream. Yep. Yep. The -1 to all the checks, huge. What else is huge is immediately hating on the electric jolt. Jose Norono manages to have pretty much everything going his way at this point. I mean, we committed blood evaluation. That's technically a card we want to commit. Maybe if we had momentum already, but still an absolutely great one to have committed if you had to choose one.
That's I definitely can see that here. And now we're in the I just draw free card line because who wants to commit at 1 foundation? It's not like this is the situation where like you don't want to commit foundations to do stuff. You're like, oh, I want to, you can draw a card because if I go down a foundation, I might just get hit.
Yeah, and especially because of the webcam errata to Jiro, Jose's going to have a knowledge of what he would be checking and or drawing here. So be a little bit interesting to see how this turn plays out. I don't know. Yep. Ooh, is that a tight-lipped activation?
I think that was an activation on
of the instant shining flash. Yeah.
So we're -1 difficulty to our next.
Does that smell like it's the turn? We're paying some more life here. This might be Jose going for game here. Got a decent amount of foundations out, and double brute strength means we have tons of power behind this attack lineup, regardless of what moves we're playing.
Yeah, and plus he's charging up the bracers. That's the other thing about like the damage lineup has been moving towards is you just start blowing up your board and you count the bracers up, and then bracers just turns into I blew up 5 foundations during this turn, plus 5 damage on the last attack for the finish.
Yeah, a combo we see just big 8 damage. You know, we didn't do -3 speed, so the likelihood of blocking there pretty bad. And it's kind of funny. I talked about committing that requesting assistance. We could also just hate on the momentum and Wild seizing. Yikes.
Vile seizing here, like his checks are -1. The Vile seizing forcing him to make a check out of 7. It's like, well, I'm definitely drawing a card here and getting into my 2 damage. Like this is where we're just pushing around. Now we're just pushing him around.
It is a pretty good turn already for Shigaraki.
Yep. Like this is the Shigaraki that everybody's gonna. I feel like this is about where I see the death version of Shigaraki going, and it's just block with a showdown, send them to a bad board state, and then come back the next turn with like 4 attacks, and they're just dead.
Yeah, now, notably, this lineup, this deck, not necessarily the best at, clearing its card pool, but we did have that difficulty reduction. So a little bit of extension, but I don't think we're not necessarily going to be able to check super poorly going forward, right? I don't think this is a string where we can afford to check a bunch of 3s, but we only got to deal damage with potentially 2 more attacks here. The half block for the card draw might matter.
Yep. Ooh. And there's the Howitzer Impact Cyclone.
Ooh, another way to get that guaranteed momentum.
Because now we can go get the guaranteed momentum, and you can do a couple things with that momentum. You could kick it to ready the blood evaluation and draw a card. There's that line. We got another. We're counting up the bracers here.
You could threaten lethal with it.
You could also just threaten lethal. I mean, he did activate the specialist. He did activate the specialist of sound. So like it is -3 speed. Currently.
It would be a risky play, especially after we drew a random card. But we already chose to partial block a high attack, so pretty interesting.
Like he's just sending this with damage. He's just like, here, catch. Send it for 9. Like this is what you're expecting. This is where you're. Yep, we're gonna block with that 0 gravity we drew.
Okay, not the worst check imaginable, but we're gonna see if Jose wants to force the character commit out here to pass the block, or I guess it
just gonna fail it.
It's gonna choose to fail it. I think we did the Shigaraki once per turn there then, because we still passed that, if I'm not mistaken. That should have been on a 4 with a -1. We could have committed 2. But we're gonna go down to 2, and I don't think we have another high block.
Yeah,
could
we
be
just
wrong, but
push. Yep, we just pushed high, and he had mids.
And there it is. There's the scoop up. A quick little game 1, a nice refresher from casting all those 5 hand-size games earlier. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, like this is about where I expected. Like we saw like he just kind of committed his board down, readied it back up, and he wasn't even he had the fierce whirlwind there.
I was going to mention it earlier. A combination that we've seen a lot of death decks just sort of slide in is this Grenadier Bracers plus the Fierce Whirlwind, right? Because you can blow up your entire stage, commit Grenadier Bracers, and get a huge bonus based on just how many foundations that you had in your stage before you blew them all up. And I think that's really cool. But yeah, we didn't even need that. We just needed brute strength all the way.
Yeah. Trading a life for a damage and just pressuring your way through that match. That's what we got from it. Ooh.
So what do you think we could see coming out of the sideboards, Jesse? What is something that you would want to have in this matchup if you're Jiro?
In this matchup as Jiro, common things we see coming out of the sideboard here, I could see a pillar swing happening. Like something that like you can just jab. Like if like you go This standard Jiro, play one attack, play double jab pummel, play a pillar swing with +3/+3, like, and stun 2. That can crack through this line. Especially going for like getting a strong build on one. The thing though that happens here is Shigaraki gets to respond to foundations being played with his -1 to attack, and that can kill. Like, oh, I have a 5 build. My 5 build is now a 4 build, and I may have lost the one foundation I really needed. That can happen here.
I think one of the things that people might not be keen on, and it doesn't seem like a great play necessarily, but cool and tough, right? We saw our momentum get discarded, and that momentum happened to be a high block, and maybe having that high block added to our hand instead of discarded from our momentum, it's not going to let you ready anything with requesting, but it would have given us a block for that last attack.
That's true. That is definitely a true line. Like, that's a card that maybe will start, like, momentum fight. The fights over a person's momentum, I think, is going to be the sub game that we are going to see throughout this season as it evolves. I think from a lot of the decks that people are talking about, and I'll fight for momentum all day, but if they're playing cool and tough, it's like, do I want to fight for that momentum? Because I might be just giving them a card.
Right. Yeah, it's not super easy to play around that check, that force control check. I almost said check hack, but that too. They're both very difficult to play around. Like, we're not seeing Jiro play around 2 checks or around Shigaraki's check hack. So
just checking clean 5s.
Ooh, yeah, it's not going to matter too much. Even if we had another 0, Shigaraki would make us fail it. So we might as well draw that release. Now, what can Shigaraki... Oh, Blood Evaluation, that's a good open. I was going to say, what can we open with that might be super relevant in this matchup? We didn't really see it matter too much in the last game. It's going to have to be probably a long game for double 3s. Okay.
The double 4. Okay, that's... Wow.
Both of these players playing with absolutely 0 fear.
Yep. Like, going 3-4-3... 3-5, like your 2 and your 5th, your 2nd and 5th foundation are in. I might have that my character. That's a risk.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's very interesting that that this matchup seems like it's supposed to be like hinged around dueling over these top of deck style abilities and stuff. Oh, that's a free card draw.
That's a free card.
But we saw game 1 dominated by just putting a oodles amounts of damage on things and getting free momentum. And that sounds like something Jiro wants to do. Maybe Jiro can't handle a taste of her own medicine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the idea of how many extra cards Shigaraki can draw over the period of a game, it just adds up so quick.
Yeah,
like that's
it can get out of hand pretty quickly.
And this is just a free. It's not like you're under the once per game. This is just I'm just pressing this on every attack and see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Now we do get a Nitro out of our rival's hand, but that is a pretty good block because it can leave the card pool. However, we still take the 1 damage, and that's going to allow instant explosive release to potentially pop off in combination with requesting assistance. This could be a very fast game too.
That's true. There is the line. Oh, we're going to get... All right, so we're doing the right thing here. We're blocking, and we're getting the breaker on that too. From Bile Seizing. That's it. Like, Bile Seizing is, as an ultra rare, is probably one of the most is like balanced statted card lines. It's like +1 high breaker, a draw effect on their thing, and it has probably the most harsh deadlock ability we have right now, which is -2 to all of your rivals' checks.
Yeah.
Like that's like when you have a staple card with an insane deadlock, no one's going to deadlock against that person.
Mhm.
Like
And
I have stared down a Vile Seizing, and I've been like, I'll look at my opponent's discard. I'm like, oh, there's a Vile Seizing. Well, I'm not going to 10 foundations this turn because I might just die if that happens.
it is pretty nice that I think it was at when set 3 was about to drop, or maybe it was right when set 2 dropped. But at one point, Jiro did used to have to reveal the top card of both decks, right? Even her own.
Mm-hmm.
And they did change that. So it is going to make it a little harder for Shigaraki to know exactly when to pop off that control check force, you know?
Yep.
So that is a small benefit to Jiro. It used to be much more difficult for her.
Agreed. We're seeing the lunge lead here again. Like we're gonna pay the 3. This is just like I'm poking you for 5 damage. It has the frog and crow takedown feel all over again. Where it's like,
yeah,
yep.
I'm glad my rival has to at least lose 3 life though.
Yeah.
know, especially for a 7-hander. But I think it's pretty much always worth it. There's very few times where it's not going to be worth paying 3 life to make sure you have a momentum, especially with cards like Blood Evaluation out. The only time it really gets risky is if you're playing against a deck with throws and electric jolts, and that's exactly what Jiro is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if this one has 0 gravity. Have we seen a 0 gravity lift?
We have seen a lift. We saw a lift in game 1.
Yeah,
so I think this is playing like around the 55 card mark roughly, because it's like 20, but it's playing a really heavy attack line. We're like, that's what I'm definitely seeing here.
Speaking of 0 gravity, that's karma. I'm just gonna say it. That's karma.
Yeah.
You want to flip my foundations. You want to add to your progressive difficulty, and then play a throw against my 7 hand size character. You're gonna have to pay for that one. And I wouldn't have been surprised if Shigaraki responded with -1 as like throw hate, because it would waste the +2 speed, because this would have been the next attack, right? It's the next one that was attempted to be played.
You could have also responded with that in control that's in his stage.
Oh, that's great. Oh, looks like he's fanning it out now. He's realizing it might just be a little too late. But that's a very good point, Jesse. I mean, it's the question between, do I want you to commit 4 foundations to continue your turn, or do I want to save this life total, because Death's throw hate isn't the best.
No. I can agree.
It's basically in control, though.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have lots of speed control on our stage. We do have a lot of chances to block, but if we're going to be blocking attacks like 0 gravity lift, it's not going to feel very good for very long. And yeah, I guess I'm just really surprised that we're not valuing our health total a little bit. But when it comes to gamesmanship, when it comes to tournament play, being up a game can change a lot of decisions that you end up making.
I'm going to wonder, does he flip the dual needle right here? And if he just straight up flips the dual needle and makes him discard those 2 cards that he saw, like put Jiro back on the you don't know what's coming plan.
Considering we've already checked the 2, I think it's a great idea here. Yeah. And considering how much oh no, okay, well, wasn't the most impactful, but at the same time, it's the kind of thing where you have to use it before you lose it, right? This could easily be a Jiro squash turn if we know that we're just going to check perfectly everywhere. And you might not have the opportunity later. Looks like we discarded a momentum.
I'm trying to figure. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why was that discarded?
Oh, to flip the jolt. It also does that. I was trying to figure out. We used blood evaluation, but it also flips face up momentum. Man, that's gotta be a major misstep here. Not using the jolt first. I mean, we didn't catch it immediately. We were both saying, okay, you discard the momentum. Go ahead, ready some draw card. No, sir.
No, it's just
gonna hate on electric jolt.
That's a line right there. That's the Jose. I'm seeing 3 moves ahead line, where it's like, if I do this here,
that was all up to Jiro. Jiro could have easily just first enhance, used the jolt, but we weren't going to be pressing this turn anyways. So if we didn't, in a way, since we weren't going to try and win the game anyhow, it was good to force them to discard the momentum to do it rather than flipping the jolt for them. So it works out to be kind of a, -1 momentum for Shigaraki, which is a major deal for that once per turn. So it didn't end up punishing us at all, which is nice to see.
Oh, look, your lunge is back.
Yep, and we're right back to having free momentum again. Pay that 3 life, snap it off instantly. It's just so important for this deck. It's so important for this format to be having momentum. Pretty much every deck. I can't think of any deck out there right now that, it is something that doesn't even have a momentum outlet. The closest ones would be maybe like Tokoyami's and Ojiro's, but they have excellent uses for momentum with ice walls and EX moves.
Like this is that I'll say is Dual Needle Lunge enables so many lines in so many decks. And, and people think I talk to people about it and they're like, it's kind of an okay ultra rare. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I got wiped because you know what happened to me at a local recently? I had a Dualio Lunge Nomu launched at me. And then he followed it up with Wing Nomu. This was on turn 2. Like, all right, you just played 3 attacks on me.
One of my favorite turns I've ever played in this game was playing all 4 dual needle lunges in a row and then playing all 4 back alley haymakers in a row.
Oh.
It was absolutely just the full houseiest combo of all time. But we are seeing more attacks coming out. We're seeing some hefty damage. Jiro's already down to 16. We haven't really been talking about like the damage being dealt and keeping track of these health totals. Has Jiro blocked anything this whole game?
No, I don't think so. Nope, it's just presented like, all right. Oh,
ooh, we get a little bit of that old school errata getting to peek at that 6 check on top.
Yep.
But 2 attacks for Jose and no latent skill in sight. Whatever will he do?
I expect discard for 1 speed and 1 me and stun 1. That's a good start.
Can we draw these cards or just force the checks through, right? Because now we haven't discarded a momentum to flip the gravity lift face down. So we can still ready one of those blood evaluations. We could have used dual needle lunge to discard the 2 on top again, which we did not do.
I'm looking at the stun 2 here. Like he had a feeling he was lining up a 5. He activated the Vile CZ Enhance. He checks the 5, so it's like commit character and foundation.
Stun 2 to save yourself 2 life. Oh, he's sequencing this beautifully.
Yeah.
He's from the future. He's actually just psychic. When you're online against Fidu 21, it's just a completely different world.
True. All right, so we're +2 to block off the release.
I don't know if he has a 3rd eye. I don't know if he has a 4th eye. I don't know what quirk you have to be making these plays. But my goodness, is he just sequencing? He's sequencing out of this world, actually. It's such an understated thing because these are really, I would say low-key enhances, right? You always play the enhance on Vile Seizing, whatever. But dual needle lunge is something people flip just to flip in so many decks. It's all about that pay 3 life for momentum, but it's paying off in a huge way in this metagame.
Oh, yeah. It is setting up a line. It just keeps setting up lines that you don't want your opponent just doesn't want to play through. That's what it really is.
We're pretty much forcing them to stun to not let us draw these extra attacks. And where it looks like we're deciding on whether or not we can play another attack and forcibly draw the next one. Oh, okay. Not what I was expecting, but you love to see it.
Oof.
Yep, committing a face down.
This is interesting. We're like the offensive naval laser is always interesting to me.
Yep, and we're going to choose to ready a foundation rather than unflip, and we get to forcibly draw that next attack. That's exactly the play we were looking for. You know, Jose pretty much had access to either one of those cards whenever he wanted them. He's just letting you commit foundations so you can suffer.
Yep. And now we're just going to start throwing attacks for extra cards away to snack time.
Yeah, this is almost surgical precision. I cannot understate like the many ways. And again, some of it's guessing, right? It's not necessarily that he has all this information, but he is navigating through so much of this turn in exactly the correct way. And it makes me really wonder, right? We got a glimpse of that 6 check. Maybe so did Jose. Maybe he really did know.
Yeah. I'm not good. Like he's very he's just he has this is the blood in the water. Yep, this is the blood in the water line. It's like, all right, we're putting all this is going on here. I'm gonna make you blow up another foundation to the release.
I guess with release, we could theoretically still block this, but we didn't use the specialist, so you have to assume we don't feel like it. But this is gonna put us at 6 life with that brute strength down. Anything is lethal, and with snack timeout, it's going to basically force out a response from specialist and first enhanced release, I think, if we want to guarantee a block on this. And then after that, it's just up to what is in Jose's hand, and it's going to be -1 difficulty.
Yep. All right, so there's the response. All right, -3 speed. You got it.
Yeah, you got to block this one, even if it's a half block. You know, no world where Jose doesn't put this to a lethal number, and then we're just going to play the last attack in our hand. I mean, I got to say it, Jesse, I feel like this is game. I don't think there'd be a reason to play this Naval Laser Beam Instant Shining Flash unless there was another attack.
Yeah, we're pressing. There we go. It's like, oh, I paid a life. I blew up foundation. This is at lethal. And my next card is -1 difficulty. Like,
flip to the -1. We have an excellent high block, but it probably will not matter.
Yep.
Without the once per game, by the way. This is without the once per game.
Yep. It just checks a 3, going for 7 here, so commits 4, and we just
choosing to keep the brute strength over the snack time. That's a little interesting, right? Oh, this doesn't combo.
No, doesn't combo. Just straight damage. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely was a short match, but we just watched two very, like I said, we saw the surgical games occur between Jose pretty much set the lineup, like he blocked with the showdown, committed to, kills the Jiro's turn, and then goes, all right, I'm going to play a lunge into this to steal, to mess up your card order, to throw you out of, like, the deck has a lot of disruption. That's really what we saw here. And that's the big thing we see is like disruption is the key sometimes to getting through a lot of these decks. Yep.
He had a way to flip it. He had, ways to manipulate the top card of the deck. I do have to feel like if at any point Jiro just drew, I don't know, 4 3 difficulty attacks, we just absolutely kersplat a 7-hander. But Jiro was basically on the poke and hope games. They had to hope to get another turn that just never came. So very, very exciting, exhilarating matchup. But we have plenty more action for you guys coming up. We are going to take hopefully a small break and come back with more MHA CCG action for you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
To winning tournaments, and I'm really excited for this one. I want to see a definitive victor in this game 3 matchup at the end of this round.
Agreed.
We did give them a little bit of a time extension, right? So I believe we got about 15 minutes left in this match, and that is plenty of time for Midnight to delete a 7 hand size character, or for Toga to play, I don't know, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What's a fair amount of attacks?
I mean, it all depends on the Toga. Like Toga 1 we've seen so many iterations of this character over multiple sets. Like this could go either way. Like we could see this Toga do like we have the race car style that was happening right before set 3 dropped. Set 3 came out. We saw this the new tempo Toga come out of this, and now we're in set 4, and we've got a whole new support lineup for Toga, like a full kit for a 6 hand size Toga, but it mashes really well with 7 hand size Toga.
So it's pretty interesting. We saw a gravity lift get reviewed there. That is normally one of the best pokes you can throw out, but it is a little bit more risky than this blood transfer. Blood transfer, a Toga 2 card. Mostly it says when it's completely blocked, you get a momentum from the top of your deck face up. So it's guaranteed momentum no matter what, and it's guaranteed one health loss if you're a Toga 1.
Yeah, like this is a really interesting line. Blood transfer is one of the new cards from set 4 that's included with the face up momentum kit. That's a good way to describe it. And this kit has some really cool cards, including the Rushing Stab, Bloodlust, and those cards just do so much.
You know what the best part about blood transfer is to me when it comes at least to the life symbol?
Mm-hmm.
It is a way to activate Excited for Blood on the rival's turn. Previously, that was basically just an evil symbol gimmick that wasn't really available to the other builds for Toga, right? At least not ones that we see super often. But now the life symbol can activate it to get even the Toga response activated on the rival's turn. So I think that adds a lot of depth to the gameplay. It's not a super impactful move if you don't have the Excited for Blood out, but all in all, I think it's an absolutely essential piece to the Toga 1s of set 4.
Oh yeah, like this is just, it just keeps the character going. Like as for Toga 1, like Toga 1 is probably like now with the Kirishima 2 getting the errata, like I think it's one of the strongest characters out of Crimson Rampage still. And I really think there's still a lot of in-depth options that have still yet to be explored. And now with more cards to the pool for Toga, it's just gonna get bigger.
Yeah, something else that is a very well-known entity and incredibly strong is this Electric Jolt. We're gonna see the stun 1 come down, but it's gonna be released away, right? We're gonna destroy that foundation that got stunned and respond with a Precious Lesson to rebuild the foundation, basically getting to undo that little bit of stun there, and also get a bonus to our check to block. But unless it's a Faith Shield block, this is still going to deal at least 1 damage.
That's true. That's the one thing. Like, and we also get the what's the Friends with Animals Midnight line, where you get 2 speed. You get the speed for the keywords plus the 2 speed for Friends Animals.
Yeah, and we counted out, so a little bit of dueling back and forth, right? We got 3 speed from Midnight for our keywords, 2 speed from Command Pigeon Flock, but we got -2 speed from Rescue Completed and +2 to our Check the Block with Release, making this a fairly easy breaker too that we're still going to take the 1 damage on. Yep,
take the 1, but I think we disrupt a turn that, like, all right, we're gonna make you have to go to a build out. And that's what Toga wants. Toga wants to play disruptive blocks so that they puts your opponent on make different decisions.
Yeah, if Midnight has to commit completely out, they're oh my! I was not expecting the Rushing Stab. I'll be honest, I was not expecting the 1 check.
No one expects Rushing Stab. Because
If
you
there's
have to,
anything,
you
if
got to
there's
have a
anything
lot
I've-
for it. Sorry.
if there's anything I've learned from this Oceanic Regionals, it's that players, especially at the beginning of a format, play with absolutely no fear. There has been so many brave decisions in this tournament, and including one checks in your deck definitely qualifies, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're gonna commit down the bench press, which is like that's a card that's just like, oh, if you're playing any of the either those evil or life on Toga 1, like bench press is just so good because you're just like activate my enhance, all my attacks get +1 damage now. It's just
pretty much every competitive deck has a repeatable +1 damage source somewhere. I can't think of any deck that has won a tournament that didn't have at least one. We're seeing more and more decks that are building 2, 3, putting all of them on symbol, right? So it makes a lot of sense that if your character can activate bench press, then it goes right in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
It also has a cheeky little minus damage, right? It also has a cheeky response, an enhance that says if you take damage, you're going to gain 2 back. So you have to have the health to lose in the first place, but it also counts as a card that plays both sides of the board, which, in my opinion, are the best My Hero Academia CCG cards. Ones I can use on offense and on defense to give me more beautiful interaction between the two players.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it looks like we're gonna go for the block here. Looks like that's an Ice Storm. Just took me a second to verify, to get my eyes on it, right? Because you can't tell
the Breaker 2. I trade you a Breaker 2 of my own. How do you like it?
I mean, I would not want a rushing stab to go to my opponent's momentum. Like I will spend all the resources to stop that block, make that block happen.
Yeah, you really have to, I think. Like, letting a 7-hand size character get way ahead of you with card draw can be really scary. Interestingly enough, we see recovery time dumped into the bin, so that's a pretty powerful defensive ability and a +1 mid-breaker block, but it looks like we're going to go even deeper. We played around the breaker with our foundation, and now I believe that is
that's a needle. That's a piercing
needle.
That is
the piercing needle?
Yep. But also they built into on that a Stalker Prey, which that is one of those cards that is definitely going to see more and more play, and it's really good against the midnight line of like it pretty much erases a midnight speed pump to their own attacks.
Yeah, this is the card that makes me really consider playing Toga with the Toga 2 lineup. I would say that E-flip to trade out 1 momentum for, I don't know, a rushing stab maybe is probably the most exciting play I can think of from the kit. So it is also a generically good speed hate card, right? It basically says if the only thing your character does offensively is add speed, they are mostly blank until you want to fight me through this stalking her prey or until I decide to swap my momentum out. So we can have access to that rushing stab if we so desire.
Mm-hmm. All right, here comes the Command Pigeon Flock. This is the the bread and butter of of this midnight deck. Is like I don't like Command Pigeon Flock. I think it's an okay card.
Well, as someone who plays in Kevin Broberg's locals, I can understand why it might have scarred you a bit.
Yes, it definitely has. But the option of just you get to build a 3-diff foundation that just says +2 additional speed when you're midnighting. It's just crazy.
I think you don't like friend of animals at that point. It's, the fact that it's the one foundation that most people build is pretty frustrating. But I mean, it's also free momentum once it's committed. You can remove it to add any ally card or ally attack, to your momentum. That's huge for the chaos symbol.
Yes, it sure is.
Like,
look at that.
This is now a huge attack at 8 high for 5. Oh, and we're going deeper.
All right, we got the 1/1.
This could be game, Jesse. This could be the turn. I mean, 19 is pretty easy to deal, and I don't want to spoil anything or jinx it, but Toga's got a lot of committed foundations, my friend.
That's true. You're not wrong there. But what they do have up is a lot, like, unless the Midnight starts getting some stun up, like, yeah, they have a training partner. They can get the speed set back to 4. They've got a release. They've got some base. They got some foundations they can probably shoot through, and they've got rescue completed. So I don't think we're out. We're not dead in the water, but we're not out of the wood. Like, it's gonna be a second before we can figure out if we're out of the woods yet.
It's most likely going to come down to if we have a way to interact with our rival's stage. If we have stun attacks that come out after this, I mean, the most common attack to see after Summon Dark Shadow is Dark Shadow Ruin, right? And that does have that little bitty stun one on it that can change the course of a turn drastically. But, I mean, we also have stun one and commit an extra one from 1.3 million, which with 2 copies of Friend of Animals. I get the two confused a lot. They're very similar, but Friend of Animals, they go hand in hand. Is going to add a ton of speed. So unless we have a way to deal with that speed reset, it's probably not going to find us the game.
Okay.
Right? Ooh, so we've been to recovery time earlier, and now it makes more sense, right? Because we have another recovery time.
Yep.
Oh, no. So I was just about to say, we still have blood transfer, right, to heal 1, ding our rival for 1, and then we can do Toga to heal 1. But Somnambulism is going to say, no, not anymore. And if we can make our rival discard the cards in their hand, their speed hate won't matter at all.
That's true.
So this card has stun on it. This card's going to filter us more because there's so many keywords in our card pool. It's going to hate on Toga's response. This is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I feel bad that they been to a recovery time at a point, because, man, I would want to be able to discard it right now. Like, oh, okay, I'll discard this recovery time and draw 2. That would be such a feeling.
I mean, besides that, I mean, even if so, I don't even know if I could make that play, right, with depending on how my stage looks. Again, we have tons of speed 8. Excuse me. So it's very possible that we feel good about blocking still, but even if you don't bend the recovery time, just having 4 more health for this turn could make a huge difference if our rival doesn't end up having something like a 1.3 million volts. But we see stun coming down on stalking or prey, which I don't hate, but I'd have to do a lot more thinking than I'm willing to do right now. But keeping rescue completed up is, about the same as stalking her prey once you get to activate the speed reset from encouraging and the destroy to ready 2 foundations.
We're at a 10 mid for 7 here.
It's big.
Yeah. Like,
and
this
one
is where
card left in hand. Is it even a low block? Is it
all right, we're saying yep. We just set it back to 4 speed.
Ooh,
that's good.
I guess it's a mid block.
Yep.
If this is something you can completely block, you 100% sell out here, in my opinion. And then if we can completely block this, our rival has to count to 18 because of that extra health from blood transfer. So it's going to be close, but I think Midnight can get there with 1 more attack.
Yeah. I actually wonder if...
Or sorry, 2 more attacks, I should say. Never mind.
Breaker.
That Breaker 2 is going to put a big halt to this turn because that Summon Dark Shadow still counts towards progressive.
It sure does.
I no longer think there's a world where we get there this turn. That is amazing defense by Toga, making all the right plays.
Yep. I was actually going to wonder if the blood transfer was going to get activated and, like, mess up some math too. Like, there's that other line of, like, okay, it's actually 18 is your, like, there's this, when you have an unactivated blood transfer, I feel like you can throw off somebody's math because they forget about it. It's
right, exactly. It's 18 that they'd have to deal to get through it now, right? It's you want to save it, obviously, I think, till when you can feel like responding with Toga, but we didn't really get that option. And yeah, playing around this breaker, you don't really have many options other than to play a 0 here, and checking a 1 ends the turn. a definitive stop sign coming out from Toga in the very the end minutes of this match. That is massive. Gonna get maybe one more turn, right? Each player might get one more crack at this. I don't know exactly what our extension timer is.
They have 5 minutes.
Okay.
We delayed them 5 minutes on their extension, so their OT does not start for
They should be two. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, they're not in OT currently.
Yeah, they should be about 2 minutes away from OT. So it looks like both players will probably get at least one more turn. Did you keep track of who went first for this game? We jumped in right as it started. I think it was Toga went first.
Yeah.
So, not how you want to start this. Especially since the quality means I can't tell what attack that is, Jesse.
That is a 0 gravity lift.
Okay, it looks like a 5 diff because we did commit two cards, and it looks like we checked the back alley haymaker. And yeah, 0 gravity lift enables a lot of crazy explosive plays, but it's not exactly the most explosive card by itself.
No, not at all. I think if anything, it's like we're trying to pressure here. We're trying to do the pressure line with Toga and just put like maybe we can string something together. Maybe there's a line here. Maybe we dig deep enough. We'll get this. We'll get something happen here.
Yeah,
all right,
we absolutely have enough foundations to get there with this bench press, and we do have the drain one from the blood transfer. We're going to get this response off of our twice per turn to filter a bit more. Discarding a 3 diff makes a lot of sense here. We also still have the flip for burn 2 off of piercing.
Are we? Ooh.
Remember what I said, Jesse? It's an explosive card, not when you're playing it, but when it's in your momentum. And that is a Toga only ability off Stalking or Prey.
Yep.
So we're going to get to do our best Ochaco impression, which is a pretty big flavor win, if I have to say so myself.
Yeah, I definitely can agree to that. We're setting a 4-high-7 throw. We're making him activate his throw hate to put it down to 2 damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it's not exactly what you want to see, right? But you got to go through it at some point. But getting to gravity lift, this gravity lift is going to change the complexion of this turn in a massive way, as long as we have the follow-up kill turn.
Yep.
Ooh,
so
non-block.
So we're gonna activate the needle for another to make him lose 2. So we got 4 in. That's pretty good. And now we're gonna draw and discard. And we are just gonna now can we string 13?
Yeah, now it's just, I mean, we've seen at least 9 cards this turn, right?
Yeah.
There's gotta be something. I don't know if we can get through Midnight's ability and release, especially if we keep checking 3s. That can't feel good.
Yeah, we might be doing the pop the rescue completed here to keep going.
However, this is okay. I lied earlier about my favorite set 4 attack. This is actually my favorite set 4 attack, at least my favorite set 4 ultra rare. Anyone who follows me on socials knows I've been trying to make Needle Stab work for a long time. I am insanely hyped for this play.
Yeah. This is a card that if you have obtained a ton of extra cards, this is like the one you just throw all the resources in. You're like, all right, I got another attack coming. I can get another attack off. I'm like, all right, +3 speed to my next one. I'll discard 2 for 5 damage. And if I really need some momentum, I could try to get 2 momentum off the top and see what happens.
Yeah.
Like I definitely had somebody play Needle Stab, discard 3 cards, and they hit a blood transfer and a rushing stab. And I was like, well, that happened.
Yeah, I think it's important to note a lot of people forget that, it is technically a Toga card. It's not really a Toga 2 symbols, but it does add the cards to momentum face up, and that can matter. But it looks like we're not going for that play. We're getting Midnight pretty low, clearing the card pool once again. What's the payoff? It's nothing. Oh no. That is not looking good because I don't think we're going to get another turn as Toga. Ooh, I think we checked a 1. Is that a 1 on top? Is that a rushing stab on the 3 diff?
Nope, that's a blood transfer.
Okay. Yeah, that's double blood transfer blocks or checks, sorry. And then it's going to be up to Midnight. I mean, we put Midnight down to a low enough health total, but I don't think we're going to have enough time in the round to get another turn as Toga. So hopefully we didn't overextend. We did do a great job of gaining some life, though, right? And now we don't have a way, as far as I know, at least right now, we don't have a way to activate Excited for Blood or our character response on the rival's turn. So maybe that blood transfer is really something we needed to hold on to if we didn't draw lethal.
Yeah. Is that a high value target? Is that what that promo is?
Yes.
That's the new extra credit promos.
Yes, the new shiny extra credit promos. They look absolutely amazing. They pop right off the card, and I think you do get a small bonus when you play them. I do think that there is a hidden power up to having the shiny card that people have to go, wait, hold on, what is that?
Mm-hmm. That's all right. So we're checking face downs here. We're just trying to. I think we're just trying not to die at this moment.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone play the high value target extra credit promo and not win the game. So it'll be very interesting to see. This one is looking more and more like a tie, but if there's anyone who can punch through this defense and present lethal from full, it's probably the chaos symbol, and especially the chaos symbol with speed hate. And Midnight, of course, gets to throw away as many cards as she likes away. Understanding how deep we are in this round, you have to imagine that Midnight is throwing away anything that isn't an attack, which might spell disaster for Toga, considering it was only 2 cards discarded.
Yeah. All right, we're just gonna take that. Like that's the right line here. It's not threat. That's a very non-threatening command pigeon block. So now on the other hand, an ice storm is gonna do a little bit here.
Yeah, we do have quite a bit of Friend of Animals still in our stage, right? We still have potentially 2 momentum that we can tutor up from our discard pile, not to mention that bonus speed from another copy. It'll be very interesting to see what exactly we decide to do here. Going to pop that Command Pigeon Flock into our discard pile for +3 damage. Ooh. Toga still has tons of blocking potential, though, right? Like between high value target, rescue completed, and release. Like every card in our stage counts as like 5 foundations. It's kind of insane. So typically a 7 low 7 looks pretty good, but here comes rescue completed.
Yep.
And then if we're really trying to block this, here comes release. Now, were we in deadlock? Are we at 10 exactly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We were at 10 exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looked like a lot there, but then I realized that's the hand. Those were the cards in hand there. And then Chivalrous is going to say we both draw a card. So a little more digging from Midnight. That's pretty interesting, right? We threw away 2 cards, drew 2 cards, and now we're digging a bit more. Going to get this momentum from Command Pigeon Flock. Going to have that stocked up for the next attack. And it looks like we're about to go to the block step. We've got +2 to our check. It's a 5 speed low. Oh, we're adjusting some more speed. Nope. We still also have a bench press. We did not bench press on that first attack to gain 2 life. after we took it to the chin. So that's, that could potentially be, and we're committing it. Interesting.
Yep.
That's not great, right? That's not optimal use of your cards when we're this deep into the round. Ooh, home run comet's huge.
Yep.
It's an absolutely massive attack. Choosing not to commit successful results is very strange to me here, right? Like, what is it doing ready? It only exists to be committed so you can ready it.
Well,
Our rival's not in deadlock, or else it would make perfect sense.
All right, so we put one into momentum.
Yeah, very importantly, successful results is something you can repeatedly use throughout a turn. So if you have a bunch of momentum to continuously ready it, I mean, that's a ton of extension. That's a bunch of free midnight enhances. I think we're kind of all in on this home run comet. Maybe we have one more because
he just put it to 4-speed with the trading partner. So we're in the line here of there better be another attack, and it better be able to. It has to be like essentially another home run, and I don't think he has the available resources to get another one to pass.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where we could easily have passed more checks, played more cards if we had committed successful first and just been spending momentum to ready it over and over. But then we also probably wouldn't have enough foundations to threaten our rival's stage, right? And force them to put this encouraging training partner. So really life defense, just doing as much work as it possibly can.
Yeah. So we just saw we gave these players time extension from time to get that so we could get to their game 3. They played through all available time for the round. They played through overtime that existed and their additional overtime for their extension. So they got everything, and that match is going to end up a draw.
So overtime just got called for them.
No, they were ended of over.
Overtime ended for them.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this is a draw. This game ends immediately. There is no winner, unfortunately. And again, it looked very much, we had the high block, and it didn't look like Midnight could even play another card. They weren't attempting to play it right. They weren't playing around the idea of having foundations ready to play another card. So you have to imagine that one was going to end in a draw anyways, regardless of the overtime rule.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So we are 5 rounds into this tournament, everybody. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to a top 16, which will be playing tomorrow. Just as a reminder, if you're watching from the United States, top 8 will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. So it's gonna be you guys get to come back tomorrow, and we get to run this. We get to run the top cuts. At this point in time, I will be stepping out for the rest of the night. It is 1:35 East Coast, and I have been up since 5 a.m. So I'm going to be handing off to Sam, and Levi will be returning for the last 2 rounds. I will definitely be checking the coverage when I eventually wake up for the day. And I hope we'll be going to take a short break before we start round 6 of play.
Yep, just 2 more rounds, guys. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss us.
All right, welcome back, villains. We have bid Grandpa Cervini a good night, and it's time for Sam Tate and I, Levi Lalonde, to knock out the last couple rounds of this amazing Oceanic Regional License Exam MHA CCG filled night. And we've got something super sick lined up. Sam, why don't you tell these lovely people out there what they're going to be witnessing in just a few moments?
Well, we just saw a little bit of Toga 1 action, so we figured we'd find the highest table Toga 1. You can imagine this late in the tournament, right? Some of the top tables are IDing, so we managed to find table 2 playing, but it's against Ojiro on the Earth symbol. So we got Life Toga versus Earth Ojiro. This should be a very fast-paced matchup. Lots of card movement flying around, lots of numbers, right? Lots of plus speed and plus damage, and as you guys are going to see in this staging area, there is tons of cards in play already from the first turn that is going to be pumping up those numbers on both sides of the board. Yeah, Ojiro 2 definitely. I mean, it's what, more than 3 times registered the next. Like, you could take the next 3 characters, add them all together, and they're one less than the amount of people playing Ojiro 2 in this event. So it is going to be incredible if we can see a bunch of characters overtake Ojiro in the top cuts. It's looking like half of top cuts may be Ojiro, but Toga 1 is not to be slept on. That is a character who finds the good ones, as they say. It is a character who can dig through that deck incredibly quickly, and the life symbol is also incredibly good at that. But we see Hardened Jab coming out for the first attack, maybe the weakest attack, maybe the easiest to block, and it's going to eat up that Breaker 2 Naval Laser Beam that we've actually seen, I would say, a surprising amount. Are you still me? Okay, well, I'll take over for just a minute. But it seems like every time we switch casters, the new one comes in muted. So hopefully we'll get that sorted out. But a second jab comes down here, and it's looking like it's not going to be a big deal at all for Ojiro. Going to pick up one of them foundations, build another one. Everything looking pretty smooth considering we just ate a Breaker 2 to the face. One of the things that I want to point out is these carbo loadings. Carbo loading is massive damage pump. That's one of those things I was talking about at the very beginning, right? The pumping numbers on both sides of the board. But then on top of that, we can ready.
Is that a focus attack?
That is indeed a funny punch coming out with the +1 mid block, and Ojiro is undeterred. Having not dealt any damage this turn, gonna slap down the rapid punches on a 6. This is an interesting order of operations, if you will.
This is definitely not the most usual or the most optimal Ojiro to attack turn, attack line, string chain, however you want to call it, that I've seen in quite a while, and especially in this tournament thus far. Definitely giving Toga a whole lot of leeway to relax a bit more. You know, the stats are not coming in as much. The pickup is not coming in anytime soon. We're just seeing, you know, +2/+2 is certainly nothing to scoff at, but it is something that honestly, with this amazing board that Toga has put together on this life symbol deck, we're very, very prepared to deal with everything that Ojiro is doing right now. They haven't put us in an uncomfortable position yet, and our still very solid 20 health total is reflecting that.
Yeah, it's pretty nice having both the mid blocks for both the mid attacks there that were really easy to block, and now with a little help from our friends, we've got the low block. So blocking with 3 attacks doesn't feel great, but taking no damage from Ojiro's turn 2 also feels pretty good. So it balances out, I think.
I'm certainly no stranger to having to block with my attacks just to survive the blitz that comes in on turn 2. When you're a character like Toga, right, this 7-hand size character on a symbol that can draw a ton of cards with attacks that draw cards and an enhance that lets you filter your hand like crazy, you're not really going to miss the attacks that you block with. You're going to find more. You're going to find what you need when you need it. That's kind of one of the premium commodities of the life symbol as a whole, and of course as Toga 1 as a whole.
Yep, we see the back alley coming down, but not quite slaying as a 3 check happens. Can't feel great about that, but if there was any attack to check a 3 on, back alley might be it.
We're certainly going to be able to mitigate those downsides a little bit. You know, it's rough to imagine us being able to do much past this turn. But honestly, with Ojiro so committed out, we could go ahead and get a little aggressive here.
We
building the floating and immediately using it.
Yeah, we built the floating instead of a release. I don't know exactly what options we had in our discard pile, but we immediately float away 3 attacks from the top of our discard pile as well. This could spell disaster for Ojiro. I mean, Ojiro did go pretty deep, even with the hardened jab, resetting that foundation, trying to get, the build out from One with Natures and things like that. I mean, Ojiro didn't get anything out of that turn 2 aggression and ended up with a almost completely tapped board. However, we do have learning the standards, meaning that a focus attack isn't going to immediately zonk us.
Just based on how this attack is going so far, I kind of would not be surprised to see the learning the standards pop off. Like choosing to build in the floating and then immediately using it really does say like, hey, I'm coming for you, man. I'm coming for you. I would not have been surprised to see the learning the standards have been popped off there. But Ojiro elects not to use it, says I'm not really afraid. And now
pays immediately.
Yeah.
Because you have to use that learning the standards immediately, because any stun attack is going to deny you the opportunity. And we see double carbo loading. I was going to point out we committed a non-carbo loading foundation to pass this check. We committed our speed reset where we smell the blood. We are excited for blood, and this could be game at the end of this string because of Toga's response. Those carbo loadings are coming right back, Levi.
Yeah, and while the ready of carbo loading is once per turn, the enhanced certainly is not. So we do have effectively another 8 damage to put onto a next move if we want between carbo loading, tight-lipped, and floating. We might just see Toga close this game right here, right now, especially if we're about to follow this up with a focused attack.
Interesting. So this is currently a 13 damage move. It's going to put us to 9. We committed for +1 speed to make sure that it is outside the realm of possibility of blocking, unless you have a +0 block, right? Unless you're basically running a buddy block, which how many times have you seen an Ojiro run a buddy block?
There's almost definitely not a buddy block in this Ojiro deck. I would be extremely blown away if there was. Focused attack? Now
we can focus attack because we didn't learn. Okay, well, it wasn't focus attack. That would have been pretty hype, but
this is almost
lethal
better,
with double carbo loading.
Yeah, this is a 6-speed move. It's already unblockable. Save a buddy block 6-check scenario. Yeah, this is it. You double carbo loading onto this. It's going to be exactly 9.
We brought it to exactly 9, and we get to add
9
from Toga, speed from rescue completed. That's it. That's game 1 to Toga.
Have you ever just not read the room, Sam? You ever just not read the room? The second that floating got built in and got snap used, I, as Ojiro there, would have gone, he
learn the standards immediately.
You're gonna learn today. Boy.
I mean, even without the combo from Funny Punch, right? It is +1 progressive difficulty that we would not have been able to do that exact string. I mean, we're still pretty close with rescue completed, passing those checks, but we would have lost 1 speed on 2 of those attacks, and that could have made the difference with a +1 block anywhere in that string.
It also could have totally changed up our 5 checks, right? Because we would have played a foundation as our form. Things could have been a whole different world that we'd have lived in.
Yeah, absolutely. It is.
That was without tongue whip. That was without tongue whip.
That was without Funny Punch. That was without tongue whip. I mean, that was just all gas, no brakes. Man, that was high octane, and it was not on the side of the board that I think most people were expecting it from.
No. I mean, we saw Toga block with 3 attacks, full stop the Ojiro turn 2, and then come back in and find that full health kill immediately without a moment's hesitation, and with like extremely unassuming moves, right? Like we threw 2 back alleys and a piercing needle. That's not supposed to do 29. What the heck happened there? Well, 12 damage from carbo loadings happened there. That's what.
You can't blame Ojiro for feeling a little safe with sitting on 28 health, watching Toga block with 3 attacks, and then having learning the standards. but you can blame Ojiro for not using the learning the standards, because again, any stun move, any committal move just kind of wipes that off the board. So you got to use it before you lose it.
Yeah, and I just, obviously anticipating the second back alley, it can be a tall order, right? It can be a tall order, but I think it's less of like, do I think I need to use it now or later? I think he was just very much under the thought process of, yeah, I'm just gonna take this poke, and then if they play another attack, and they probably won't kill me anyway, but if they really play another attack, check bad, then I get to learning them, then it's like super good, right? But I think they really just thought that things were going to kind of be it after that, and Toga said, absolutely not, man. I've got another 24 on the way.
Yeah, just the double carbo loading. It was the first thing or at least I talked about while you were still muted, where, that is just tons of potential. And I might have some crow to eat, Levi, because Andrew Porat specifically asked me about Toga 1 before this event, about a week ago at the beginning of the week. He said, how do you feel about Toga 1 going into this format? And I said, I don't think she has the sauce. I still put her, I think, in my third tier, right? I did a tier list recently and uploaded that. And so I'm pretty sure she's still like one of the best decks around. It's just when it comes to this cutthroat, this fast-paced, format, I didn't believe that the 720 health that doesn't pump damage on face could do it. However, you know what she does do on her face?
Finds a whole lot of cards.
And readies carbo loading, which is an absolute buttload of damage.
So let's, while these guys are still shuffling the sideboard up, let's kind of talk about a little history lesson, Sam. For anyone who at home watching who might not be super familiar, with the metas of days past and whatnot. When Crimson Rampage came out, people really realized how supernova the life symbol was going, and we really saw the life symbol dominate with a very similar main deck under many different characters. Right? It was Toga, then it was Momo, then it was Osley, and it went back and forth a little bit. May did it a bunch. I think Life May had a top cut performance of some kind at Vegas RLE. There was a lot of just like this same really good stuff Life main deck. And the main reason that it began to shift away from Toga and into Momo was because two of the best things that you could be doing with Life, right, to protect your character from the early game aggro of the Tokoyamis and the fourth kinds, those are probably the most prevalent aggro decks really early on in that format, right? Is the goal was you build Rescue Completed, you build Release, you don't die on turn 2. The Togas of the world were starting to realize that, when I don't build those cards, these aggro turn 2 decks just nuke me. So they kind of shifted their way into Momo because you have Rescue Completed / Release on your face and a bit more health to pad that out. So Toga kind of got left in the wayside of this generic good stuff life, meta type of main deck. And now we're starting to see her return a little with the advent of a ton of new things. Carbo loading and bench press, some of the biggest new tools that she has gotten recently. And now that we have Toga's whole kit in set 4 with Toga 2, I think this character could easily be seen in a little bit of a resurgence with all of these new tools she has access to both survive those horrid turn 2 blowouts and really deal some serious damage on the backswing.
Yeah, I basically played a Momo deck with Toga on top in Pasadena. Like, that's how similar life decks were until the Gamer Toga came out, right? That was the evolution that Toga needed, was to ramp things all the way to the opposite side of the spectrum. I was down to play Toga on life because of what you said, right? You get these really powerful defensive tools that we're seeing, double Release come down. You can do a very good Momo impression with Release and Rescue Completed. And I just prefer to be a 7 hand size, and having that chip damage on block seems really good in grindy matchups. But what Toga really needs is the ability to actually play her entire hand, the ability to play all those beautiful, wonderful cards that you see. And cards like Carbo Loading not only are going to give you the damage that you lack compared to those other life decks, those 6 hand size decks, but it's also going to give you the extension that you need to play every single card in your hand. And speaking of playing every single card in your hand, the double build from Ojiro going first, that's got to feel like a godsend.
It's definitely a little nice breath of fresh air, but we can't get too comfortable yet because it's a seriously scary board to pass into. We need to hardcore bolster our defenses this turn so we can survive double student, double one with nature, snack time, tight-lipped, someone with style is 2 foundations. That's a very scary board to pass into. But I really like what you said earlier, Sam, right, is that you really, really preferred being that 7-hand size character, and that chip was really nice in the grindy games. I think that's also one of the reasons that even though we've moved past the Momo meta, we haven't really seen a return to grindy games anytime soon. The really, really prevalent decks are these super fast, blowouts. They have the Tokoyamis, the Jiros, the Ojiros, even the Curie 2s back at like Nats, right? Those were the really, really, really fast Curie 2 decks that just had the ability to survive on the backswing. But for the most part, the plan was end the game as fast as possible. Since Heroes Clash dropped, that's been what the best decks in the game have really been all about. So the grind that you get from Toga just, became less and less relevant. And that's also, I think, why Gamer Toga kind of fell out of relevance, is because you didn't have to build to break Momo walls anymore. You just had to survive and then do that 29 back. But slowly, nature is healing. The world is changing. And as prevalent as a lot of these turn 2 decks are, that just means that there's even more reason for the brewers out there to try and figure out the ways around those extremely meta relevant pieces.
Yeah, the Gamer Toga got to get to turn 3 guaranteed because of how slow Momo is. And you could pretty much guarantee you'd be running into decks like that. It was very well positioned around Fourth Kind, which was also pretty popular, like on the other side of the spectrum as far as trying to get on top of you really early. And so we now see it's kind of the best of both worlds. We kind of met in the middle. We're playing a bunch of damage pump. We're also playing a bunch of defense, and we don't have that rescue completed out. We basically just have release and the stalking her prey, I believe that is, down there in the duplicate at the bottom.
That's
So
that's the card that these guys are fighting their hearts out for today. The Chibi Toga stalking her praise.
Yeah. So tell me, what would you flip here, Levi?
Man, it's really tough. Probably one of the stalking her prey. Just the fact that the thing is, like the releases and the stalkings are both. He goes for the someone with style. I don't disagree with that either. I think that's fine. The thing about like the stalking or prey versus the release is the stalking or prey is, it's the one-time use and it's free. The release gets the repeated use, but that also means you're destroying their stage, right? Which is a much heftier cost than just flipping stalking her prey. So if I was more interested in just, I don't know if Ojiro is going to find lethal this turn, right? That might be a bit of a tall order, but I think the true goal of this turn is to just start fighting. Just start fighting through your rival's resources. You have to, if you can get them to nuke their stage, if you can get them to flip their stalkings, flip their bench press, just getting some of those resources out the way to close the game out later on might be Ojiro's main focus. But we really just have to see with double Student of the Art right away and double One with Nature, anything is possible.
Yeah, I definitely like the stunning on someone with style, if only because if we have follow-up stun moves, it can be pretty important, right? Because you can destroy something ready and then also stun hit on a later move. It sets the speed to 0. So while release is very strong, it is not going to be pound for pound as strong as doing the response on someone with style. And you gotta hope that I mean, if you're an Ojiro fan of Gatt, of course, you gotta hope that there's gonna be more stun to follow this up, because between bench press and double carbo loading, we can actually ready those on defense if we absolutely have to.
Yeah, the 2 carbo loadings are instantly the thing that you're going to want to stun there, because if you ever just desire to take a hit, you can flip your bench press, take it, heal back up from 2, and then get to ready those carbo loadings. A fantastic defensive play. Carbo loading really did so much for this character, and I think we've only just begun to acknowledge it.
There comes the funny punch, that +1 mid block doing all kinds of work in this matchup so far, and we didn't see either Student of the Art being used. So maybe just a little poke turn, maybe just a little drawn filter turn. I mean, Snack Time got committed. I don't think we have it. I'm wrong.
It's interesting to not have gone for Student of the Arts here, right? Not to get those extra stats early on. It's possible that Ojiro might just try and meet somewhere in the middle here and just sort of go for more of a tempo turn. I'm not going to use my students, but I'm definitely playing more than one. I'm definitely going to play my 3 attacks and pick one up type of turn in mind.
Now, I do think it's interesting that we're flipping the Snack Time, because it's currently our only deadlock threat on the board, and Toga is at exactly 10 foundations. If you let the life symbol build to 16, 17 foundations, your deadlock's not going to matter too much unless you can tax their entire hand rather than their stage. And snack time is probably the best enabler of that in this format.
I mean, especially when we have double one with nature on board, right? Every foundation effectively reads flip +2 speed +1 damage. That's nuts. That's insane. that's the power of having all of those extra cards, right? And so, yeah, sacrificing that piece, I think, is a little strange. I think it's a little bit odd of a choice, especially if we don't plan on ending the game this turn and just going for a more mid-range turn. However, we're committing a lot of resources to these one with nature plays, so maybe Ojiro smells more blood than I think either of us are picking up on. It just makes not snap using the students weirder, unless he just doesn't have the attacks in there. I have not been super privy to his discard pile so far this game.
Yeah, it's this is such a difficult turn because Ojiro is still always scary, but he's not really pressing all of his buttons yet. So I'm not really sure if this is the turn anymore. This still feels very much like a poke turn. It doesn't feel like the lethal Ojiro was registered by 19 people turn. This feels like this is kind of what we expected Ojiro to hopefully look like in the format turn.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially because he hasn't pressed the biggest buttons, and he says, "That's it, we're done." Right then and there. Do we have cards in hand? Did we discard them all for one with nature?
Ooh,
I think we discarded our whole hand.
It looks like we have nothing. I mean, I've seen plenty of six-handers say, "Go ahead, you can't 28 me," but we did just get absolutely 28'd before. We can't possibly, with double carbo loading, we can't possibly call this bluff. What is happening?
Yeah, we have.
Especially since we just got rid of our snack time, which, well, we weren't in deadlock yet. It was the only way.
Yeah, the carbo loadings right now represent 12 damage for free.
Plus, because you can start committing other foundations if you have to, right?
This is true. This is true. Technically 12, 15, right? If we commit a bench press and a note taking.
Yeah, like we could. I mean, we do have a lot of things that don't have a difficulty or aren't quite worth it, but I mean, if your rival has no cards in hand, it could absolutely be worth it to commit something for +1 damage, right?
Yeah, 100,000%. Yeah, that's straight away.
I love that move. That's got to be. We have to find a name for that. They're just committing both carbos at the same time.
Yeah, for the big old 6 damage, man. God, that's horrifying. That's horrific.
Oh my goodness, that is.
And we have bench press too for 1 damage to everything because we're Toga, because we are Himiko Toga 1 dot. Dude, this is crazy. What is happening here?
It is good that we did not build a tight lip because that means that we have to. If you're for Ojiro, it's good that they didn't build a tight lip because it means that we might have to fish for some more attacks.
I think that everything that we are doing already is more than enough fishing.
Oh my god, it's so meaty.
We just need any other attack after this. What is happening right now?
It's just over. It's just over.
There's no way in our 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 cards that we've gone through this turn that there's not one more attack.
Call him Masahiro Overo because this match is donezo.
Yeah, I mean, double carbo loading bench press. Welcome to the gym.
Whip is the best attacks in the entire game. He literally just played all the best cards in the game.
Welcome to the gym, Ojiro, Mr. Martial Artist. You're going to have to go back to the dojo, Ojiro.
Why would you play your whole hand out? I mean, we say things like he can't keep getting away with it, and he didn't get away with it at all, right?
Wow, that was an absolutely insane round, Sam. I'm a little speechless, a little flabbergasted. I didn't know what to expect with a Toga 1 deck coming into the fray. I was ready to be excited. I was ready to be blown away. I was ready to be enamored in every way possible. And that is exactly what happened. That was one of the swiftest 2-0s in the entire world that I've ever seen, much less from a life symbol Toga 1 list. Holy cow, that was super cool. And also a extremely swift victory. So I think Sam Tate and I are going to get our butts over to another table and hopefully find something else really, really exciting. I don't know if it's going to be that exciting, but
No, I don't.
it's going to be
Well,
hard to
at
beat.
least I hope someone holds cards in hand at the very least, because at that point you're just challenging your rival if they can do math.
Yeah, that was definitely some interesting line to take in. But Toga was very, very happy to take full advantage of them. So we're gonna take a quick break, guys. Get our way over to another table and find something else to line up for y'all viewing pleasure. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back, guys. We had to scour the tables a little bit, but we found something truly enticing going on. We're looking at an Ochaco 2 on the death symbol versus an Eraserhead 2 on the all symbol. These guys are already going their way into game 3, which, it's Ochaco 2. Can we really be surprised, Sam?
No, not at all. But you know what is surprising to me, Levi?
What's that?
This is an all symbol Eraserhead 2 that does not side into Eraserhead 1 for the Ochaco 2 matchup. That has been a huge gatekeeper for this deck for a long time. Ochaco 2 getting that speed canceled out really, really hurts her on every single attack. Getting erased so you can't even give it or bounce the attack when it finally does deal damage really, really hurts. And then, of course, just on-demand mid blocks against decks that are down to play some really greasy mids, and there's a greasy mid if I've ever seen one. Stun Grenade in the discard pile, tipping you off a little bit to what this deck might be trying to do.
It's definitely a bold time to be playing Death Ochaco 2. As you said, the Eraser matchup is very, very hard to deal with, and that character's seen a little more prevalency right now just because people think it's, it is the way around Ojiro 2 in a lot of instances. So it's a bold time to be playing Ochaco 2. However, this time we're dealing with the other Eraserhead, and I can definitely see us struggling a little bit against this guy as well, right? We send in our big, stun grenades, our hulking grimaces, our gale force punches, just so many juicy abilities to remove off of our massively impactful attacks. Turn to dust, loses our stun too. The rest of the text of the card hardly even works. There's a lot of really, really good opportunities for Eraser 2 to really capitalize on when he's fighting, this very, very greedy, high impact attack, Death Fury build.
Yeah, I do think it is not so bad on the other side of the board, though, right? Because you do have a lot of health, and Eraserhead 2 is a lot about block punishment, right? Is probably the best way to put it. We see the tiger punch here, the cat punch, sorry. It's very much like if you block this, I draw 2. That's really cool. What happens if you can afford to just take 6?
That is the almighty equalizer here. As you said, Eraserhead 2 really likes to punish the blocks. Ochaco 2, very uninterested in blocking our rivals' moves.
You block one move, right? You block one big move with that -3 speed. You give up a card draw. Oopsie daisy. Oh, well. When it comes to racing Eraser 2, though, sorry, that might have been a little confusing. When it comes to trying to outspeed Eraser 2, it can be very difficult, though, because we have the ability to remove incredibly powerful enhances from our rivals' attacks, and that means that when we kind of play an attack twice with Ochaco 2, we might have really only played it once.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to actually capitalize on our high impact attacks here, especially with the defense on Eraserhead right now. Double Specialist of Sound is a whole lot of blocking power, going to kind of just like really pad out our speed bonuses for our first couple moves here. And it looks like the Eraserhead commit is going to come in here and remove the ability off of Stun Grenade. I think that's incredibly correct. I think commit your character. Your rival does not get to top 3 find a really, really good Fury move. I think that is probably the best way that you're going to be able to use this, especially, if there's not really any other moves after this.
Absolutely. When it comes to playing against 5 hand-sized characters, typically you're going to have to hedge your bets around them not drawing a lot of attacks. You're going to have to respond to it. You're going to have to respond to their threats earlier on because the likelihood of that follow-up is just not there. And when it comes to a card that, somewhat selectively finds you an additional card, makes perfect sense to get rid of that ability, at least in my opinion.
I think it's certainly the best choice for the time being. It's hard to imagine anything else after threatening us much more than this. We see Ochaco committing the nothing to see here to this play to make our rival destroy someone if we fully block. We did get the half block off, so we are going to be able to mitigate that. However, that does mean that half damage Ochaco 2 is going to get to bounce the deck back into her hand and play the Fury. But we Ooh, interesting. We elect not to take the bounce off of our half damage and go right into a villainous waylay. I guess this is one that I didn't think about too hard when it comes to the value of the Eraserhead commit, because this is a terrifying move when it starts ripping your hand to pieces.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if you would rather take a card out of your rival's hand or if you'd rather get another card to your hand. And I mean, that check was pretty much guaranteed because of our first day of class. So this is going to be super interesting. I really dig this play. I was not really expecting the Waylay to come out second. And I think I usually like to add more cards to my hand, but if we can snipe a mid block, and I mean, our rival didn't mid block the first one. So if we can snipe a block here, we might be able to toast Eraser's entire hand.
Yeah, we're kind of getting the best of both worlds here. And I love what you just said there, Sam, that normally you would have opened with a Waylay to get the blocks out of the way. We're against Eraser too. We don't get to do that. We had to send in the stun grenade as bait.
Well, and I would rather play the stun grenade, right? And I would rather have the chance to add more cards to my hand because I know you're going to respond to the Waylay. You can't give up that much information early on or just a full card from the hand. And so traditionally, I want to add more cards to my hand. I want to do more for me rather than limit you. But if you already have that many cards in hand, right, that many attacks in hand, which it looks like we do, we just don't have the checks to pass them all.
Yeah, that's going to really be the only thing holding us back at that point. And I mean, with those three moves in hand, definitely makes more sense that we sent in the stun grenade first to try and, as you said, bait out the attacks there. And it looks like we got a little discrepancy with their life totals right now. One of them has Eraser at 19 and Eraser has himself at 18. There we go. So we still have the Waylay. I don't think there's really, there's not much point in playing it. It doesn't have any cards to rip out. It's a pretty risky move. I think the damage that we dealt this turn and got 2 hardened uppercuts out of the hand, that feels fantastic.
Yeah, we did commit 2 cards earlier. We got the +2 to the check to play quick draw, but this is what I was talking about. This is what I was afraid of. We were checking fairly cold overall and getting saved by our check bonuses, but this is a tough decision, right? We saw in the last game that getting rid of your whole hand can be really scary. Well, now we're going to commit everything here.
Yeah, I mean, Eraserhead 2 is a character that you can disrespect a little bit there. We're going to be passing it to him, and he's going to be a real 6-hand size character because we're not blocking anything. We're not letting him draw cards, right? But at the same time, there are easily 6 cards he could find that deal us 27. We've seen him block with uppercuts. We've seen him check Valiant Assaults. This is an all-symbol punch deck, an archetype that's received some huge advents with set 4 bringing in Valiant Assault and Final Smash. People are very, very hot on all punches right now. One of the best ones still around on those punch symbols, the Texas Smash. We draw 2 Texas Smash here. Could be lights out for Ochaco.
Yeah, but Ochaco is sitting on 3 menacing momentum. And I think it's really interesting when Ochaco 2, especially on the death symbol, really pops off. Ever since that one, all the way through until now, is when she has momentum because death has some crazy EX attacks. Most notably, Turn to Dust for a long time has practically been her attack. And then when it comes to spending momentum on the death symbol, it's usually a powerful effect. Or even just counting that momentum in case we're playing Impact Cyclone, that's practically a whole new hand for us.
Exactly. And I mean, speaking of, Death Fury decks with momentum, what are we going to do when that Howitzer Impact Cyclone for 30 damage comes our way?
Yeah, like it is so much scarier to fight like you could give Ochaco the best hand in the game and no momentum, and I maybe would rather fight it than like giving her 3 momentum and a Turn to Dust.
Yeah, it can be frightening. Not being able to block the Turn to Dust for the stun 2 to come in twice after the bounce and the play again is very, very, very dangerous stuff.
Yeah, and then I don't know if we are on the Fury lineup at least somewhat, so we did see the quick draw, which has also just been an amazingly cute little play from Ochaco's. If you're trying to block early in the turn, you're going to check bad and trying to deny that bounce and that extra card draw. But then once we've got all those cards out of your hand with Villainous Waylay, we just put a foundation on top, maybe like, lightly brick you, a semi brick, if you will. So very, very cool stuff you can be doing with this Ochaco deck. Nothing you're doing while your entire stage is committed.
Yeah, I do enjoy Quick Draw as essentially just like an 8-speed 4-diff in that deck. It's pretty cool stuff. It's pretty cool stuff. So we got the rapid punches, we got the damage in, we hit, we drew a card, now we got the cat punch coming in. This is going to be pretty nice. It's just like a base 6 damage move. This is going to be a 4 mid for 6, right? And that's kind of it's not unblockable for Ochaco, but if we do pass a block on this, Eraserhead's gonna, draw 2 cards, and then it's also gonna be the only thing we get to stop. So it's still kind of scary to deal with.
Yeah, we do still technically have a shock absorption. I mean, it's not committed yet, but if it would act as essentially +1 to a block there instead of +2. So we do have a little bit of potential, and this might be the one to actually block, just because you can, but I'm going to tell you, and then we see the next check is good. So beautiful. If I can, I'm blocking this now because I know one of the 2 cards you're drawing is a 5.
Yeah, it definitely makes me feel a little more okay about blocking it, but I think it's the fact that we can't really make sure the block passes. So if it fails, we're kind of giving up our very valuable card in hand. It's already a 5 mid. Even, best case scenario, we have a 1 mid and we check a 5, commit the last one for 6. It's a little tough to think about.
Ooh, yeah, again, the discrepancy. We ticked it down 1 too many. It should be 17 for a 6 damage move.
Yeah, it should definitely be 17 there. We were at 23, and then we go to 17 now, taking 6 damage in total from our cat punch.
Because we were at 27 to 27. And then we got hit for 4, then for 6. Now the real question is, can you do 17? And I don't think that's the case. So,
yeah, Eraser elects to build double daunting message. This is going to be very, very important. Essentially, we're going to take, we can chunk like 1 big damage move, and then our stage suddenly becomes very, very, very good at protecting us.
I think a really nice thing here is we'll get to commit nothing to see here, because not only is it annoying block punishment to destroy one of my foundations, but if we attack and if we get attacked and survive, all that momentum becomes crazy good speed hate.
Tight-lipped is the only really other thing that threatens me super hard, unless they pay health at some point, right? But I mean, if you don't feel super threatened, you can also just kind of wait, let them build out some other things and say, hey, that piece you just built to go into my next turn, you're also losing that one.
There is a very real chance that committing tight-lipped and bench press is absolutely the correct play, because it's just the most damage on board. It is so annoying that sometimes the 0 difficulty +1 damage spam, that's the target you got to spend your interaction on. But we've seen it so many times in the past, right, where committing something that is maybe a more flashier enhance still ends up with you losing to cards like in the past Stronger in Darkness, Floating Around My Babies, and even Tight-Lipped.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were talking about it earlier, right? What really, really, really good deck doesn't have those repeatable +1s in it, right?
Now, we do see the same play we saw from turn 2. Nothing to see here if you block, and then +2 to my next check to play and attack. And once again, we're not flipping to ready the first day of class. So maybe not the most hot hand. Maybe we don't think that we're going to need it later, kind of signifying that we don't have a whole bunch of attacks. And now, because of these daunting messages that are coming down, we might regret that.
It's extremely possible that we could, especially once wow, those are the good ones, huh? I think you have to pick up Hulking Grimace here, right? Waylay is just not going to do anything with the Eraser response still online. You're pretty much just gonna. I mean, if you pick up the Waylay, you're getting the response out, sure, but you're just playing such a vanilla little attack.
I like picking up Waylay because it's more of a guaranteed check and it gets the response out. But I like picking up Grimace because it forces out Specialist of Sound, because we're absolutely never hitting Eraserhead 2 with the correct block zone with -6 speed on a single move we do. The only thing we could potentially do is play an EX move I mean, Piercing Needle I've seen in some Ochaco 2 decks, but it's not a Fury. There's no guarantee that we have an EX3 move.
Yeah, I just picking up a vanilla 5 damage move with the Waylay would just feel so bad. You know, if anything, the fact that they didn't Eraser respond on the stun. Ooh.
I thought this card was dead. I haven't seen this card in months.
I know. I mean, hey, look, our Eraserhead rival sure has not drawn Chivalrous Competitor yet.
Yeah, it's even on symbol, but it is not there. And so, you know, this is a card that a lot of people really didn't want to play. It's, you know, a life cost. It is, you know, dependent on being able to block. It's a cool hand trap and a breaker block, but the interaction between high value target and cards like Chivalrous have really pushed it out of this format. Maybe we weren't expecting this. It would be kind of funny to see if maybe we have a low block in our hand and it is a Chivalrous. Yikes.
So it seems like we really want this stun grenade to hit. We really want that extra search. We have now at this point committed an Evil Gaze and the Nothing to See Here commit just to make sure that Eraserhead takes this damage. We really want that search off right now. I think if anything, as you said earlier, that tells me that this hand started out very cold.
Right, and on top of that, it would become. Oh, now we're seeing the full powerful. Just send it. So
it definitely does
no
have
EX
powerful
move.
too.
Yeah, definitely no EX move to follow this up. I do think it also matters a lot if this hits, not just because it's buckets of damage now, but that's more stun we get to apply pressure to this board on. And that has, like you talked about with Turn to Dust, that has been the bread and butter of Ochaco 2 since the very beginning.
Yeah, the issue here is, can we block this and not have to commit all of our best pieces, like our specialists, like our Eraserhead response, especially because if we do block this and leave a specialist up, it's getting destroyed. It's Snap getting destroyed. And then Hulking Grimace is just going to... The thing is, if we commit out to block this and then can't stop Grimace after because we lose all of our specialists, we just die to Grimace, right? We just die to Grimace. I think you have to take this.
We have to take this. Yeah, we have to take this one because if we can block this stun grenade, we can block the Grimace. If we block the stun grenade, we can't block the Grimace.
Yeah, this is just the consequence, unfortunately, of not using our specialist of sounds. Just kind of that block would have just put us in too awkward of a position. It would have just taken away all of our defensive resources for the turn. And as bad as it feels, you just have to take 11 on the chin there.
We do have +4 to our next check, so I got to imagine it's Grimace time. It's also going to draw a card because it has to be blocked.
Yeah, it has to be Grimace time.
Ooh, check the 7.
We
for the first day?
We checked 5 because of first day, right? We have +2 to our check.
We also did Ochaco response.
Oh, you're so right.
We checked the 7 on that.
Yeah, we definitely did check a 7 on that one. So we don't need to be committing that bench press. I'm sure they'll fix this in just a moment. We do have a judge in the room. Yeah, the first day of class Ochaco response stacking there is usually a little bit of an overkill, but in this scenario, these threes that we just cannot seem to stop checking on Ochaco 2s, and it's going to be padding those out quite nicely.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the -6 speed come into the Hulking Grimace now. Ooh. Oh.
Now,
okay.
is there a world where first day was committed by a daunting message and maybe I'm capping?
It's possible. It's possible. I thought that was our first enhance, but maybe not.
I mean, that was my impression. That would have been my first enhance, staring down double daunting while I'm trying to play 6 diffs, right? Especially if there's a chance I played on a 7.
Ooh, oh man. Yep. That was
the big scoop.
And he says, yep, the Waylay will get me, man. Oh my god, we had another Hulking Grimace. Holy cow, our hand was insane. That was, man, if we'd have held Eraser response for the Waylay, I think we could have survived that turn.
I mean,
I think erasing the draw from Hulking Grimace was a little preemptive there.
It's definitely not the move because a stun grenade is coming next, right?
Yeah.
Like, a stun grenade at worst. The worst attack that could be played is a stun grenade. So I mean, I'm getting rid of that card draw there. I'll let you draw a random card rather than looking at 3 and choosing one that's an attack. So at the same time, a little bit of panic, a little bit of use it before you lose it kind of, right? That's something I've been preaching this whole tournament, that we saw the learning the standards not get used. Maybe we felt like this is still our best chance at surviving. Maybe we thought they could check a 2 on that last move.
Yeah, I mean, I know personally, Sam, that when I'm staring down hulking grimaces with no more speed reduction on board, I'm afraid. I'm in panic mode. I'm absolutely in panic mode, and that's just that's just a really good representation of people say that Eraserhead 1 is always so gatekept by how hard he is to play. Those decisions you have to make are so intense, so cutthroat, and so hard to make perfectly. We see the same thing with Eraserhead 2. So if anything, kudos to design for spreading that theme across the characters. Rationality is the name of the game with Aizawa, and sometimes you just don't fall on the right side of that decision-making process. It's a really, really tough bridge to balance yourself on.
Yeah, I mean, you're really walking a fine line every single time you're playing against an Ochaco 2 deck. If you guys got locals who are new to the game, they've been introduced right onto the more deep system mechanics. One of the first decks a lot of them find success with is when they find that Ochaco 2 and they see just how nice it is to slam down that turn to dust, play it again, do the little mini game on Stun Grenade. A lot of people like that. Reveal 3, pick 1, kind of sift through your deck. It's a lot of exciting card movement. And then on top of that, you've got absolute bangers like first day of class that feel so good in your character that allow just crazy over-the-top plays that no other character really gets to attempt. I'm a little surprised we don't see more Ochaco 2, but especially since they seem to have managed to dodge all the Eraser ones.
Yeah, like we said, it's a bold time to play the character, but it's fantastic to see that some people out there are still keeping the David Pena torch alive. Ochaco 2 is still an absolute menace, an absolute goblin, a certified threat, and a total blast to play. But guys, we played a lot of MHA CCG this round, and time is a ticking. So Sam, Tate, and I are going to bounce out of here for a quick second to get something lined up for the final round, the big old round 7 to close off this amazing night of MHA CCG. So please, guys, do not go anywhere and see it through to the end with us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, guys, for your 7th and final round of the Oceanic Regional License Exam. I'm Levi Lalonde, joined by Sam Tate, and we've got a heartbreaker lined up for this last round. Sam, please tell the people.
This is friends and rivals. This is sibling rivalry. This is everything anime is about. This is about knowing your opponent to the fullest extent. This is a tale as old as time, Levi.
Yes, guys, we're talking about Nathan Dewalt versus Tamarin Cardwell, Momo Yaoyorozu 1 versus Izuku Midoriya 1. The rarest commodity here. Yes. All the way at the top tables, we are looking at Mr. Midoriya 1, Deku 1, the little people's champion, the little Deku that could. Can he continue to do it and bring himself all the way into the top cuts, or is the beast of a defensive control, shut you down, block everything in the world deck, Momo the classic, is she going to stop him in his tracks?
This match I'm so excited for because these are players who are going to know each other incredibly well, right? These are two unfun stuff, sponsored players who have been there week in and week out, grinding out practices. We go over discussions about our decks. We talk about all the matchups we play. We've really tried to ratchet it up this week. So I want to see the benefit of all that practice, right? I want to see if that can pay off for either of these two players. And then on top of that, Tam has been playing more UFS than anyone, at least like by the hour. So this is going to be really interesting to me. We might see Deku go through his training arc, if you will. This might be the anime time skip arc where Deku finally makes it into a top cuts at a major event. And I'm so excited.
So it's really funny you mentioned, their playtest partners, their playtest sessions. I'm sure that everyone in that group has fought tons and tons and tons against Nate's life Momo list. How much practice do you think that Nate has against Tam's Midoriya 1 list?
That is a good point. I don't know if that's ever been the one that we broke out when we were thinking about getting serious, but this is also a deck that Tam has had tons of practice on. This has been the go-to meme deck for him. I believe it was the very first provisional ever where he played Deku, right? And so he definitely has some tournament experience on it. It's definitely like this pocket pick, the anime protagonist pick. And to be honest, the one thing about Deku One Dot is he requires you to play honest. And that's not something Momo is incredibly good at. She likes to cheat a lot of things.
Yeah, this is definitely a struggle, right? As you said, Tam has definitely put in quite a hefty amount of tournament experience with Midoriya 1, definitely more so than probably anyone else on the entire planet has. And oftentimes he cited that the deck would actually be less of a meme and more of a solid rogue deck were it not for Kirishima 2 and Momo. Those are the gatekeepers, according to him. Kirishima 2 is very out of the equation these days. However, Momo, while not the meta empress that she used to be, definitely still has some aficionados out there, some specialists that you really have to watch out for. So I'm eager to see if he's going to be able to overcome the, what he himself has defined as the reason that this deck can't blow past meme status. Is Momo gonna is it going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy, and is that going to be what forever actually keeps him out of that top cut with this pet deck, as you've said?
Yeah, so we see the face shield coming out to block a mid, denying any potential combos, because what Deku 1 really got out of this League of Villains metagame, if you will, at least in my opinion, is Valiant Assault, a brand new combo punch that allows you to draw more cards. That has been massive for all these characters on these symbols because they love to use One with Nature. The discard outlets on the good symbol are incredibly good, no pun intended. So having more card draw and being able to overcome that 6 hand size kind of an issue that he might have is incredibly beneficial. So it's not super surprising to see Nate use a powerful defensive tool that not only shuts down the combo keyword, but also clears the card pool to make it easier to block later. Checking a 2 after this breaker block, though, and it's going to let Momo build a quick creation. We're just trying to get on Momo early, it seems.
Most definitely. I mean, we get to build the 1 in, so it's not as bad as it could be, but there's still very little chance that this is going to deal any damage. It's rough. This is a pretty rough start for our young hero here. The full block comes in once again. That does not feel fantastic. I think so. You talk about Valiant stuff coming in. I also want to talk about, there it is right there. Literally what I wanted to talk about right here is some of the more control aspects that the good symbols acquired recently, right? The ability to interact with their rivals board a little more in things like the new Lost in Thought. And also we saw him block with it earlier, To the Rescue. You have a little more options now when it comes to things like making sure that your rival's stat resets, the You're So Obviouses of this world, they don't get you down as hard when you're trying to go for that big plus 10 damage punch.
Yeah, Lost in Thought, something both of these decks received. It shares a symbol with both, and I got to be really honest with you. It is so depressing to watch Momo add a weapon foundation to her hand from her stage off of Lost in Thought and then get to build something else while hitting your best foundation. It can oftentimes feel like you're playing against Kirishima 1 all over again when your rival hits multiple Lost in Thoughts. It's the kind of thing where a committed foundation becomes a block and a ready face down at the same time. So that card, I think a lot of people saw as like a weird apathetic on the symbols. It's actually so much more than that just because of the hand fixing.
It's just another one of those cards. We say it all the time that you read it, it feels very unassuming, and you play it and it's like a whole different ball game, especially when, you don't really realize, if you're not an avid player of these symbols, you don't really realize how powerful it is to have something like that, right? If you're not an avid user of, the good symbol, the life symbol, their punch packages, you don't realize how big them getting something that interacts with their rival's board is. It's just, those nuances. It's just more of those nuances that you're not privy to until you really start playing with the card, getting them in people's hands, and suddenly you realize just what a different world you're living in now.
Yeah, Nate, thinking about picking up the +2 high block weapon, chooses not to. maybe potentially because of the commit on the new training method. But we do see an incredibly solid poke turn come out. Momo's not the fastest deck, but Bow Staff giving us some extra card advantage. Electromagnetic Stomp going to Momentum to become card advantage later, and really taking advantage of the fact that Deku is committed from that early aggressive turn. But Deku's stage, pretty massive.
It is, yeah. No, despite attacking out very hard last turn, Midoriya got some really good builds off. Momo gets really, really good builds off as well. But the main trade-off, the main difference in these 2 turns is Momo dealt damage. Midoriya didn't manage to get anything really serious through the wall, and he's going to be hard-pressed from here to actually put the pressure on Momo. Momo is...
Here we see, this is real Momo gameplay, asking a rival to fan out all the attacks that have been shown already so we can plan out which blocks we need for the turn.
Yeah, that is the hardest part about fighting Momo with this character, right? Is we really were talking about earlier about how, Midoriya forces you to play very, very, very honest. You never get to block the last thing and go to no cards in hand, because then suddenly the 15 damage move will just wreck you. Momo gets to do that. Momo gets to block with everything that she's got, and then when you really commit to your last move, say, I'll go pick up that block I need. I'll just go grab it. It's no biggie.
Yeah, and I want you to watch, Levi. Watch for how many times in this match Nathan Dewalt does not block the first attack, does not block the second attack, and does not block the third attack, any of them, because he is down to block every single thing forever. If it's a complete block, it is happening. It does not matter how big or how small. You can play a 3 damage Texas Smash. He's going to block it, I promise you.
Yeah, that is the power of Momo, right? Is she allows you to utilize your cards so efficiently and protect your life total just so hardcore. And it's really, really going to tax Midoriya to just have to play such a monumental amount of attacks to get any kind of damage through. And I'll tell you what, our deck is not very interested in doing that either. These 3 checks will not stop rolling in for Tam here.
Yeah, it feels real bad. This has been pretty consistent. Luckily, we've seen 3 out of 4 hardened jabs, so we're still getting some traction back. We're still getting some resources, but we're definitely not going to be able to pressure Momo's hand size if we can't play multiple attacks. So on top of that, Momo still has some damage reduction, so even if we can get, all the way through, it's still not going to be quite as impactful as you might hope.
Yeah, we've seen the hardened jabs to reset our stage. We've seen back alley to build in new ones. We've seen the 5% to try and pressure the commit on the character. We're seeing all the things we need. We're seeing the lines that we need. It just has not been enough so far. We just haven't been able to push through. Realistically,
you have to play 2 more attacks.
Right.
Because if you play another attack, Momo's once per turn is going to go find the best block in the discard pile. And if it's a low attack, we don't even have to do that. We can just commit a foundation. So you have to play 2 more attacks. It can't be low. And then on the last one, you have to discard your entire hand and deal half of her health.
However, stun 3 is not a bad place to be.
True. And it's a high attack. So that electromagnetic stomp is not going to help us out here. This is actually a massive play. I'm so excited to see if we do have a follow-up. This might actually be the 3rd attack, and it might actually hit. Because like you said, you cannot disrespect Midoriya. As Momo, you do get to essentially go find that block, but you have to respect it.
Yeah, and we get the quick create bringing this in for -2 damage. And now I think we can use Momo to blow one up and build it right down. Or did we already use Momo, right? That's why it's at 2 speed?
That would
we did. That's why it was at 2 speed. We did destroy a foundation earlier because
I think we blew up that foundation. So on the next one, I believe we had to set up that weapon on top of our discard pile. And here comes
Texas on a 7, checks a 5.
Smash. Right, so the sequencing from Nate, perfect. We can't afford to block this.
Are we going for lethal? I think we're going for lethal.
That would be tough. I mean, 2 cards in the card pool, but a 2-speed move. We don't have any way to pump speed. Are there any actions that we can pump speed with?
I don't know. No, we don't have any momentum. We can't be going for any kind of like capture evildoers play. Yeah, I don't know. This is a really, really, really intense line here. It's now at 2 speed. We've built one ready foundation in because we're Momo and we have quick create, we have weapon foundation and things to do. That's pretty good.
A 6 on top means a lot of things can happen here. If we discard a card to get +4 to the next, I'm going to lose my mind.
Oh my goodness, this is possibly the insane line that we needed. Did we just find 5 attacks off of the top as Midoriya won here?
With the 6 on top, there is a world where we can play a heroic strike next. Am I losing my mind?
No, you're correct. You're correct. And the thing is, if Nathan removes and goes to full block this with +4 to the next, can it be 20? It has to be, right? 10 from Midoriya, 4 from Texas Smash. Oh, we don't get our self-sacrifices though, right? So it has to be, yeah, I mean, any 4 damage move, right? Or I'm sorry, it has to be a 6 damage move to reach 20?
I think it has to be a stun move to even have a chance of hitting, though. That's what's blowing my mind here. I mean, it pretty much has to be a 4 diff. I mean, we could commit both self-sacks, but...
Well, it just depends if Nate blocks us or not, right? So we're going to pick up the high block. So it looks like Nate intends on blocking this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It cannot fail. And it just says your next one can't be 20, which if it's a 6 damage move, it can be. 10 from Midoriya, 4 to the next. I'm losing my mind. We have the 20 damage move on the next one. This is absolutely insane. Goodness. Goes to block on a 6. Checks the 5, 6. Okay, but wait, we can build down
and gain a life
on a 9, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 9 damage. This is only 19.
Right, but 19. We're gonna get to draw another card. I mean, we can't pass another card, but you're putting Momo in danger of an additional throw, of a follow-up on another turn. They'd have to have the face shield. I mean, we've seen it be mainboarded already, but one's already been used. I mean, you're making the best out of a bad situation or a bad matchup, right?
This is insane.
He said you can't 20 me, which, I mean...
Stomp. Stomp was in the momentum.
Oh, the partial block. We could still pay for Stomp.
Oh my goodness. We're
still going to get the partial this. Oh, no, we took it. Oh, we're grabbing this for next turn to make sure that we have an enhance to pick up another attack. This is the most aggressive thing I've ever seen Nate Dewalt do in my life. The old Nate Dewalt would have absolutely blocked that attack just to shore up his potential, life total for a later turn. But now we're actually seeing the tutor for the next turn. I love it.
This is crazy. This is actually insane. I'm losing my mind right now. This is your final round, people. This is the round to watch right here, right now. Now,
so Momo has to find
Nathan's
20.
response?
20 with an existing momentum. It smells like home run comment.
We sure did just check a weapon foundation. I mean, we are preparing to discard the better weapon foundation, but holy cow.
So, importantly, Electromagnetic Stomp does not add to the powerful rating of a home run comet. That would be the highest damage move I can think of, right? The only other ones really being like a Cannon Blast, something like that. But normally these Momo decks are all about spinning their wheels. It's these cute little combos of using Wild Pussycats and, Friend of Animals and rebuilding it with Command Pigeon Flock. And, like we saw with this Rising Starlet now, we opted to discard a card to gain a health rather than cycle more, technically, right? So this could be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're now seeing what made Momo such a powerhouse in the past and why she's still one of the best ways to play the game is because you get such insane defense, and then when you need to come in and backswing your rival, you get all of the tutor in the world. You get to go search out your best weapons. You get to put +2 speed on your moves. You get all of the powerful incidental damage pumps on the life symbol. You're floating around my babies. Your quick creations, so many different things that you can do.
Yeah, this is game here, right? Because Momo's once per turn is absolutely going to go grab another move that we can pass. Oh, I guess we drew one off reverse throw. There is the tiniest hope in the world that we get the opportunity to block something. We're naming, it looks like, is that the high zone with our character?
Yes, and we named high before, so this did come in with -3 speed, but we flipped Encouraging Training Partner to bring it all the way back up to 4, and now we're activating all of our abilities to pump even more speed on it. We're pumping the damage up like
by itself?
I think it is after if we use our quick creation, right?
Oh my, I didn't even
And there it
that.
is. There it is. We bring in the quick creation. This is going to bring itself all the way up to a lethal amount. Destroy for -2, or destroy for +2 speed with Momo. Bring down the Rising Starlet. Gain a health. Not even going to gain a health. So we don't care because we know that this is just going to be the absolute end of the game. This Cannon Blast is insane.
This is a superfluous attack, unless it's a plus ultra block, which.
And now I'll go grab a home run Comet.
Oh. What do we got? Oh, it is a plus
no way.
It failed anyway.
No way. So close.
I mean, the home run Comet kills way after lethal, but he had the move. He ripped a plus ultra off the top of the deck. That could have absolutely, if we didn't have another attack, right? We had to go fish for that Cannon Blast for that play. Imagine a 5-check and we survive off just that. Oh, this been
maniacal.
This final round is threatening to be magical.
Oh, this is I already feel the magic in the air. This is a spirit of competition. This is the camaraderie, the rivalry, I know it's my job to have the words, Sam, but I'm struggling to find the words to describe how amazing this is right now.
I'm so upset that Nate had lethal after that anyways, because he ripped plus ultra. He drew plus ultra off reverse throw damage. Blind reverse throw damage off 0 cards in hand. Man, that's exactly what you need to see. And yet it just wasn't enough because Momo had 2 attacks, not just 1.
That is the power of Momo, the queen of consistency. She's still so unrivaled in the way that she does so many things and continues to prove herself. And is it an insurmountable wall or just a very, very hard wall for the little Deku that could?
It definitely feels like you have to jump on this deck early. So I can absolutely understand the lines that Tam was looking for, right? It's a deck where you feel like the stranglehold get tighter and tighter the longer and longer the game goes. And maybe we have some sideboard. I think the good symbol has the correct style of deadlock for this matchup. I think that, so in my testing personally, I find that building a bunch of pull no punches with a character like All Might 3. Oh, look at that. There's All Might 3. I didn't plan that. I swear I didn't see that until I said that. So this is All Might 3 sideboard. If you can accrue enough pull no punches, this matchup becomes All Might favored. And I was going to say that might be enough for Deku. I don't know because he doesn't draw the same cards and he doesn't have speed pump on face, right? So it's the kind of thing where I love this sideboard because if I'm telling you right now, my secret Momo killer is good symbol All Might 3. He has the deadlock that can threaten Momo in the later stages of the game. He has the health total to survive those cannon blasts early in the game. So this is a great sideboard pick just all around.
I think, for a really, really long time, a lot of people have preached, oh, you just take the good symbol to turn 10. They have no deadlock. It's just pull no punches, yada, yada, yada. But when you're on a symbol that doesn't really have a way, when you're on a symbol that doesn't really have a way to deal with it and or the rival finds multiple of them, you can easily get trapped in jail. If your rival has 2 pull no punches and you don't have interaction with them, you're just not allowed to go past 10 foundations. It's not a game state you can play in. And granted, Momo isn't the worst person to be in that situation, right? Momo can do some insane blocking on only 10 foundations, right? Every foundation is release. There's just so many things that you have access to. The rescue completeds, the study group leaders. There's a lot of things that can make a 10 foundation board block way more than it would on any other character. So you don't get trapped in like such hard jail. You also, we do have Lost in Thought now, right? We're talking a ton about that in round 1. That does let us put that pull no punches right back into the hand.
Yeah, so normally, right, Momo, one of the best at staying out of deadlock. But when it comes to All Might 3, how do you defeat All Might 3? You play all the cards in your hand. If all those cards are foundations, where are you going to go? Deeper into deadlock. There is a point in the game where Momo gets stuck between trying to decide, can I stay out of deadlock or can I hold cards in hand? And because of the amount of stun that we've seen on the good symbol, back alley haymaker, wind up punch, heroic strike, right, has those commit your rivals foundation, and here we see pull no punches on turn 1. That's going to add a stun into deadlock. There's going to be a point where Momo either has to overextend from her hand or overextend on her stage. And it's not that she can't win. She has amazing deadlock herself just with quick creation. But once it gets to that point in the game, that's where you get out of your comfort zone as Momo, and everything's not so free anymore.
Yeah, there does. You do eventually get to a point where you're playing. You're playing in a whole different world, right? You're playing in an entirely different world, and I think the big thing is just how much Momo can leverage her interaction, and also if she does want to go into deadlock, she needs to be able to skate into it in a really comfortable position, right? You be able to go from 10 to 15 or something crazy like that right away. You can't really tiptoe into 11 or 12 or something, because then Pull No Punches is just going to come in and wreck you for your first couple moves while you desperately try and debuild yourself out. And we do see the big offender right there immediately. Pull No Punches is the very first thing that we put in our
and we're
stage.
going to offensively draw here, which is pretty interesting. I'm a big fan doing it on my rival's turn, but All Might is also pretty good at jumping on Momo early. Just the good symbol in general, its ability to ramp things up is kind of there, and we're opting to block on a 6 because it's a weapon card, which is
blocking with the floating is so disrespectful right here.
Absolutely. Now this is interesting. We're gonna choose to, we're gonna commit the it can't be fixed because we checked the forward. Now we started the last game exactly like this. Double hardened jab feels like a pretty free move. Ramps your foundations pretty good. Let us draw a bunch of extra cards for almost free. Is it going to play out any differently now that we're All Might?
We are just the infinite wielder of hardened jabs, right? There's just no other attack in our deck, it would seem.
It happened. Levi got hit. He got hit on the second attack.
We did. I'm so proud.
Mid-block in the hand.
Yeah. As the moment nature comes down, the lost in thought comes down, another really big interaction piece. If Momo wants to try and pressure us with any of her own deadlocks, any of her own onboard threats. What did I say?
We're building. We're taking her deep waters because we're confident in our deadlock. You gotta match me. There's no way you're gonna 30 me now, right? And I do. He still has great interaction. He still got -3 speed on a move, and he still got lost in thought. Is that the Momo Foundation that resets speed on reset speed?
That most definitely is an evade and copy. Yeah, the evade and copy is definitely going to help us interact with these really big cannon blasts and stuff just a little bit easier. We don't want to deal anymore with these 13 speed cannons. We got over that real quick after last game.
And see, here's Momo building 5 right back, right? Because the Wild Cats allows you to dig a lot deeper, allows you to refund that cost. So it is, we're going deep this game. I feel. I don't think we're going to be done anytime soon.
No, this is strap yourselves in, guys. We're going to be here for the long run on this one. Opening with a heroic strike is interesting. Could just be our only attack. We could just really want to draw 2. Another big thing here is that we've put the young heroes onto our board as Nathan here. This is a pretty interesting card to have possibly brought in from the sideboard. We're going to be able to stop things like Texas Smashes, big damage pumps. It's definitely not the worst thing to have on board when you're fighting against a punch deck.
Yeah, and I'm such a huge fan. I've talked about young heroes before it ever showed up on a board, so this is kind of insane to me. I mean, I think it's mostly the life symbol's ability to target commit something, but it's also another asset that can be built, right, from Momo's kit that can be interacted. And sometimes if you absolutely can't block something, getting rid of the bonus damage from a powerful is the best thing you can do.
100%. And so another big thing that we finally have on our board that we were missing last game is Tam's got One With Nature. On our deck that draws 1 million cards, One With Nature is a huge part of the aggro game plan there. So it's really fantastic that we finally have that to help put some pressure when it comes to breaking this wall down, probably in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, this Valiant Assault can be a massive extender. It's going to allow us to draw even more cards, fuel even more One With Natures. And, I said that I think the key here is All Might 3, build out deep into Deadlock and say, I've got better Deadlock than you. Good also has better resets than Life. Life has a speed reset to 4. Good has a speed or damage reset to printed.
So the the resets are also going to be extremely relevant here, right? Like absurdly relevant, because if we're just gonna if we're diving headfirst in deadlock and also checking every single 3 in our deck, holy cow! If we're diving this hard into deadlock, one of the biggest thing that we have to watch out for on Momo, right, is quick create deadlocks. Literally every single one. Wow.
Well, I think he was doing that on purpose to check a 3 off the top. I don't think we had any intention to commit Specialist of Sound to pass that, but I could be wrong.
Possibly. Yeah, so the big thing here is we're gonna have to be super wary of those quick creations. There's none on Nate's board right now, but that could easily change very quickly. Momo is one of the best at cheating those out of literally nowhere. Wow, that's a huge play. Form remove, draw a card, check the passing the torch, commit the new training to pick it up. Insane advantage. This is probably the turn here where Nate really wants to deep build, but I also could see him going for some damage given that Tam is such a vulnerable position.
Hey, why not both, right? Why not get some damage and build a foundation, especially if it's Wild Pussycats?
Yeah, that sure is an ally foundation. Kind of crazy, actually, in tandem with Command Pigeon Flock. I'll build this ally foundation in, then as my next form, I'll flip it and grab another foundation. Sure makes it easy to find those things that you really need. You're passing the torches, your really important weapon foundations, your starlets, your lost in thoughts to continue the train of interaction. A lot of really good things to dig for with the Wild Pussycats.
Yeah, you know what? It's wild to me that it shares a symbol with Faith Shield. That's actually kind of insane to me.
Check top 3 for Faith Shield. It's a tad horrendous.
Yeah, it's stun grenade, but for Faith Shield, that's what I'm all about.
Stun grenade for Faith Shield. I love it. Could not set it better myself.
So we do still have a +1 high block, which is pretty nice, and then we still have -3 speed. So we're kind of already in a better position than Deku was on defense, just by having a response speed to any attack -3 speed, if you want to think about it that way.
Most definitely. And the aggression is going to continue. Back alley haymaker coming in. Yeah, this is pretty scary. Even if we -3 speed this, we can easily get it back to unblockable regions, especially after stun 2. Maybe not. There sure are 2 it can't be fixed sitting on Tim's board there. Stun 2 is a little concerning.
Yeah, especially with a deck that is using cards like Hard Jab and Lost in Thought to pick things up from our stage, giving him more options and more foundations on the backswing really might not be the play. So definitely a little measure of restraint. You love to see it. Nice little poke, get some momentum. This is the deep build into deadlock where if we check poorly here, we're not going to be in that good of a position against pull no punches.
Yeah, we wait, no, is that a Lost in Thought? Is that the thing under our training partner down there? I think that's a Lost in Thought.
Yeah, we have a Lost in Thought or Tam has a Lost in Thought and play under the Specialist of Sound.
Yeah, and Nathan has one under the release. It's release. I'll protect you. Lost in Thought. Right. I think it's very dark. It's very dark, but I think that is a Lost in Thought, meaning that this turn cycle we do get to be safe, right, from pull no punches.
I mean, you get to bounce it to his hand. Yes, you're still gonna get it on the first attack. It is the target you have to hit, though, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, what if Tam uses Lost in Thought to hit his Lost in Thought?
Oh my goodness, the war.
Yeah, what if we're just gonna have a mental battle? It's the psychic battle between Deku's mentor.
We're all lost in the sauce. We're all lost in the sauce. Yeah, when you're opening back alley haymaker, I think you have to. Too much potential to actually put real damage on board. If we Lost in Thought, Nate's Lost in Thought.
You even have good, so we checked the 3 here, right?
We did not do it though. So Nate's Lost in Thought is coming in.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. I was thinking, right, we could have committed the Monoma Foundation that's basically only good as a block anyways, and then we could have picked it up and either built it face down or something else.
That is true.
But just wanting to get that pull no punches off immediately, get that threat out. We still do have the ability to bounce something like release, which is really strong. We can bounce the speed reset, which is really strong. There's still a lot of good targets for it, but it looks like we're going to stun the speed reset. Maybe not wanting to fight over that with You're So Obvious.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, most of these moves probably aren't going to get much more past 4 speed. So having things like the I'll protect yous to use this turn are probably going to be a little more of an efficient exchange.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting too, because we're not super deep deadlocked. Between release and Momo, I mean, we could have been out of deadlock on the next attack at least. So choosing to bop that pull no punches also means that we're not going to get any explosive momentum plays, no EX to boost that speed either. So maybe that really is the play.
Yeah, and it looks like One with Nature is coming in now with that discard, right? Yeah, this is now effectively an 8-speed move. I think we might just be able to run Momo over this turn. It's very, very possible if we've got the grip of moves that we've got Nate right where we want him right now, and an ability to just not really deal with the spread of attacks that we're finding. One with Nature on every move is just going to be absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, Nate's not even in deadlock anymore, right? How impactful was bouncing the pull no punches if it's not about the E-destroy at this point?
Yeah, I mean, One with Nature is effectively the same thing except with an actual cost. Pull no punches is a little better, but at the same time, when Tim has so many cards in his hand, hasn't even drawn 2 off of All Might yet, is discarding a card really a cost? That's what really, I think, Valiant Assault and All Might 3 in tandem have brought so hard to the good symbol punches, is being able to just use things like One with Nature absolutely effortlessly.
We are just freelancing discard outlets here. And it's one of my favorite things about the game. I love trying to decide, do I have extra cards in my hand to discard? Because if I'm going for game, it's hardly a cost. But if I don't win the game, we saw it earlier with Ojiro. You discard your whole hand, you lose to 2 little foundations in stage. So yeah, it's some very powerful effects. And it's one of the best ways to, I think, show skill expression when there's actual... when there's actually a chance of your rival surviving the discard outlets, it becomes a very intensive skill battle.
Oh, the Lost in Thought comes in. He said, bring that release back in. He said, I'll build it right back face down. Aye, boss. Aye. Yeah, this is a really scary spot for Nate to be in right now. We have infinite One with Nature activations at this point. If we only need a couple moves or so. If Nate goes to interact with a -3 speed at any point in time, we have the You're So Obvious to bring our speed all the way back up. We have 2 Destins that we haven't even fired off yet. Okay, here they come. Our check is good. Man, this is looking really, really scary. You said this was going to be a grinder, Sam. I think the round as a whole will be, but I'm struggling really hard to see how Nate is going to survive this turn, especially with another 3 check on this block. Only commits out to pass it. Just got to find 11 more.
In fairness, both these players shot up to 13, 14 foundations, and they have been grinding it out. They're just both so experienced. They're both tournament grinders themselves. They've played at an exceptional rate. It's really the rate of play that's making this so exciting.
Yeah, so it looks like, huge play right there. Wind up punch goes for powerful 3 2 times to bring it up to lethal, and we discard a card from the young heroes to cancel that.
What did I say? If we run out of the ability to block, that young heroes could have just saved us. I have to assume we've got another attack ball.
Oh my god! Grabs the Valiant Assault. I think as long as we can pass that bad boy, that's got to be it. We don't have any more options available to us as Momo and Nathan acknowledges that. Yep, that's it, guys. The corner that I've been backed into is just too steep, and it's going to bring Tam to a nice, clean victory there, delivering themselves all the way to a game 3. That one was, man, it just felt like everything really, really went Tam's way there. And I didn't even feel like Nate had a bad game by any means.
No.
He just kind of got overrun by the sheer card advantage and stat oppression that comes from All Might 3, pull no punches, One with Nature, all the card draw in the world, you got 2 in hand, you got 3 in hand, pump, and that was all she wrote.
And the pressure from that deadlock, right? That's the card we bounced to our rival's hand while we also went down to 2 cards in hand. So, I maybe not, grinder might not have been the right word, right? But both of those players built as many cards as they possibly could. They both started with a 5 build, didn't they? You know, it's not like one player got off to just a 3 build. We saw a lot of really bad builds just from bad mulligans, bad opening hands, you know, not even bad checks all throughout this tournament. But that game, both players got off to almost as good a start as you could. And it's just the interaction from that turn player, from the first player having that little bit of advantage. And again, All Might makes you adjust the way you play the game, but it's not like you can solve him by doing so.
Yeah, there's a level of mitigation to it, right? Especially with a character like Momo, where you can go down in a none in hand, right? Make sure you can kind of leverage that hand size. You know, Eraserhead does very similar things, right? Where you can block like 5 things, but you go from like 3 to 2 to 1 and then draw back up to 2 in hand. Very, very similar stuff with Momo, where you get to mitigate those stat slot and block more. You get to block more attacks than cards that you start the turn with in hand, especially things like passing the torch and whatnot once those start coming into play. But at the end of the day, all you're doing is mitigating, right? He's still getting free stats and he's still an 8 hand size character. It's just so hard to beat the stability and consistency that comes with All Might 3.
So we didn't see a great build here, just a 3 build, but 2 of those are Wild Pussycats, meaning Nate's probably going to have an insane turn 2 build, but we're going to have to see what happens. He might still try to poke with a 5 diff. That'd be super risky. Obviously, I assume he's going to form with those first, but let's see what All Might can do with 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, not starting with a pull no punches. You got to feel good about that. You got to feel really, really good about that. However, passing torch and run with nature immediately on the board does stress me out. It really says that, hey, I do have to build super fast now. No
way.
Oh my God.
No way he hit
my
that.
God, what a 6 check. And we still get to draw 2 now. That's insane. We absolutely cannot attack this turn.
we have so many cards in hand, actually. You know, we have 2 cards we can block with.
There's no way we can attack this turn. Holy
we got double 1 with nature. We got 2 with nature on board turn 1 because of that 6 check. Man, I mean, we were ready to commit our character for that anyways, but that's so big just to have both.
Yeah, no, it's huge. It is so huge.
Ooh, but young heroes.
Ooh, young hero is going to be nice here. Young hero is going to be gonna nicely protect us. We need to put as much as we can on our board right now, because oh my goodness, with that board that Tam's got right now, he can put some serious pressure on Nate next turn if he does not respect him.
But what a beautiful build, right? We saw the double Wild Pussycats getting us some very integral foundations. You know, ones that Tam does have interaction for, but you have to spend that interaction now. And we ended up with a few more cards in hand than we probably wanted to. I think we're at 3 cards in hand. That's pretty much 1 more than most people feel comfortable with, because +3 to a stat is nuts. Imagine if All Might could do +3 to both at the same time. That'd be crazy, huh?
That'd be insane. The character already puts out an insane number of stats. At least Ojiro is not an 8-hander, right?
Right. He doesn't get to just draw 2 on both turns.
Yeah, he's just a 7-hander. That's all.
Yeah. So Momo's an 8-hander, right? She gets to go through both cycles. So a lot of good fixing from both of these decks. Seeing the jab come out early. I mean, you said it yourself. He is the wielder of every jab. But another breaker block. Ooh. Okay, so the breaker happens, but we committed a lot for it. Is there some potential to play around this?
It wouldn't be impossible, but I think Tam is in such a good position right now that he doesn't need to, right? Like, we played our thing. We got the attack out of your hand. We drew cards. We didn't let you build it all as we attacked into you. We're going to put the second pass in the torch on board. We have not found going to check every single 3 in our deck, as we always do. This is our lifestyle, our creed, our motto. There it is, boys. Every single 3 in the deck. Yes, we love to see it.
Can you pay a professional shuffler for a tournament? Can I hire a shuffler to shuffle for me?
Man, I hope so.
I guess that might be something Tam needs to invest in, because my goodness, that is some rough randomization.
Sounds like a new sub goal to me.
still pretty decent board. And you know what? I mean, Momo's not the most aggressive character to jump on you. However, getting to build in this quick creation and potentially something else from the Rising Starlet Bowstaff combo, right? We're going to see Rising Starlet build in the asset essentially for free. this could ramp up pretty quick, but bow staff, not the most threatening move.
And we sure did check our Rising Starlet. We sure did check our best weapon foundation to do that.
It is very interesting, right? It is very nice how that worked out for us. Getting to replace a face down Starlet with a face up one, gotta feel pretty good. 6 mid 6, that's a respectable poke. I think you're fine to take it as All Might. And we're still sitting on a Lost in Thought in case things get really inky, but now we have both, right?
This is nuts. Yeah. We got the bow staff to bring in the quick create. The Starlet that snapped in to bring in that quick create, and then now that quick create bringing in our new Starlet. Actually crazy stuff. Actually crazy lines.
Kevin Brewer, eat your heart out. That is so much card movement. Everything was kind of going Tam's way in that game too. It seems like it's all going Nate's way after checking 4 threes in a row, 5 threes in a row, and now we're checking only weapon foundations when we play attacks. And we're checking in on the ones where we get to ready these quick. We went from no quick creations to 3 quick creations this turn.
Yeah, things are most definitely flowing Nathan's way right now. Use the Lost in Thought to put the release back? Interesting. That's a very interesting play.
I think he's searching for a low block, right? He's trying to dig up a low block from his stage. That's my best guess.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to let Electromagnetic Stomp hit here, giving Momo that access to that on-demand low block. While she already has access to any zone she wants once on demand, it's a whole lot to give to the character, and I really don't desire to do that. Yep, and there's that quick create coming in, bringing in the preparing for battle that we checked like an absolute legend, Nathan Dewalt that we are.
and we saw in game 1, right, that Electromagnetic Stomp being picked up from momentum gave us just enough juice to get there off only 2 attacks.
Now we get to use Momo to build in the Rising Starlet, use the Starlet to build in the preparing for battle, and now as per that destruction, we have another Starlet on top. This is crazy. This is air symbol level of card movement here. What is happening? This is crazy. And these are all like respectable attacks along the way, right? We have a 6 mid for 6. Now we have another 6 low for 6.
Interesting. Maybe we just didn't do the math right, because I think we really did pick up a low block. Just forcing you to rebuild a 0 diff doesn't feel like the most impactful use of Lost in Thought. And we checked the 5, but still couldn't block because of the +2 speed. Maybe we just weren't thinking that Nate was going to put +2 speed on this, but there's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't, I think.
Yeah, I mean the play, the writing is on the wall for that play, right? As you guys say, it was pretty obvious through the checks and through the put-ins what was occurring there. Whoa.
Finally committing some foundations here, but it's might be too little.
Fair, we have been committing them. We just are Momo Yaoyorozu.
Fair, I suppose. The real question is, are we just trying to get momentum for a second one? Because this is only a powerful 2 home run comet. These are not charge or high attacks in our card pool.
Yeah, this is certainly not going to be the most swole home run comet in the world. There's got to be more to this play that we just have not seen yet. There's got to be a lot more going on here.
Yeah, it looks like I can't tell if that's plus. It looks like a +4 damage to me, but I'm not sure where that would have come from. We do have a self-sacrifice in our stage.
Yeah, I think it's just +1 from the self-sacrifice. That's just a weird one-sided die.
Oh, it might just be an image and not a...
Yeah, I think it's like a character or something. There it is.
Finally checking a gray card to play a block.
Didn't quite check a 5, but it was only on a 4, so we'll accept the 4 check.
Does that mean we died to a later home run comet?
Yeah, okay. As you proposed, Sam Tate, there is the second home run comet. There's got to be something going on here that we still just haven't seen. I mean, this is pretty unblockable now, but it's just not quite 16. It's going to be powerful 4, so it gets to 12, 13 with self-sacrifice, right?
Do we have 2 momentum or 3 momentum? It's kind of going off the screen just a tiny bit here.
I believe we just snapped in the second momentum.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and it's powerful 3. So that's +6, and then we get it to 10.
Yeah, you're right.
And then another home run on an 8, commit everything, and it's lethal.
No way we've embarked on this line.
If it's triple home run comet, I don't. It's the last card in the hand too, right?
Yeah, there's no way we've embarked on this line.
It has to be an attack.
I mean, this is just such a bold line to pursue. You're right. You're right, Sam. Who is this, and what did they do with Nathan Dewalt?
This is the most aggressive. This is absolutely the most aggressive I've ever seen this deck be. You know, and at least when piloted by Nate Dewalt, right? So this is just what happens when Tam had to commit every single thing to build every single thing, because it was about that race to deadlock. It was about that race to accrue too many resources, right?
So we just saw remove pick up the instant shining flash. The inverse order would have been correct, right? Home run into flash into home run. You pad out your check and increase your powerful on a 6. Oh my God, we did it. We checked a 5.
We were able to. Did we not put +2 speed on that?
We did not. We did not put +2 speed on that home run comment.
That instant shining flash was not going to be lethal anyways, right?
Yeah. I mean, if
and
we
I'm with you.
That was a very, very, very strange turn. It felt like that bow staff and that electromagnetic stomp are like the most fantastic pokes in the world. Like, we attacked 2 times and built like 4 foundations and 2 assets, and it was really, really, really great and gaming advantageous. And then out of nowhere, we just started pursuing this insane, mind-blowing line for game, but then just didn't fully commit to it enough to take us all the way there. And now we're just wide open.
If he takes the first home run, which maybe we just thought he didn't have another high block, right? If he completely takes that first home run, that puts him at 11, right? And so there is potential that one plus the home run plus the instant shining does get there in that line. And we just really weren't expecting him to block not only once, but twice in a row. And now the gates are wide open. This is your moment. You are All Might 3. You can draw a million cards, and there's absolutely no way that Momo actually blocks through double 1 with nature. You just have to deal basically her entire health.
Yeah, I think if Nate would have gone remove, grab instant shining, then do instant shining into home run, and put 2 speed on the relevant ones, that could have been a lethal line. There were certainly some worlds where that crazy chain could have gotten there, but that is in the past. We are in All Might's turn now. We are in the future. The future is now, and this is looking like All Might's game to take right here. We are going to see 6 cards with our hand size, 2 more with All Might, 2 more with the passing the torches, 1 more maybe with a reverse throw. Nope, we got the full block on, so we're just going to see 10 cards this turn. I gotta imagine that 10 cards double 1 with nature is enough to take us home, right?
Ooh, this is a great one.
What a bully. What a bully. Oh, this is a bully move right here.
Yeah, we're going to force down that last foundation, and there is potential for Nate to pick up a card with Momo and just use it on a young hero's response. But right now, the only damage pump on stage is like +2 at most. So digging a little bit doesn't look good.
No, it's not really enough to matter. We're just in too vulnerable of a position right now. And I mean, if you try to interact with -2 speed in any way, You're So Obvious is going to super duper punish you. You can also just destroy it for 2 damage, regardless of any interaction at all. Like, there's just, we haven't used our other passing the torch either, which is very, very, very concerning.
Yeah, this is pretty. I mean, the way that Tam was weaving through 3 checks before, it kind of makes sense to draw a card a little early, right? If they're all going to be 3s, you might as well pick one up. But Texas Smash maybe spelling defeat for Nathan Dewalt here in our final round. This, I believe, is going to be a win-in for either of these 2 players. So pretty much all your tournament chips on the line. Again, as far as we know, we'll have to get the breakdowns for all the points after the final standings are posted. But this is absolutely the one to do it. This is the signature All Might Ultra Rare. It's Texas Smash. It's discard synergy. We're getting tons of damage here. Do we have a follow-up move that can put the nail in this coffin?
Yep, so it looks like we picked up the Rising Starlet, we went for +4 to the next, and then activated the Young Heroes to cancel it, saying, hey, you have to deal this 15 with no +4 to the next. No +4 to the next allowed, but that does mean that we are effectively out of cards right now. Our Stomp is our momentum, but we do not have foundations to commit to pick it up, meaning that any move coming down here, Texas Smash in the Texas Smash, is going to be all she wrote. The writing is on the wall. The wall is Momo. The wall has been broken. Wow, wow, wow. Tamara Cardwell bringing Midoriya 1 all the way to this finish, winning his win in. We had to get a little bit of help a little bit of help from our old pal, our old buddy All Might 3, but he came in and helped us defeat the big bad menace that was Class 1A's Momo Yaoyorozu. What an exemplary match between those two players. Oh my goodness, Sam Tate.
Yeah,
that was a thrill to watch.
That is basically how that matchup goes in a nutshell, I feel, right? Like it's so tough for Deku 1 to deal with a character that, like you said, can basically block everything and then still wait to respect that plus 10 damage. And then you swap into that All Might and you just see so many resources accrued. And, it's really interesting because we looked at that line, we tried to figure out how it's lethal. And I can tell you right now, I was not expecting Tam to have, 3 high blocks. He basically had the right block zone every time. It just came down to checking well. And I mean, that is the power of All Might 3 is just, I get to draw a million cards and you don't.
Yeah. We saw them playing this, especially in game 3, right? We saw them playing this really good back and forth pacing battle until Nathan just decided to pursue a really, really aggressive stance. And unfortunately, it just did not pave out for him. And if there's anyone to capitalize on a backswing like that, it's the man who gets to just look at 10 cards and decide, yeah, this is how you perish right here, right now. Big hats off to both those players. Honestly, the perfect last round. The perfect last round, Sam.
I was super happy to get the Deku 1 on stream just because it is the protagonist, right? Everyone wants to cheer for your boy Deku. It's a feel-good moment when that deck makes it. And while we did need, like you said, a lot of help from our mentor, All Might, that's a flavor win. That's one of the beautiful things about our game. Tell me, how many card games out there allow you to play not just your favorite character, but both your favorite characters as your starting character? And the ability to shift your strategies dynamically adds an intense level of depth to this game. And I'll be honest, sideboarding characters, that's my favorite strategy maybe in the entire game.
It's one of the premium names of the games, especially when it comes to these really, really big, high-stakes, super competitive events. You want to have a plan for anything and everything, and that's really one of the best ways to try and play around strategies that you aren't quite good at combating. I said it earlier in the round, right? Tam has postured Momo as one of the reasons why he thinks this deck right here cannot cross meme status. He had a character in the sideboard prepared for her. Really, really, really masterful deck building and masterful sideboarding right there. Oof, what a good game. What a good series of games, guys. As awesome and exciting as that round was, it is our last round of the night, but we cannot quite let all you villains out there go just yet. Sam and I are going to take a little break. We're going to let the last of the round play out, and then we're going to come back to tell you goodbye and good night, but more importantly, tell you who your amazing Top Cut finalists are after this long day, evening, and night of MHACCG. We'll be back soon,
real quick,
guys.
Levi, how many Ojiros do you think are going to make it to Top Cuts? Because it was the most registered character. Just give me a guess. Between 1 and 16, how many are going to be in top 16?
I'm feeling 6 to 8. Let's say 6 to 8.
Good halvesies. All right. How many, the next registered characters, right? Eraser and Jiro. How many do you think of those are going to make it?
I don't see an Eraserhead making it. I could see 1 or 2 Jiros. They were just so less represented, right? It's hard to speculate on going from the 19 Ojiros down to the 6 and the 5s of everyone else. So it's honestly really, really, really tough to think about. We'll just have to wait and see with bated breath.
How many Deku 1s do you think are going to be in top 16?
Were there more than 1?
I don't think so.
I think there are 3. I think there are 3 today.
Usually when I see a Deku 1 registered, I think it's someone who's just signing up for promos. And so, there's like, we'll just sign up this guy and then, collect my promos and go. But yeah, super exciting. We know this is going to be one of the most unique top 16s, regardless of how it shakes down, regardless of how many a single character is represented in this top 16. It's definitely going to have something to surprise you, and I'm just super excited for it. I can't wait.
Yeah, like I said, guys, bated breath. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with those Top Cut announcements. All right, welcome back, all you villains out there. Boy, oh boy, it has been a long and grueling, but intense, thrilling, fun, passionate, exciting, competitive night of the My Hero Academia card game. For the final time tonight, I'm Levi Lalonde of Alliteration Gaming, and I've got with me Sam Tate from Ace Maneuvers. And whew, Sam, how you feeling after today, man?
I'm exhausted. It was a roller coaster. We started the day with some real knockdown, drag out slugfest, and it only ramped up from there. It felt like the matches really did just get better and better as the night went on.
We saw so many crazy things, man. We saw recovery girls, we saw midnights, we saw selkies, we saw tons of Ojiro, tons of Jiro, a lot of those known entities. We saw some Ochaco 2, some Eraser 2, really just a total action-packed night full of some of the best rogue stuff I've ever seen, and of course the big competitive top dogs all over the place. But after this long night of 7 Swiss rounds, only 16 of these guys have come out on top and are going to be proceeding their way into top cut placements tomorrow. We do have your top 16 players right here, right now. Starting all the way from the bottom. In 16th place, we got Shane Johns on Ojiro 2 on the water symbol.
And then we have BJ Cooper playing Ojiro 2 on the all symbol.
After that, Taylor Garofalo is on Ojiro 2 on the earth symbol. We got all 3.
Right there, out of the way. Just out of the way, all right. Next up is Team Salem's Matthew Cruickshank playing Denki 1 Air, one of my personal favorites.
After that, Christopher Askew playing Jiro on the air symbol.
And then you have someone you might remember from the HLC, Wesley Bittner on All Might 3, but playing the all symbol this time.
After that, launching his way back into competitive play, Zach Pasley on Ojiro 2 on the earth symbol.
Yep. And then Unfun Stuff's Mitchell Semino also playing Ojiro 2 on the earth symbol.
After that, we've got James O'Doherty playing Ojiro 2 on the all symbol.
And then Pro Play Games, Travis Tangeman, someone you might remember from lots of tournaments last year, playing Momo 1, but on the good symbol.
Sitting in 6th place is Donovan Smith, also rocking Ojiro 2 on the earth symbol.
Next up, we have Richard Osley, Mineta 2 Water, which you might have seen on stream.
Yep, then making his way into the top 4 slot, we're going to start with Andrew Holder playing Ojiro 2 on the earth symbol.
Yep, and third seed, we have the Phantom Troops, Andrew Porat, playing that spicy Toga 1 list on the life symbol.
In second place, continuing with the unfun stuff fame, Jose Norono on Shigaraki 3 on the death symbol.
Yep, and then it's been the story of the night. It was our last round potential winning in. We heard Tam say that, with his record, he had to play and he had to win. And he took Deku 1 on the good symbol all the way to Swiss champ. So Unfun Stuff's Tamarin Cardwell is your Swiss champ playing the starter deck Deku 1. Who had that on their bingo card?
I mean, it was definitely on my bingo card, but it was the joke slot, it was the meme slot, right? But to see him actually pilot the character all the way to the Swiss champ finish is actually crazy. We've got some other really crazy stuff in here, right? Shigaraki 3, Toga 1, like a bunch of unknown entities on there that I don't think that anyone was slotting into their S tiers when they made their tier list videos.
But you hit the nail pretty much on the head when you said 6 to 8 Ojiros. That's pretty much where we ended up, and it's no surprise. This has been a deck that has been gliding through tournaments on all 3 symbols. It was only a matter of time before more people were adopting this style of play, and we've also seen a lot of decks come out of the woodwork with tons of interaction for those styles of decks. I guess the biggest surprise here is the conversion rate from Jiro 1 has not been as good as it was in the past.
No, definitely. I mean, again, you've only got a handful of them, right? So it's hard for so many of them this weekend, especially with so many Ojiros, kind of dominating the playing field here. I think that was definitely the crux of today, right? You were either building for Ojiro or you were playing him yourself. That was definitely the dynamic that I think a lot of people went into this event with. You either had to play the deck or be very, very ready for it. And I think we're seeing that extremely represented in these top cuts. We have a lot of fantastic players, a lot of fantastic characters across this list, and I think they're going to give us an amazing day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely jam-packed full of action. I can't wait. But it's 1:30 in the morning here, and I'm on the Pacific Coast. I can't imagine what you East Coasters and everyone else is going through at this point. So it's been an absolutely wonderful, wonderful day. I can't wait for Top Cuts tomorrow. When's it going to start, Levi?
It's going to start at 5 p.m. Pacific time zone. Going to be right on the dot. Our Top Cuts will begin. And you're totally right, Sam. It's currently 3:30 a.m. for me over here. And honestly, I couldn't think of a better way to have spent my entire night. And I have almost, I dare to say, more energy right now than when we started doing this thing because of just how amazing these games have been. So much fantastic competitive play, so many insanely amazing plays, so many hype moments. I feel like there's so many different clips you can make just from today's streams alone, just from the last round alone. It's just a really, really, really action-packed day that pretty much made it impossible to ever really feel tired. I think it's a testament to how amazing this card game is that we have so many brave souls out there playing all the way to 2, 3, 4 a.m. Just to continue enjoying this fantastic competitive game, and a ton of people out there still watching on these wee hours too.
Yeah, I gotta ask you real quick, do you have a favorite moment from this stream? Is there a favorite play that you saw throughout the day? Because I can tell you what my favorite play was.
Oh man, there were so many fantastic ones. I think the most hype moment of the day for me had to be the double ready set go from Ojiro.
Ooh, okay.
I actually lost my mind. I just literally lost my mind.
I don't know if I could cheer for that because it's Ojiro, but it is always a hype moment when it happens. But I really gotta say, just watching both carbo loadings get turned sideways in tandem every single time. I don't know why it tickles me so much, but just to see the motion, right? It's just like, hey, we know you're tapped out. You got no cards in hand. We're just gonna lean to the left and end the game now.
That was definitely the most out there deck that I saw that we both saw on stream today. Really, really excited to see what exciting moments it leads us into tomorrow's Top Cut. What an amazing day. What an amazing 7 rounds. Everyone who participated today, you guys all played your heart out. You guys played amazingly. And the only reason there's not more people here is because we can only have a top 16. If we could have a top 128, you would all deserve to be there. But after these 7 rounds, only 16 of you can make it, guys. That is your top 16. These are the 16 players that are going to be playing their hearts out tomorrow for even more and more prizes. Going to be playing for those invites, for those vile seasons, for those play mats, for more promos, and just so many more exciting things to come. With that being said, Sam, it's been a heck of a night, and I think it's time to let all of these guys out there finally hit the sack, head to bed, and get ready for an awesome stream tomorrow.
Yep, I can't wait. I'll be there. Are you guys going to be there? We're going to see you tomorrow for our Top Cut action in the first regional license exam of the new competitive season.
Big thanks to Jasco for putting this awesome event on. Big thanks to all of the Oceanic peeps out there for letting us be a part of your regional. And big thanks to everyone who played and or watched today. Thank you to everyone who has supported us across this stream, and we cannot wait to see you guys tomorrow. Good night, villains.
Welcome back, villains. For the last time tonight, you get the long-haired pair, Alliterations and Gaming's Levi Lalonde and Ace Maneuver Sam Tate. That is myself. And we have an absolutely exciting final that if you said you had this pegged for the grand finals, I'm just going to call you a liar because we have never seen one of these characters go this far in a tournament before.
No, this is an absolutely insane final. So we're looking at Cameron Cardwell on Izuku Midoriya 1 and Zach Pasley on Earth Ojiro 2. Easily the most expected deck, the most expected character on his most expected symbol versus the most random underdog, absolutely out of nowhere. I mean, we've known for ages that this is Tam's pet deck, right? This is absolutely a Tamron thing, but the more I see him play this deck, the more I realize it might have just been the backswing 28 damage meta call for an event like this, and we're really seeing the fruits of that theory and those labors pay off with him making it all the way to this final round.
Well, and how many times have we seen Ojiro players just try to build as much as they can to get as many new cards, get that new sculpting, find those attacks, and they say, look, who can deal 28 damage in this format? And so far, plus 10 to a move has been the answer to that. On top of that, of course, Deku has that zone naming enhance that just seems weirdly perfect for fighting Ojiro too. We could actually see Swiss champion Deku 1 take down the menace of this format. So let's jump into this one.
There are certainly a lot of stars aligning right now for this to be a fortuitous meta and a fortuitous event for a character like Midoriya 1, especially when you know that character like the back of your hand, right? As we said, this is Tam's pet deck. He's been playing this thing for absolute ages now. He's always trying to get there with this character. You know, it's been sub goal this, sub goal that, but it seems like it's finally time to go all the way with Midoriya. He's made it all the way to the finals, but can he finally clinch that final last victory into the meta minus Ojiro 2, or is Zach gonna navigate this all the way to his very own victory and kind of for see all of the prophecies told true?
Yeah, Zach Pasley, not a stranger to grand finals of a regional, going all the way back to that Las Vegas, the first one of Crimson Rampage with that May Hatsumi. Now shifting over to the Ojiro for this Oceanic Regional, gets the illustrious build 6 turn 1, but we just talked about how playing out your whole hand has been punished in these matchups.
Yeah, we have to be a little bit careful here, right? You know, Tim gets to be on the play here as he was the Swiss champ of yesterday. So we have to be a little bit mindful of the aggression. However, given that our instant snap first commit was our one with nature, probably not going to be looking to get too out of hand, at least as far as throwing away cards to guarantee kill turns type of stuff goes.
Yeah, and we're seeing the double hardened jab. This is something we saw on day one. He was the wielder of all the hardened jabs, and that's going to give you excellent ramp, going to give you nice fixing. And considering Ojiro's not interested in blocking these 3 mid for 5s, getting a massive health lead too. So I have to assume we're going to see this build out. Yeah, the good symbol has gotten so much over these last 2 sets. It is no surprise to see this Deku being piloted on that symbol over the other 2.
100%. You know, you need to have access to some of those really powerful cards. You know, look at Tim's board. Is just posturing so much aggression and defense at the same time. Between the self-sacrifices, the high value targets, our 2 foundations, the disinformation successes can protect our checks. Lost in Thought is going to be able to keep ourselves from getting one with nature to death on this turn, because like between chunking those 2 hardened jabs to the face, Zach is absolutely putting all of his eggs in the basket, all of his stocks in the market of, yeah, I'm going to play a bunch of attacks next turn with 6 foundations and just nuke him. However, it looks like our hand simply did not agree with this thought process, because we're going to see a hard 4-card build out. Building 4 cards here is really spooky. Only 2 in hand pretty much says, if you can threaten me to where something is lethal, get the last block out of my hand, I'm going to make a 10 damage plus 18 damage move and just nuke you with Deku 1.
Yeah, I do think it was really important to get that second one with nature down though, right? Because Lost it, well, now we have a second Lost in Thought. It's amazing how that works out so often. So Deku 1 going to acquire that second one with nature, but also a second Lost in Thought. So we're not going to actually have access to these one with natures over a prolonged attack string.
Yeah, we're going to have to definitely put some more thought into our aggro turns as we go through this game, right? Both players have really massive stages already. Tim comes in with a very respectable build 2 pass, holding 4 in hand, is going to posture himself for a lot of defense this turn. And we get to kind of make sure that if we start feeling too threatened by the snack time or the 2-1 with natures, you know, we can start putting some of those back in the hand and then building our face downs in. The Lost in Thought proven itself to be a really important piece of this whole event for a lot of these decks, honestly. Specifically, those 3 symbols getting ways to interact with their rivals board feels very good. You know, you compare that card to, you know, other things, right? Things like, you know, like Apathetic or anything that pretty much says destroy a foundation, you know, and it feels very overcosted and very understated for what it does. But providing that ability to those symbols that rarely get that is a lot more of a commodity, and you have to take that into account when you're thinking about this card.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, right? Remember how annoying, how oppressive Kirishima 1 was? Well, now we can remove a foundation, to not only do a pseudo flip of our rival's foundation, but also grab a block that we need on defense, which is insanely powerful. But when you're running the good symbol more than any other symbol, sometimes it's going to pick up an attack. So having extra card movement is really understated when it comes to something like Lost in Thought, whose primary job, so to speak, is to hit problem foundations. But we are seeing a massive rapid speed punches getting cranked up here. It's 6 low for 7 at the moment. Tam's going to have to think about this one because you don't want Ojiro drawing too many cards.
No, you have to be very, very wary of the amount of cards that you give him access to, especially when he's got those 2-1 with natures and that snack time sitting on the board. You have the Lost in Thoughts, but you also don't want to jump the gun with them, right? If this ends up being like a poke turn, you don't want to just have wasted that resource.
Yeah, gonna take this one, open up the response to draw a card. Zach's gonna get one more card to see this turn, but no deadlock on in his stage currently. So if we want to start building out and tease Tam maybe to have to build some more foundations, we're gonna have to find something different.
Yeah, that is one of the things to be very, very notable here, is that both of these decks have access to and can play the heck out of a card like Pull No Punches. Probably the best deadlock threat either of them do have access to, but it's not one that either of them have found yet. So they do have to, they can kind of get a little away with building into those scary regions. However, Tam has to be kind of wary unless he's ready to commit a Lost in Thought to get rid of a snack time. That is the one deadlock threat that Earth has over good in this scenario. Snack time, one of the most dangerous pieces, especially when you've got a ton of zeros built out that you're just very, very okay with flipping for a draw.
Yep, and speaking of that Lost in Thought, we do see it hit a 1 with nature here. Probably did just get built back face down. I don't know how important a +3 low block is into this good symbol punches matchup. It'll be interesting to see, right? One of the ways you can misplay Lost in Thought is giving the rival the correct block zone. But right now, it looks like we are going to be trying to press deep. No student of the art, no problem if we have a mid attack after this Missouri smash.
Yeah, with this many foundations on board, we're kind of past the point where that's such a relevant piece, and we're going to bounce the other one with nature. Now, I really like bouncing the first one regardless, because even if it ends up being more of like a mid-range type of turn, you are at least stopping the extra 1 damage from activating only one of them, right? Because they chain into each other. But now that we've committed to getting rid of both of them, we're full send on the, hey, I'm not going to allow you to do anything more this turn. I have to completely respect your aggro potential and really, really get rid of those pieces right here, right now.
Yeah, so we do get to block with a +1 block. However, that 3 check kind of hurts. High value target is going to be really important here. So we only have to commit 3 total foundations because of that. We also weren't committing to more 1 with nature plays. I wouldn't be surprised to see a build out here, but again, I really want to see deadlock if we're going that route. And it looks like we're actually having the mid attack. So everything coming up Ojiro, despite the health totals being pretty even here.
Yeah, I think given that you have the hardened jab to play, if anything, right, that has to be the mid that you slam down there. It's gonna be a 6 mid for 8. It's gonna reset a foundation no matter if we check well or poorly. We have still the snack time on board for even more pressure, right? Like you can definitely just get to a point where you're taxing Midoriya's blocks here really hardcore. Not to mention, we're gonna stop him from sculpting. We're gonna stop this very dangerous 6 hand size aggro character from sculpting and putting together that really, really big attack chain that's gonna threaten us into falling prey, into being backed into a corner and dying to a +10 damage move.
Yeah, what's really interesting here is looking at the speed that Tam has being tracked. It looks like we haven't called a zone correctly, right, for the next attack. You would have to assume that if we're really pressed for foundations, we would have called mid with our Deku in hands. But maybe we were afraid just of the really lethal ones, and knowing that Hardened Jab is in the deck, it's easily the slowest punch.
Yeah, it's also possible that we were, you can always play this you can always play this interesting game with Midoriya where you can like call a zone that you don't have the block for to kind of try and goad them into playing the other zone that you do have the block for. Like sometimes if I have like no low block, right, I might call low because I really don't want you to play a low attack, and then they'll go, oh, I'll play my high instead, and it's like, cool, I got a +1 high block, let's go. There's a lot of really, really cool mind games you can get with a character like this that you really just don't see put on display a lot because of how underplayed he is.
Yeah, and another 3-check coming out on the block. So even without these one with natures, the the way may be open for Ojiro, but it looks like we're playing a high attack. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that color-coded sleeve there means that we did call high for our Deku enhance, meaning we were afraid of those Texas smashes and we are prepared for them. But now that we only have 2 cards ready in our stage, what's the likelihood that Snack Time actually makes this unblockable?
It absolutely makes it unblockable. Right now, after the +3/+3, it's going to go back to even. So we could have a +1 high and go to block on a 4, 5, 6, 7, and then check a 5 commit R2. A single Snack Time usage says that is no longer a line of play, meaning this, 13... Yeah, we could. There's a world where we might just die to +4 the next on anything if those tight lips start doing a ton of flipping work.
Well, we know that the Missouri Smash is there, and there comes the +4 to the next. So if you can't block this one, you're probably not going to get to block the Missouri Smash either.
Yep, and it looks like the Snack Time comes in. We got our +1 speed on the board. We have the stun one. Our move is now super duper unblockable. This is going to chunk Tam all the way down to what looks like Tam's at 21, right?
Yes, it should be the one that's closer to him. So they should put him down to 11, and then Missouri Smash is base 5 damage. It's going to come in at 9. Ojiro alone is going to make it lethal, much less the tight lips. So we don't even have to check well.
Yeah, Ojiro's going to make it both super lethal and super unblockable. If there was plus ultras, I wish that could be a saving grace for us right now. But I do believe that this Missouri Smash is going to get to an extremely lethal 11 damage and is going to spell despair from Midoriya 1's chances at finding another attack turn. Does he have something up his sleeve?
If we forget to Snack Time, a +1 block and a 5 check does get us there. Potentially, is there a spicy Detroit Smash, a 0 mid block, a buddy block?
There's a Snack Time.
There's a Snack Time. So effectively 6 speed again with the 2 cards in the card pool. Tam not scooping it up just yet.
We could have a plus ultra with 6s in our deck, right?
Oh, we do have 6 checks, right?
6,
Bonds
7.
of Friendship.
We definitely have Bonds of Friendship. I mean, I think if Tam's not scooping yet, that says it all, right? That's got to say it all.
He's got to have Bonds of Friendship and check a Bonds of Friendship. Or I guess any +1 block. A partial keeps you alive here, but this is threatening lethal.
Yeah, there are worlds. It's possible. Let's see, the block comes in. Oh, it looks like we're calculating the check right now.
Little
do we have the +1? Do we have the plus ultra though on a 7?
Oh
no, there is no 6 in sight. No 6 in sight, unfortunately, coming down for Tam. Man, that was rough. Such a good stage, such a good defensive stage. I think so. I was thinking earlier when he checked the reverse throw on the block, but maybe some more aggressive use of our destined for mainstream success could have given us a couple extra foundations to block with that turn.
Yeah, definitely a foundation you love to see on your offense, but we talked so many times about it being that pseudo -2 speed, saving you a couple foundations. I can definitely respect the choice, right? But I'm a use it before I lose it guy. I'm so paranoid so much of the time when it comes to playing defense where you just got to believe that if we had removed one of those 3 checks off the top of our deck, or maybe even potentially chose to fail one of those checks, we might have had a better chance at checking 2 running 5s to get to use that plus ultra block.
Yeah, there were definitely some lines that I think had we seen Tam respect the aggro of Ojiro a little bit more, we might have just clutched some survival on that turn. It just goes to show that even with such a massive board and all the blocks in the world and all the Midoriya correct predictions, so many things going on, Ojiro 2 with just a massive enough stage and the right amount of attacks can still punch through that wall.
You know what that stage was really missing for me though, Levi?
What was that?
Specialist of Sound. Being able to negate out that Ojiro bonus is massive. In tandem with Deku, it gives you a ton of control over speed, what's going to be at what speed, and it can really help you out, right? Sometimes you don't call the right zone, but -3 speed is enough. Sometimes you need -6 speed. It's just
when their character is throwing, the 6, 7, 8 speed moves nonstop, that is what you have to do, right? That is the level of defense that you have to be able to tolerate, or the level of offense you have to tolerate, and the level of defense that you need to tolerate it. It goes very, very hand in hand. It's a scary world where -3 speed on every attack is not enough to survive those strings.
Right. And then on top of that, the other thing that I think we really want to see, at least if we're not going to be able to stay on the aggression as going, we're going first for the second time in a row, right? Ojiro just stole one going second. So if we're not going to be able to stay on the beat down going first, You're So Obvious has to be something else that we might be prioritizing just a little bit, because you can play around with those bonus stats and reset it to its printed speed or damage if you can't block.
Yeah, there's a lot of options available to Midoriya here, right? You're So Obvious can be a huge defensive piece. We saw how pivotal those Lost in Thoughts were, giving us almost a window to survive that massive damage turn. The good symbol, I mean, we talked about it in the beginning of the round, right? You have that level of offense and that level of defense. Your stage is really, really good at helping you swing and also protecting you. And I think that is probably the biggest draw, right? Is being able to play those both sides of the spectrum so well. It's what makes good such a fantastic mid-range symbol.
Yeah, it's we saw it with the All Might switch right into the Momo, where being able to just build out and say my deadlock is better than yours and saying I can dance around it is super, super strong. Ojiro building out and not being willing to play that deadlock game, saying, look, I'm down a couple foundations, but you're not in deadlock yet. Let's get this over with. Because if it wasn't that turn, you have to believe that Tim had a pretty good chance at stabilizing, staying in this game with just either another piece of stun hate or just a couple extra foundations in general.
And this is the build, right? I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Sam. But this is the build. We have student
build 6, and this time with student.
It's a student, it's a one with nature, and it's a snack time on the build 6.
Why is it always you three? Whenever something happens, why is it always you three?
I mean, those are just when you have such a tight list, the odds of finding those cards every time just go up more and more and more. You've got so many zeros in the deck. It's really just an all-star build. We've played a back alley haymaker, but this move does not feel good right now. You're not allowed to stun 2.
Yeah, when you don't get the stun 2 on back alley, it feels like a pretty fair card rather than the most registered attack of all time in the My Hero Academia card game on uvsultra.com. So still going to take this one to the face. Ojiros are great at blocking with their face. It is one of their greatest skills.
It is the I'm going to turn 2u6 hand size aggro trademark Jiro style strategy, right? I'm going to build 5. I'm going to hold this 1 or 2 attacks in my hand, and I'm going to take everything that you can throw at me and just try and goad you into playing more attacks so that I can more so increase that aggressive window that I'm getting on the next turn. I think that's definitely what Ojiro is aiming for.
Yeah, and we're seeing another hardened jab. So we did manage to play 2 attacks that built 2 foundations. 2 games in a row. It's still the early turns for Tam have been amazing. In every game that we've seen on stream, they've been amazing. It's been great to build out those foundations early. It's the build turns that come after that have been a little testy, and now we're playing double 2 difficulties. Managed to check the 5 there though, so looking much, much better. We don't have specialists, but we have You're So Obvious. We have Lost in Thought to answer one of those problem foundations. And we have Double Destined. Do you think we use them on defense this time?
I certainly hope so, because if we weren't allowed to disrespect our rivals board last time, we definitely do not get to do it this time. All of the scariest pieces are on Ojiro's board right now. I think the worst part is that, opening with this one does not feel very good. The bad check, and we're not going to get to reset a foundation, feels rough.
But when we play it again on a 6, it's going to feel a lot better than other 5 divs. And another reason why we might see the disinformation come out on defense this time is we actually need more cards in hand. We only have 2 cards in hand. If we want to block this hardened chop, there goes everything. I don't like that.
I don't like that at all. Being able to pick up the jab here feels really good too. We've got 2 attacks lined up that we can pick up to reset a foundation if we so desire. Otherwise, this is just going to be a massive damage hardened chop. One with nature's going to come in on it. These stats are just ridiculous. Stats are really king right now.
Yeah, it's gonna put you between a rock and a hard place really fast. We actually swap out the ready student of the art for another face down, meaning if we have a late string jab, oh my goodness, what's the likelihood that that face down comes into play later?
Oh, that would be so vile. That would be putrid. So this is going to chunk Midoriya all the way down to 20. We're not super duper allowed to block that, truthfully speaking. Losing both of the cards in our hand, putting our survival in the hands of destined for mainstream success does not feel great.
And this is one you love to block. This is one that can dynamically change the pace of a turn if you don't block it, because your rival's going to get to build a brand new foundation from their hand. So it's going to come in incredibly slow, right? Deku did call that high zone as denoted by the darkened color of the high attack zone marker. Soon we'll have tokens for that, won't we?
Oh, we certainly will. Look forward to your class reunion box sets, guys.
A little plug for the upcoming cards with the guaranteed future is now promo, as well as up to 10 different random unique promos. So very excited for that. But right now, I'm excited to see what kind of block we do to this Missouri smash, because you can't let this one deal damage.
No, you definitely can't. As excited as I am for class reunion, Sam, I want to see if Midoriya's got a future right now. I want to see if the future is looking Ojiro, or if Tam's going to bring this all the way back around to a 2-1 victory for himself. But another hardened jab coming down does not spell positively for Midoriya. However, the 3 checks coming in are going to be the thing that probably saves us from perishing this turn.
Yeah, we're getting bailed out a little bit by these checks. However, having access to this learning the standards, we'll probably have to build a second one, right? Because Lost in Thought is still just chilling on the rivals board, ready to take it out at a moment's notice. That could be something that there it is. We built a second one. So
that's big. That's massive.
We have a decent chance to disrupt Texas Smash combos. But I don't think one extra progressive difficulty is going to prevent Midoriya from dealing 18 damage if you can't block the plus 10 damage move.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, with double 1 with nature on board, all we have to do is double 1 with nature, 10 damage a move. And that's pretty much just going to be all she wrote. We even have You're So Obvious if we have to play around with stats a little bit more. It is going to be pretty easy, I think, for Tam to flow into this aggro turn and find 18. Back alley... So this should be game, because we can just EX this like crazy and then make it 18 damage.
Yes, this should absolutely be the end of the game, unless Zach has the absolute spiciest sideboard tech and is playing plus ultra on defense. But no insane shot, right? That would be criminal for an Ojiro to sideboard a defensive piece.
I'm very skeptical of it. I mean, they do have some, right? They're going to side the more learning the standards and stuff like that. But citing something like Plus Ultra that we can't use the aggressive piece of, I highly doubt it. So it looks like we opt not to fully commit to the back alley. We don't want to lose to the random Plus Ultra.
Right. Choosing to...
Specials comes in after learning standards. Now we bring in the hardened jab. Yeah, I mean, there's also a world where we can just like, pretty much tax Ojiro's hand and card pool out to where something is definitively unblockable, which if Tam's got the cards in hand, if he's got all of the attacks that he needs to do it, I think it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Lost in Thought also, this is so cool, right? Lost in Thought allows us to play with our rivals board, interact with their defensive pieces, and not get punished by Chivalrous Competitor. We're not flipping it. We're not destroying it. I am putting it back in your hand, buddy.
Just play 2 more attacks on regular difficulty, pass them all. Here comes the Destined to make sure. Oh, it's a Texas. That's going right into our hand. I'm pretty sure we're getting a game 3, Levi.
I think we're absolutely getting a game 3 here. I just cannot see a world where Tam is not able to string anything together that goes in and takes Ojiro's health total all the way down. Especially if this lands, we don't even need to plus 10 damage anymore. All we actually need is just any move and double with nature. However, we're gonna send in the ultimate disrespect in the entire world, throw down our reverse throw, and plus ultra it.
We had it all.
You were looking at like a 30-something damage reverse throw right there. He said it didn't matter what you blocked. It didn't even matter what you blocked. This massive half damage was always going to take you out. You love to see it. The classic Midoriya strat, man. The classic age-old Midoriya strat of just coming in and making sure that you get that guaranteed massive 10 damage through. Reverse throw, it's like one of his old moves, right? Whereas you have this basically reverse throw with Midoriya just says my character actually just says discard my hand, burn you for 5.
Yeah, pretty much. It is against a Faith Shield symbol, so it's not the most tight-knit win condition, but on the back of your rival checking exclusively 3s pretty much and 1 with nature, Faith Shield's not looking like a super relevant card here.
Yeah, it's certainly Midoriya's got the moves. I think is the biggest thing to press here. He's not this character that you can disrespect, and I think that's what's really helping Tam see so much success throughout this event is that he's a character you have to really hardcore respect the aggro of, and you have that dynamic as a character that no one knows how to play against. I mean, how much testing have you had against Midoriya 1, Sam? Truly, can you tell me?
Truly not since set 1.
Yeah.
Not since set. I mean, in set 1, people wanted to try some stuff, and reverse throw was a much bigger deal. There was basically only 1 symbol with throw hate. So ever since Faith Shield came out, it really fell off the map as far as anyone trying to give it serious consideration. But now that we've got this 1 with nature fueled format, now that we've got answers to staging area pieces with Lost in Thought, this has been the absolute best tournament to play Deku 1 in.
I could not agree more. I think it was certainly part sub goal, part pet deck, a lot of different elements coming together to have Tam play this Midoriya 1 at this event, but it certainly did not end up being the worst rogue choice you could possibly make.
And I mean, any deck that can jam Back Alley Haymaker in it, it's got a spot. It's got a spot somewhere on the card.
Yeah, any deck that can play Back Alley Haymaker, 1 with nature, that's kind of just a winning combo. If you have those 2 cards, if you have access to those 2 cards and you haven't figured out how to kill people, you just haven't been in the lab enough yet, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's even characters that don't care about those keywords on those symbols, right, for the Back Alley Haymaker are super down to jam it because it's also going to find one of the best stun hate pieces. It can't be fixed. It can't be fixed has an absolutely great position in this format, blocking those Texas smashes, as we've seen multiple times from Tam with that +1 high block, but also the constant pressure of stun from cards like Snack Time is such a big deal.
It just makes it really hard for you to interact with your rivals' moves. We talked about how, Ojiro is so scary because it's, here's +3/+3, here's Snack Time, here's 1 with nature. My move effectively now has 7 speed on it. I stunned 1, and I've got all of this massive damage pump. It's so much interacting with each other. Minoru does get access to a lot of those same cards, right? We still get to 1 with nature our attacks. We have note takings. We can flip for 2 speed. There's still a ton of things that are accessible to us.
Yeah, it can't be fixed. It gives you information. If your rival is willing to stun through it, you can easily assume that they have a follow-up attack. If they're not going to press the stun button into your it can't be fixed, then you know that they're not going to go super deep on you. And that's one of those hidden messages in those cards. This is the first time we haven't seen Ojiro build 6 foundations on one, but he built pretty much that same trio. Why is it always you 3?
Those are the best 3 that we can build. Those are the best 3 that we can build. I have seen Ojiro's close out games on just these 3 foundations time and time again. However,
and there's no Deku enhance, meaning we don't have any speed hate.
Yeah, we get to block maybe one thing. However, we do have Lost in Thought. The almighty Lost in Thought could be once again our saving grace this turn.
Ooh. Okay, that's a huge help. We're talking about the backswing king. Checking a 3 on our first attack is a massive help.
Yeah, and now it's going to be...
Maybe that's what we needed.
Ooh, it could be. But now it's flip student of the art, put that in, and now, we did not immediately Lost in Thought the one with nature. We did not immediately Lost in Thought the one with nature. That kind of worries me.
No, but we did get -3 damage off, so choosing not to block this one anyways means we're going to get a card out of our rival's hand for basically just 1 damage, right? It's a net 1 damage that they actually get from it, but yeah, we could have done the Bonds of Friendship after. We just wouldn't have anything really good to pick up.
I think we're just seeing a little bit of disrespect here, right? A little bit of disrespect. He says, you can one with nature this one. I don't plan on blocking it, so that's fine. However, not doing it at all means that he gets to one with nature the next one now too. So you have to be a little wary.
Right. If I'm in Tam's shoes, I'm fine with the order I did it in because I get the Bonds of Friendship here, but then I Lost in Thought to put it in my hand. So I have a +1 high block because we have a low, we have a mid. The next one has to be high.
Yeah, it's possible that we're just holding on to that premium block already. And one with nature and Ojiro going to come together to make sure that the -3 from one with nature, the -3 from Bonds of Friendship actually just brings us all the way back into the printed territory. So we still get a nice chunk of damage in our draw off, and we're going to get another draw now from this Missouri. Probably going to snap one with nature use.
Yeah, we didn't one with nature as our first in hand. So
yeah,
I mean,
that was not correct.
There's a decent chance that this isn't really a kill turn still, and we're just posturing to get Tam low enough that he has to respect our next turn's offense because we still only have 2 foundations ready. Even though we can pick up this rapid punches, it might. I mean, come on, 28 health, that has to make it to turn 3, right?
It's very, very possible, right? I mean, we can say that for either sides of this this game right now. So we're gonna have to pick up our rapid punches. I'm sure that we're gonna jam the rapid punches. I don't know. How much can you disrespect Midoriya 1 here is the question. How much can you disrespect him right now on the 4 foundations he now has? Because we removed Lost in Thought. Can he do that 28 damage plus 10 attack backswing?
I mean, double Texas smash with double Texas with 5 checks might just get us there.
It certainly could. It certainly could. That does not feel impossible at all. The respect comes in. The respect comes in. Putting the Lord of the Standards on board. Putting the one with nature back on the board. What else do we have? Can't be fixed is also huge, 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 huge. Doesn't say that we don't get to stun too, but it certainly makes it a little less scarier.
So not a massive build from Ojiro, holding a +2 mid block that we know of and 2 other cards. So a little bit more respect possibly being shown here. Excuse me, but there's a pretty decent chance that at least 2 of those cards are attacks. We know 1 is.
Yeah, we know that 1's an attack, so that we know that if we don't get that out of his hand, we're at the very least letting him go into his next turn with 1. And Tim says it's just not time yet. It's time for another build turn. We put very, very good cards on our board, though. Lost in Thought can help us survive this next turn. We've got 2 passings now, so cards are barely a resource. And of course, our own one with nature with our note taking is going to make sure that we can posture a +10 damage unblockable move next turn.
Yeah, so I'm a greedy player. Maybe this is the wrong call. Maybe it is just super risky. But with double passing, I'm trying so hard to build every foundation in my hand. If those aren't +1 block foundations or attacks in the hand, I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, I think Tam just really doesn't want to play the block zone lottery with this guy right now. And I can't say that I disagree with that thought process, right? When your double passings just draw you, blank, you can start to regret building those key cards.
Yeah, and we did not get punished, right? We're getting a little bit of back and forth. This is nearing the realm where Ojiro doesn't want to be. If you can go to exactly 10, not activate the deadlock on snack time, not let that be an option, you have a very good chance to actually put up some defense against Ojiro, especially if you keep drawing answers to 1 with nature, and bam, there it is. We finally have Specialist of Sound. Things are really starting to look up for this Deku 1 deck.
and we got the high value target. That's 2 foundations on defense, and we build a destined immediately into a specialist check to find it can't be fixed on top, meaning the first thing we get to do is go flip. I'll pick up this +1 high block.
Yeah, we don't need that 5 check for sure. For sure, we absolutely do have a +1 high, and those have been the relatively most dangerous zones, right? That's what everyone's afraid of, is those Texas smashes. But most importantly,
you have to block Texas and you have to block Missouri, right? You have to block those 2.
Right, and now we have Deku's minus speed enhance activated, so it's going to be incredibly tough for Ojiro to get any mileage without going incredibly deep, and that's what Deku wants you to do. Deku wants you to overcommit and then backswing you.
All right, so the back alley comes down. Stun 2 is the best opener we could ask for right here, and we're going to immediately student of the art snap in. So you don't get to lost in thought this, bud. I think Tim's got a lost in thought one with nature right now.
Ooh, gonna go get that high block.
I'm okay with it. The stun 2 is going to come in. I guess now we get to stun irrelevant ones, right? Or do we have 2 over there on our far left-hand side? Yes, that is 2 over there. So the stun 2 comes in over there, meaning we've got 2, 4, 6, 8 foundations ready right now to go through committing for resources on this turn. Okay, there it is. The snap, not so snap, but the lost in thought comes in on the one with nature. I think is incredibly correct.
Yeah, effectively readying one of our foundations. I mean, again, you can say it's an awkward apathetic if you want, but this card has so much more going for it than just flip a rival foundation.
Yeah, I actually, I ragged on him, right, for not first enhance, getting rid of the one with nature, but I do like that we waited for the stun 2 to happen. They stun 2'd first, and then we got to say, okay, now that I have a committed one here, I'll use my lost in thought, so I'm getting to pseudo-ready a foundation, as you said.
Yeah, now we do call the low zone, because of course we added a high on our mid attack. Could this be the first time we see Zach maybe play that mini game and instead just force another high? I mean, having a Texas Smash into Texas Smash without the -3 speed being applied essentially for free from Deku could be absolutely massive, even though you're not getting that once per turn pickup early on in your stream.
Yeah, you have some important decisions to make here, right? Because you can also just say that your -3 is not going to be a thing, and I'm just going to play a +2/+2 move, and that's perfectly fine. Like the difference between my +2/+2 move and my -3/+3 move, like it is a big difference. The sequencing here could be very important. And most of the time in these scenarios, it's a matter of, well, can I afford to not pick up yet? Do I have the foundations to pay to make my string happen? However, Ojiro's got a massive stage. Zach is very free to play around that Midoriya enhance and be a little more okay with committing more cards to pay for these moves and not get hit by that -3.
Whoa. Oh my.
Oh, mamma mia.
Okay, it's on a 4, so we do have to commit one, but we didn't check a 3 on an attack. So we check a 5 here, it kind of evens out.
Super evens out, especially when the one coming down is Hardened Chop.
Yep, because now we get to destroy one of those face downs to build one again. And what do we flip? Do we flip Specialist? It feels Specialist.
I think it's definitely Specialist.
Yeah. Because high value is a little less relevant, and you have 2 passing the torches. What's the likelihood he's going to need both? What's the likelihood you can afford to commit foundations against this character?
It's a very, very, very risky gamble.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he drew the seizing off I believe it was the Chivalrous, right? Because typically you're almost always going to lead off with that. But choosing to take that back alley could have been a massive mistake, because we're not going to ever get to use that Specialist -3. We do get the -3 on this one, I believe. I thought we did call the low. But if we add that back alley back to our hand and put more pressure onto this stage and build maybe a tight-lipped, right? We have one on top of our discard pile now. We could be threatening lethal in all kinds of different ways.
So a lot of things have happened. We did have it come in with the -3, but it came in with the +2 from seizing. So only -1 overall. And then we snack timed, brought it back up to its normal speed to get rid of the -1. And then Ojiro +3/+3 has come into play, bringing this -3 speeded chop all the way back to absolutely massive numbers, becoming a 7 low for 8 that's going to demand both cards out of our hand. Tams, I don't envy Tams' decisions for defense that he has to make right now.
So it's a 7-speed move, right? What
Yes,
so on our best block, let's say we have a +1 block, you have to check an 8 to block it, right?
correct.
So how many cards in this card game check an 8, Levi?
Not very many. And in fact, off the top of my head, I don't think there's any of them. And we don't check an 8 at all. We check a 3. Now we could commit 4 or 5 with high value and then 3 other cards. We would be left with 1 Foundation and Midoriya if we block this, leaving us fairly open to 17 damage, if I'm going to be honest with you, Sam.
It's so. Why are attacks allowed to be this fast? I mean, a 5-speed move, sure, I can check a 5. A 6-speed move, rarely I can, but 6 checks exist. But check an 8? Oh man, this is even with. So now that specialist flip is probably going to be the game-winning maneuver if Zach can push through on this turn. I'm going to call that the play of the game.
It's possibly even the ace maneuver of this entire game.
I wasn't gonna say it, but
I know you weren't going to say it.
You
That's
can say it
that's why
for
we're
me.
both here, right? Only we get to make fun of each other's names.
Oh man, yeah, this is not looking good. And I mean, if you do decide to block this, right? If you don't commit Midoriya, the rest of your foundations just get stunned out. We're gonna get to have, I think you said what, Midoriya and 1 foundation.
Yeah,
So,
we would get to, if we commit high value, we would remain with 1 singular foundation and 1 singular Midoriya. Opts to take it all the way to 9 says I'm gonna perfect block from here. It's okay, but man, I think
so
as
much
the
stun
snack
is about to
times,
happen.
yeah, the back alley and the snack time is gonna leave us with high value target and 1 foundation, which
Well,
might
this is what Deku needs. Deku needs a bunch of 3 checks coming down. I mean,
the equalizer, Sam. It's happening.
it's not enough though. We can keep building foundations, Levi. All of these attacks pretty much build foundations, and if they don't, they certainly draw cards.
That is the hardest part about this game state, is as Ojiro continues to play all of these super efficient earth moves, they're going to continue to reset foundations, build in new foundations, commit all of Midoriya's foundations, and make these unassuming attacks that instantly become very assuming once +3/+3 comes down. Absolutely monstrous moves that Midoriya does not have the ability to stop. This might spell doom.
Yeah, luckily we did call the mid. We did say that the mid was the next one, but even if we do get to block this, it's going to put pressure on our. I mean, we have to now. If we're pulling out this tight, we have to assume we're going to bump that damage up just to force it in. Again, this was what, -3, and it's still 5 speed with stun 3 coming down. If there's a Texas smash or nearly any other move, really any 5 damage move, we should be able to get there.
Yeah, I don't. Oh man, if he has anything after this, any kind of follow up, this is 5 speed right now, so it's certainly blockable. It's certainly blockable. It's just a matter of how do we go through blocking this turn, right? So there's a world where maybe if we don't have the best mid block, we could half block this, goat them into going into the other zone that we don't have. We block with our heroic strike on a 7.
Oh,
Another 3 rolls in, but we simply have no choice. We're not allowed to fail our blocks anymore. We've got to commit out, and now all we need from Zach to come down is 1 more singular attack.
just a 5 damage move plus
Oh
Titan to do
my
it, and that's the
goodness.
best one.
Oh my
That's the best one. Zach Pasley is going to commit out and be your Oceanic regional license. Wait, there might be a plus ultra block.
There's always a
Hold
plus ultra. There's always a plus ultra. This is going to be the
He had it the whole time.
No,
No,
he
he
shows
doesn't
that there
for
is
the
not a
first
plus
time.
ultra in hand. Our professional,
Oh.
extremely awesome, amazing, super secret, top secret agent defensive tech is
Ah.
simply not here. Tam shows his hand, puts the cards on the table, says, I'm sorry, Zach, my friend. I'm sorry, all of you Tam fans at home, you Midoriya fans at home, you anime protagonists alongside with me. The out's not present, and Ojiro, as prophesized, is going to be taking down this Oceanic Regional Essex exam with Zach Pasley at the helm. Absolutely killer games back and forth between those two gentlemen. What a fantastic final, Sam.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm a Zach Pasley fan. Zach Pasley has been one of the bright spots of our community. We have so many amazing members in our community, but Zach is one of the funniest guys, one of the best memers, and it's always a pleasure to see him doing well in these events. And again, he's come a long way from that Mei Hatsumi second place finish and now getting to take down a regional Oh man, I'm so curious how he must feel right now. But I imagine that you guys are gonna take a quick break and come back with the champion.
He's going to be super eager, I'm sure. I'm sure as eager as you are, Sam, to hear it. I'm sure he's just as excited to tell us all about how he feels. So while the feelings are still fresh, we're going to take a quick short break, get Zach on the phone, and do a quick little interview with our amazing Oceanic Regional Licensing Exam #1 champion. Don't go anywhere, guys.